Hello everybody, welcome to the D-Pad. I'm Rick, and this is Pokémon Brilliant Diamond. We're in the post-game, and if you followed through our last couple episodes, you saw that we got started on the gym refights, the gym rematches, and it could have gone a lot worse, but it didn't go, great, you know? We now have all 8 gym leaders with Elite Four quality teams, arguably better, really, and we went through our list of Pokemon and realized that, and this is after a little bit switching around, we realized, we don't really have a great team for fighting a grass gym rematch. We don't have, an amazing team for fighting a fighting gym because God knows they'll have dark moves out the ass, specifically to watch out for psychic types, and I'm sure they'll have electric and ice, and I'm sure they'll have Thunder Punch and Ice Punch so that they can deal with flying types and stuff like that. But we don't have the best team for a water gym, we don't have the best team for a ghost gym, we don't have the best team for a steel gym, we don't have the best team for an ice gym, and we don't have the best team for an electric gym, because I'm a little worried that somebody is going to wind up with Mold Breaker specifically to deal with any ground types with Sturdy as the obvious thing, and I'm sure they're going to have some kind of weird water, grass, ice coverage stuff to deal with that. So, where we're at is our team needs some adjustments, and unfortunately, most of our available Pokemon are fairly low level. Yeah, this is basically all of them. We got a few extra here. We have a couple in the 50s, but generally most of our Pokemon are very low level, including some that could be very useful to us here. So what I'm going to do a couple things here. First, can I do a group sort? Yes, I can. I'm going to move everybody down 2 rows. I'm going to take all of you. We're going to adjust our storage a little bit. There we go. Because what we're going to do is we're going to bench a good chunk of our Pokemon so we can grind up some others. You might notice, based on the length of the video, based on the plan that I have, this is a pretty fucking long one. I don't know when it's going to come out, and we can't really proceed until this happens on mic or off. I don't know if I'm going to have audio commentary for the whole thing, to be clear. If you are not interested in seeing the grinding and my, running commentary, however much of it there is, then you don't have to feel bad about skipping this one. That's totally fine. It's a reason that I'm planning to label this, 44.5 or something? But we're going to bench our main squad. At the very least, we're going to start... we're at least going to start by moving... So the rules that I'm essentially going to have here are... I am not going to allow myself to grind my Pokemon right now above level 79. That's where my highest level Pokemon currently reside. I'll pull Goblin Hole in here as well because he's part of our main team, generally speaking. Yeah. So, and then we had these 3 and Peat Rose, who was kind of our number 1 alternate before. After the main 6 there. So I'm going to start with these 4 in the party because I do want them to get levels also, but we're going to start pulling in other Pokemon that we have by and large been ignoring. We're going to be creating essentially not so much like a B team, C team, D team kind of thing, but I want a broad variety of high-level Pokemon for us to be able to choose from. So this is going to be a long one. I'm sure there's going to be strategies I'm kind of cultivating as we go. I've already done a little bit of strategizing just based off of typing. So, for example, next up is Gardenia, grass type. Weaknesses for grass are fire, flying, poison, bug, and ice, which means more than likely there's going to be rock coverage for sure. Rock is great against basically everything but poison. As far as coverage for grass. Ground and fire also very effective. So those are the main types we want to be watching out for. The good news is... Well, not the good news. The good news is, water would be really good for Pokemon like that, but obviously water's bad against grass. So, we've got some complicated stuff to do. If we get some good dual types going, then that'll help. But unfortunately, in these early days, and with the dudes that we ran into, we don't have the best variety of types to work with. We really have mostly basic stuff. Like, we've got classic fossil water rock. We've got grass poison, which is all over the place. Ghost poison, same thing, is just kind of how the ghosts work at the start. Grass and ice is kind of interesting. This is one we could get some possible mileage out of. And I think Montgomery is going to ultimately be one who turns up in some of our teams here. Chillhelm may be useful. Metatite, honestly, could be pretty solid as well. I forget why I didn't keep Rothrock on the team, because a Metacham, because these guys usually have huge power, right? Pure power, sorry. Huge power and pure power, I think, are the exact same thing. They just have different names. But yeah, so Metatite is one that would probably be a solid choice. We got Fighting Steel, we got Normal Psychic, Water Flying, Water Poison, Steel Psychic, Normal Flying, Psychic Fairy for our Mime line there. Water Ground for Wooper. So we have some okay choices here. I think, for example, for the Grass Gem, Poison is probably going to be something we want to use in there. Now, we have to watch out for Ground, but Poison is both good against Grass, and it resists, I believe, both Grass and Poison, which are going to be the two most common things to deal with. But again, they're going to have a really wild, diverse team, and they're going to be ready for a lot of weird shit. So what I want to do is start grabbing essentially ones that I think will be really useful, specifically for Gardenia. We're going to grab our one fire Pokemon because, I don't know, it makes sense to. And out of this list, I also, of the ones that I think are going to be useful, I think Metatite and Snover have a pretty good chance of getting some long-term utility here if possible. I actually also want to see who has the best stats. Great. Does anybody beat Great? I have a handful of Greats in there. Oh, Great for Montgomery. That's a good sign. If anything, I think that's going to be enough for me to pull him onto the team to start. This is not going to be the team that I take into that gym. This is just how we're starting. I think... Oop, hang on one quick second here. Okay, sorry about that. I'm downloading Twitch VODs, and I was running low on space on a different drive than we're recording this to, but I had a quick moment. I'm just like, Anyway, so yeah, I think this is just so I want to make sure that these three get leveled up pretty quickly, because then I can put them in the box and have them ready to go. Pete Rose will follow not long behind, but I think Pete Rose is going to be kind of our main point person here. What we're going to do... Let me check my bag real quick. Because I should have... Do I have any of it? Let's see. Doesn't look like I do, which is kind of a bummer. Okay. So we're going to take a quick trip before we properly get started here. Let's fly off to the battle park, because we got one quick round of shopping we got to do before we get this started. The other big bummer in getting all this set up as we make our way in here is that, to my understanding, there isn't really a great simple way to grind in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. There's not like a tried and true, hey, this'll get you there pretty quick if you're just trying to grind it out. Which is a real bummer, if I'm being super, super honest. 77. Well, that's a bummer. Because I was thinking, oh, Lucky Egg will speed this up a little bit. But considering I've only got 36 battle points after several hours of this, I think we're just gonna have to live with it. So the other thing, I'm moderately sure. Let me double check, because I don't know if it's because they kind of go back and forth with how they handle this stuff. But do we have is the EXP share just an always on in the background thing these days? I don't know. But what we're gonna do, let's do internet, because spoiler for some stuff going forward is we're going to need to do more mining eventually for one more thing in this game. That's going to mostly happen off camera. Oh, fuck it. Then I won't bother with the internet version today. It's fine. I'll just do it all off camera for that one. I'm going to need to do a lot of mining, unfortunately. Okay, good. I'm like, it's not going to require an update for me doing it by myself, right? All right, so let's see. How do I... There we go. Oh, were there areas that we still never went to? That's funny. Unfortunately, I'm in the wrong zone for this. Go up. Let's just go to... my understanding is that in the northern chunk of the map... we may as well even just do it from right here. In the northern chunk of the Grand Underground map is a water biome where I guess a Walrein will usually spawn. Whoops. Going in there. A Walrein will usually spawn, and that one is apparently pretty solid for experience yield. I need to be a little careful, though, because I believe it's water ice. So if I am trying to do that with, like, Peat Rose, I gotta be careful about possible ice stuff. Okay, yeah, so we got that there. Granted, Sasquatch is gonna take the lead first anyway, so I can see how this kind of goes. The other thing I want to be careful of is levels. It'll be a real bummer if I go into one of these and it's like, oops, you're up against like level 80 dudes, which I don't think is the case. If anything, these guys are probably going to be extremely disappointing experience yield-wise. I'm not going to worry about the mining for right now. We're just gonna make our way in here and we'll see how it goes. It's also a little bit of a bummer that I think the Walrein's supposed to spawn in the like northern part of the room, and we're coming in from the south, so that's a bit of a tragedy. All right, Sasquatch is out front, level 72. This is going to be pretty slow, probably. The fuck? Oh, it's like a little purpley leaf thing. We got a Mr. Mime up there. What is this? Oh, Rock Slide. Hey, that's actually pretty good. God help me, if I see any shiny Pokemon, I will obviously be making a big fuss about that. Assuming they come in a form that I recognize. Like, is that slightly pink? Like, slightly pinker than the slightly orangey one on the right? I don't know. Whoop. Please don't make me fight Mr. Mime with Sasquatch. That'd be pretty bad. I don't see a... I guess this is more of an ice biome, huh? So, hang on a sec. Let's get ourselves out of here and see if we can't find... I mean, a Walrein would also spawn in here, presumably, but... yeah, it seems pretty ice-focused as opposed to... I guess the one to the north... that also looks like ice. Is there a way for me to look at the map big style? No. Let's see. Oh, is it that one that's... I can't tell if that's supposed to be water or sky, but just north of center. Okay. Let's try this one more time. We're going to go up. We'll head somewhere near the middle of the region. So I think it's supposed to be, like, loosely tied together, right? So let's do... Eterna City seems safe. Ironically, like, that seems like, I guess we're just going to be happening to be right there. There were a few others. There was mention that I saw of a Chansey trainer that can be, like, versus Sought and stuff, but I think there's, like, a cooldown on that or something, or it costs something, so that's going to slow things down if I'm being really reliant on Versus Seeker for stuff. Or maybe I have to, like, run around to generate enough energy. Okay. Cool, so we're in the right region now. I'm going to skip this one and go to the one that's up north first. And then we'll see what we got here. All right, whoops. I don't know that I'm actually going to focus terribly much on the Diglett thing, but if I somehow manage to get 40 of them, then yeah, I'll probably take a quick break for a minute and do some digging to see if we can't get some more stuff. Because at the very least, it wouldn't hurt to have stuff to sell. Because we're going to need a lot of healing shit. Corsola. So that didn't look too great. We got a quillfish in the water. Yeah, who else do we have? Got a tentacruel up there. Let's go to the other one real quick. Well, this is not the most comforting start. I guess we also have question marks in there, so like maybe we just haven't been to the correct specific one yet. Oh, hey, buddy. I could get... Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, where did I even put my secret base? Do I care? I guess... Oh, you know, I guess I could change my secret base to make some modifications, too. Gotta remember where the fuck I put it. Psych Up, Grass Knot, which I have some of. Are there? None of these are ones that I don't currently have. Okay, I'm gonna leave that alone for now. I think the red dot in the east is where my secret base is. So we'll see how that's. Oop, I'm going the wrong way. Oh, I'm going completely the wrong way. But yeah, we'll check through this, and if we don't see the wall rain, we'll go to the secret base, because I forget if that changes the kinds of Pokemon that appear, or if it just increases like shiny odds or something. But and I guess technically too, we do have the rule. We've had it for a while where if we spot a shiny Pokemon, it is always an eligible catch. So that could be it could actually be useful here. Tauros. There, Corsola, Gibble. Whoa, Dratini, hi. Didn't even see you there. Okay, so that's not... Give me one quick second here, folks. All right, well, doing a quick bit of scouring around, the answers that I tended to find the most were just Grand Underground in general. So I think what I'm going to do is... We're over in the west. We got a bunch of question marks. Let's... check out, let's open up these biomes and fight some stuff inside, and we'll just kind of see how it goes. Apparently at 8 gym badges, these guys should be in their 50s. I wish there was a single button maneuver that got you directly to your Pokemon. That'd be kind of nice. Well, interesting. It was like I had to hit A to activate that. That was weird. Alrighty, but yeah, the grinding begins. So yeah, at 79, I'm going to freeze each Pokemon. I'm not going to grind anybody past that. I'm also not going to grind up my entire box. That'd be very silly. But 58. That's actually even better. But I want to at least have, like, I want like at least a dozen backup Pokemon that I can switch in between. All right, Hugo. Flame Charge. Fuck yes. That'd be great. Tackle, Growl, Tail Whip, Ember. I think... What am I... Physically, Ponyta's a little better. Oh, lower their attack. Let's do this one. Because I was trying to see, like, would Tail Whip... I'm ultimately going to definitely replace Tail Whip with something else, but it's just a question of, like, all right, for the time being, if we're just assuming at any point we freeze the moves, Tail Whip is at least moderately useful in terms of like, oh, it's got, the ability to further weaken someone's physical defense, which is the stat they'll be using to defend against Ponyta's moves. Like, Ember will probably get replaced with something else also. I honestly wouldn't mind high horsepower as a nice coverage, but we'll see. All right, and yeah, so, this is where I caught, I mean, not this biome, but the Grand Underground is where it's 62. Oh man, these guys are actually higher level than I thought. Maybe when you beat the Elite Four, they jump a little more. So I do have to be a little careful down here. I may have to come up with a creative way to... God, I might actually want to start switch training. Like, right away. Like, everybody's getting numbers, which is good. But I want to make sure I don't over-level anybody. Like, Pete Rose is a little bit too level to be able to support the team right now. I might have to level people over 79 just so that people don't get murdered by some of these Pokemon. Because I was debating, like, oh, do I start switch training now? That way, like, Hugo gets a bunch of extra levels or something. Or maybe do I switch train with Pete Rose so Pete Rose can be strong enough to support the team for a while. But this is actually moving. I mean, I don't want to. Let's not jinx it just yet here. But we're off to an okay start. So we'll see how stuff goes here. It's weird that it's... Oh, you know why? Because... So the game doesn't want to delineate between how everything looks and operates online versus offline, which is, I think, why the Pokemon icon shows up, because that would be a signal to other people who see me that I'm in the middle of a battle, even though it's a thoroughly unnecessary icon if I'm by myself. So I don't know. That's, All right. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's not great. It's going to take a while. Agility. I think agility is probably a little more useful than Tail Whip here. Just for now. I'm sure that'll get replaced. I don't think Rapidash ever learns Extreme Speed. It's more of an Arcanine thing. Alrighty. But yeah, I'm going to do the best I can to not have anybody go over 79. However, if I'm fighting Pokemon who are in the 60s and my Pokemon are too weak to be able to justifiably go up against them without it being a huge threat, we may have to just kind of live with that. I don't know. Let's do Revenge. I think there's a chance Magnemite's faster. Oh, that's interesting. What move is it going to try using here? Oh, it's got Sturdy. Of course it does. Let's do Knockoff. Because I think I'm a little faster. I think Revenge is lowered priority anyway. And I was like, let's just finish the fight here. Right, Sasquatch up to 73. Nice. Alright. Now, I'm unclear on... So, generally speaking, you get EVs from fighting... fighting a Pokemon. Do Pokemon in the rest of your party also gain EVs? Or do they not gain any? Because I may be in a position where I don't have anybody actually getting EVs from these fights, essentially, and they're Pokemon that have been in the box forever. All right, this guy's probably going to have Sturdy, so let's just use Revenge so we can get a big hit, possibly doubled, and then on the next one we'll just knock off or something to close it out. Nice. Oh, no Sturdy on that one. All right, cool. It's always a nice treat when that's the case. I'm going to be very sad if we lose George Dude to a Mold Breaker. Because I don't think there's any way for you to know that a Pokemon has Mold Breaker until it breaks the mold, you know? All right, let's give this a shot here. I think Sasquatch can take him. There we go. It's also a Rhydon, not a Rhyperior, so... Let's see what we got here. Dragon Rush. What the fuck are you doing with that move? That's a weird one. Very odd. Alright, up to 23. I think... I want to say Ponyta evolves by level. I don't think it's a fire... It's a stone evolution. I think that's... Because Vulpix, I think, is a stone evolution. Bug Poison. Actually, don't have the best setup on that one. I think What do I have for my moves here? I guess I could throw Apep out there. It should be pretty safe. Oh yeah, nobody's got... I guess the items are not going to be a huge thing for right now, but... The hope is that by the time these three get to a high enough... get to their level 79, that Peat Rose will be a high enough level to support the team for a while. At which point, what I'll probably wind up doing is make sure anytime there's a new Pokemon in the lead position, I put another, because I have a handful of Pokemon in the 50s, put another level 50s Pokemon in the mix so that they're basically ready to go by the time, you know, the next lead Pokemon gets to 79. There we go. And we're off. Peat Rose up to 56. All right, Apep is not going to be hanging with us for terribly much longer. Only 2 more levels. I don't have to stop right at 79. Like I can, like in terms of like, oh, they leveled up, we're done. So I may keep him for a little bit longer just to get Peat Rose a couple more levels before the handoff. But I think this will be an okay way of doing this. I don't feel, it doesn't feel as risky as it could have felt. I think the levels here are reliably in the upper 50s to low 60s zone in a way where we shouldn't have all that much trouble with, handling all that. I have, I really should get some, like, more basic potions as well, because, like, this is a huge waste of most of that stuff, but I also... Baby dragons make me nervous. Actually, if I remember... Yeah, Flygon ultimately is like, what, ground dragon or something? But regardless, this will be nice. Boom Burst. Okay, that's fairy? No, I'm thinking of, oh, God. Moonlight? No, I don't know. Either way, nice big meaty hit there. Oh, Hugo almost. Nice easing on that animation. Stunky. Who's good for a Stunky? Isn't it like Poison Dark or something? I can put Sasquatch in there. That should be fine, I think. Let's give you a Moo-Moo. I'll just give you a Moo-Moo. It's also helped fill out our Pokedex a little better, which is nice. I don't expect that anything we find in the Grand Underground is going to be one of the Pokemon we encounter in the gym rematches, just because the stuff down here is not quite as intense as some of that. But I figure, oh shit! Uh-oh. You got this. You got this. You got this. Why the fuck does a Skuntank have Explosion? That was a little out of nowhere. Fuck. Flame Wheel. There we go. That's some good shit. So Flame Wheel 60. So Flame Charge raises speed. I mean, it's just objectively a much better call than Ember for this Ponyta, so. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. And Montgomery. Sweet. Right. We have... I guess Delmar might be a good... I just get so nervous about putting Delmar in you know, not certain situations. I think I'm actually going to have... I'm going to have Sasquatch handle this guy. Delmar is my little baby boy. Delmar and George Dude have been my anchors for so much of this game. I would be, like, I would be inconsolable if anything happened to them. And I know that, like, they're a good... Like, Delmar's a good 15 levels above basically anything that's going to happen here, but God, would it just be the worst if I took the old hubris to Hubris Town. Shuckle... Water... Rock... I fucking cannot remember for the life of me. This might be a slightly risky one here, but... I think it's at least water. It might be water rock. But let's find out. Wild Shuckle. Juicing up some berries in there. Alright. This dude's gonna have that thing that, like, reverses its defense and attack or something to really do some wacky shit. Oh, it's got sturdy? Oh, you little bastard. Alright. Yep. Gastro acid, okay. My ability to intimidate has been suppressed. Yeah. Good enough. That's all I needed. Yeah. Hey, more for Hugo. I do not, for the life of me, remember at what levels anybody evolves, so... Skiploom. Does it have poison? I don't think they have poison. I think they're just grass, or maybe they're even grass flying? I'm going to take a risk with this one, because my flying type would offset any issues there might be with, you know, grass. But anyway, like I was mentioning before, fighting all these Pokemon, you know, opens up my Pokedex a little bit. So if any of these dudes do turn up in a gym fight, I'll have the, like, type advantage stuff kind of ready to rock. Let's do Avalanche. Let it go first. Memento. Uh-oh. Isn't that... No. No, it isn't. I'm... Okay, yes. Oh, boy. Can I fight you over and over again? That'd make life real easy if you just Memento. Because, like, Memento is one of those fainting moves, but I couldn't remember if it did other stuff in addition to that was going to make my life painful. Budoo. Remember how I don't have great answers for grass types? It's going to apply to the grinding side of things, too. I do have Avalanche. Alright. Let's do it. Yeah, fuck it. It's a Budoo. Stun Spore, you little bastard. Spitting electric juice on me. Alright, still got that, though. Bang. Nice. Alright. Hell yeah, Montgomery. Oh, yeah, I should heal the paralysis before I forget about it. Scyther. I mean, honestly, I'm trying to remember. Scyther's bug. Is it bug flying? I think it's bug flying. And it trades that in for bug steel for scissor. So, a Thunderbolt should do the trick here pretty nicely. Go on, Apep, you can do it. Do. All right. Okay, cool. Not enough to take him down, though. Laser Focus. Is that like lock-on? That's gotta be. It's gotta be like a lock-on maneuver. Now, granted, I was going to say, unless that sped it up somehow or gave it priority, then we're good to go here. I'm surprised that there isn't a move, or maybe there is, and if there is, please let me know. Is there a move in Pokemon? And if not, this would make a great. This would, I think, make a great move. Very D&D inspired. There should be a move. I would normally call it Bide, except Bide exists and does something different. It'd be great if there was a move that let you essentially like sacrifice your turn, or even like for one turn boost your defense or whatever, in order to have priority on the next turn. Maybe priority is so good that you can't justify giving any extra defense. You're just taking the hit in order to do it. But a move that gives you priority on the next turn, I think, would be pretty interesting. It would probably need to have some extra caveats in terms of how that plays with moves with changed priority themselves. Like maybe it adds 0.5 priority or something. Anything different? Same stuff. Like, I don't know, yeah, adding 0.5 priority or something so that you essentially win any priority ties would be a very interesting, very interesting move. I think that'd be kind of cool to play with. Fountain Spring Cave. Okay. Gibbles. Gibble just Dragon? I get a little nervous about using Apep in case someone's got Thunderbolt, but let's give it a shot here. Thunderbolt's just so common. And, like, common in terms of, like, so many Pokemon can learn it, or be taught it, rather. Alright. Cool. Okay, is it already ground, or is it just ground right now? Maybe. Oh, no, because if it was just ground, it'd be that, so it's Ground Dragon the whole time. Jeez. I'm actually just going to use Waterfall and hope that it's enough to take it out. Because I should be faster, and I'd rather not unnecessarily take a hit here. There we go. Because I do have functionally, you know, finite healing available because it costs money. I can go back to the Pokemon Center a whole bunch, but boy, is that going to get old if I'm doing it 1,000 times. All right, Water Flying. We got Thunderbolt for that. This kind of feels like I'm just doing a stream in some ways. It's just a chatless stream. I don't think I'm going to because it feels really like wrong to. There was a part of me that was like, would this make sense as like a YouTube premiere kind of thing? If it's like only a handful of hours as opposed to like 8 or 9 hours. But it's like premieres really don't like make sense. Oh, nice. Stomp will be better than Tackle. May make them flinch. Yeah, this is a no-brainer. If only for like if anybody wanted to kind of view this in the same way as a stream, but like, I don't think that's probably the way to do this one in particular. Lediba or Ledian rather. I think is Bug flying. Yeah, let's just hop in there. There was I had debated at one point if I wanted to make this a stream, but like I don't know. I think that like the streaming situation right now is already busy enough. I don't need to add another extra element of complexity to it. I will say though, I had other things I was planning to accomplish this weekend in terms of like other game and series and editing prep. But if I don't do this, then Brilliant Diamond is just frozen until I finally get my ass in gear. So, kind of felt important to do this, when I had a chance. And like today is a day where Sarah's busy basically all day. So I'm like, all right. I started a lot later than I wanted to, but I was like, I can at least get a handful of hours in one quick go, and then sometime during the week, maybe I can, find time to do more. Because the goal would be by next weekend being able to continue recording. Swagger. All right. Oh my god. I'm trying to remember what type this guy is. I mean, he's at least flying, but I forget if it's just flying right now. I mean, worst case, Thunderbolt will be... Because I don't think it's got Dragon type yet. Yeah. When it evolves, I think it gets... I'm trying to remember, because I want to say, doesn't it? It evolves, has Dragon, and then its Mega Evolution has... No, wait a minute. I'm mixing up with Ampharos. Because Mega Ampharos does... No, that's Dragon type in the... Yeah, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Not important. It's dead. See? All that stressing for nothing. 2024, the de-stress year. Welcome to the de-stress. Oof, not a lot of experience. All right. Seal. So that's a little less great. Do I want Delmar out there? Does Delmar doesn't have an electric move. I mean, Sasquatch actually would be pretty well suited for this if it is already ice. I think Seal and Dugong are both water ice. Oh, sorry, wait. My fucking brain. This is Dugong. Seal is the one that's racing to hang out. Either way, though, I should be able to manage this. I should have put the lens that let's just do cross chop and hope it hits. Is it 80? That's right, yeah. There we go. I should have taken the lens off of Georgiou to put onto Sasquatch so that the cross chop just becomes like a 96, I think, % accuracy. Get some levels. Very nice. There we go. I was literally about to say, hey, doesn't Snover evolve at 40? Yeah, Abomasnow. Let's do this. Yeah. Whoa. I did it. I'm so cool. Any new moves? Ta-da! Whips up blizzards and mountains that are always buried in snow. It is the abominable snowman. They're all the same one. Ice Punch, hell yeah. Well, okay. Its physical and special are almost identical, so that's not going to help a lot here. 70, 100, it may freeze. Oh, do we get rid of Blizzard? Blizzard's kind of a pain in the ass. I forget what the snow warning ability is. Does that just make snow or hail? Whichever. 55-95 is just kind of junk, honestly. That's just not good. So I think we'll just bypass all the questions here and just do this. 55-95 is kind of bullshit for me. Whereas Ice Punch is just going to be good. Actually, you know what? Montgomery is probably one of my better options for Gardenia. Unless she has some surprise fire shit coming out of nowhere, then that'll be a really good option. And bang. Is Seal just water? Must be, because it didn't have like a super effective thing there. Hugo, 32. Ponyta should be evolving fairly soon as well. I don't remember at what point, though. Okay, let's head out from here. We'll head west. Is the other thing. Grinding was always going to be either off camera or done as one huge experience, because, like, we're already... This would have been 3 full episodes otherwise. And, like, back in the day, this would have been like a podcast week kind of situation, except this is going to be far more than 1 hour of grinding. And it would feel weird to be doing this for, like, multiple weeks, you know? Multiple weeks of just grinding in the middle of the postgame seems kind of torturous. So, Swampy Cave. All right, a lot of buggy, poisony things going on here. Ekans, I think, was the first one, so we'll whoops. I just want that to be a quicker process. Ekans! Hey, buddy. Me. Alright. Oh, we haven't fought Ekans yet. Alright. Interesting. My big worry down here is I'm going to run into something that has one of the... oh, I can't remember the name of it. Shit. There's the move that essentially is like, hey, if I die, if I faint, the opponent also faints. It's the one that Wobbuffet had that was freaking John out forever ago. I don't remember what it was. Not great stuff there for buggy things. I guess we're gonna have to use Apep. Everybody else is like kind of weak or not great to deal with that. Use another Moo. One of the nice things, and maybe honestly when I'm done with this grinding, I then turn around and immediately start mining for stuff, because I can sell some of the shit that I find for money, which will help get us more healing shit for the final set of stuff for the post game. Oh, also, I should mention, by the time this comes out, it's very likely that that there's already been some of the Marvelous episodes this applies to. I think episode 27 is the first one that applies, but we have our new sound system, our new Behringer audio soundboard, whatever you want to call it. And first of all, shout out Jeff for obtaining and acquiring this. It is beautiful. And in addition to that, I guess Delmar for no, I keep doing this. But you should be hopefully noticing that the sound quality has at least... So for regular recorded Let's Play content, it'll probably be pretty similar. In the worst case, I was noticing a little bit of audio fuzz when we were testing it out at first, so I'm going to keep an eye out for that. If the first couple sessions with this are a little iffy on, audio hiss or something like that, I apologize. I'll do my best to kind of cover that up. But you should definitely be noticing it during streams. The last month or two of streams, I've been using a system that has been very good. It has done 90 to 95% of what I was hoping it would do, but it was a little unclear to me how to control it in USB mode, the little roll-in thing that we were using. So my audio was coming in super hot, and I was reducing the gain, which is good to not deafen people, but I was still clipping on the mic. It was still noticeably me peaking, and, it was not great audio quality. So for streaming, we're not doing Ocarina this week, but what would be the next thing that would get seen? I guess the next Persona stream. I think Persona 15 is the first one that'll actually go up as a video. Hopefully it'll be a noticeably improved... a noticeably improved sound quality from me. Ooh, okay. I mean, this should still be pretty intense, so that's good. Fuck you for Pokemon Legends Arceus, you dick. Alright. Alright. Let's see. Ooh, Gligar. Or Gliscor? No, Gligar. Gligar is the purple. Gligar is the purplier one. Gliscor is the, bluer one. Wasn't he Poison Ground or something? I recall him having a strange type. Which I guess makes Apep still a viable option here. Hypercutter. Okay. At least it didn't increase its attack. That's always a bummer when that happens. So this should be... There you go, yeah. Okay, Poison Ground. I was I think that Poison Ground is how this guy works. Alright. Montgomery. He's just a mini mall. Alright. Tangela. My hero, Tangela. I want so badly to drop Pete Rose in there, but we're just not quite there yet. I think we're just going to go with an Avalanche here. Ooh, a Venomoth. Tangela. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, I hope that one day we wind up with a point in time. I would be so much more comfortable with a Pokemon game that has a drastically reduced regional dex if the models were given like a glorious level paint job. Like, really, not like, oh, it's got to be hyper realistic or anything, but like, you know, you've got this tangle of vines or Tangela. Like, rather than it being a black sphere that's there, maybe you can see eyes kind of peeking out from this dark, like it just gets very dark as the tangles all weave together and stuff, and you should be able to see a little bit of the tension in the vines or something. Like, I don't know. I know it's a lot to ask for, but I want to say Venomoth is still just bug poison, isn't it? Like, it isn't actually a flying type? Or am I mixing that up because of Beedrill? Because actually, I'm trying to remember if Venonat is bug poison or poison bug. Whoop, didn't mean to do that. Let's just leave Apep in. He doesn't have anything in particular to worry about from a Venomoth, so like none of its possible typings are things that are going to be issues here. All right. Alrighty. Let's try a Thunderbolt and see if it does anything. No, so it is just bug poison then. Poison Fang. Nyah. Oh, you fucker. Oh, it gives you Toxic for Poison Fang? Shit. Dang. When did that... Is that a newer update for that, or has it always been Toxic? Yeah, there we go. All right. I was like, if we can end this with one more here, then we don't have to worry about the Toxic at all. Hugo. Is it going to be like 36 or something that evolves? That's everybody here. We'll bounce down to the one that's to the south, and we'll figure out our next path forward. Seems like just a good way to like make it kind of worthwhile. It's like, all right, we'll open up the other biomes and just kind of see what we can stumble across. And then anytime, like, we may need to just go above ground for healing for PP. It's pretty soon. Pachirisu. Oh, well, not you. Pete Rose would resist electricity, but like, god damn it, I keep doing that. Oh my god. Hang on 1 second. Okay, cool. We're back. So what was I? Pachirisu, right. Had to step away for a quick minute there. Pete Rose is getting very close to being usable. Sasquatch, the good news is, so obviously there's a lot of variance with which of the, I think 5? Do they use all 5 anymore? Is it down to 4? There's a couple different experience formulas that Pokemon use that determine how it gains levels between 0 to a million asterisk experience points. But even with that level of variance, Sasquatch has 5 levels to go before he's, needs to be retired, at which point Pete Rose will be at least in the early 60s, if not closer to mid 60s, because Pete Rose should be gaining levels faster than Sasquatch when they're not both in the lead. I guess that's the other thing, is Sasquatch is going to wind up getting levels faster because it's getting into fights where Pete Rose isn't, but for Pachirisu, I think Sasquatch is fine. Whoop. What? There we go. It's got an unsubstantiated tail. Pachirisu. Screw it. Let's just Poison Jab. Last resort. Oh, God. I'm like, what the hell was that? I was hoping it'd just be enough just from levels. Let's do knockoff. Discharge. Okay. Yeah, not too dangerous there. Smack. Bad kitty. Down goes Pachirisu. All right, Hugo getting close to some more levels. What did Hugo start at? Did Hugo start? Hugo started in the at 10, didn't he? And he's already up to mid 30s, so that's pretty good. You are gonna be very sad about what happens next. Yeah. For its reaction when seeing a Machamp come out. Well, the question is, do I revenge and let him hit me first, or do I cross chop and hope that I don't need to worry about it? Let's cross chop. Ooh, you're quick. Oh, there's a crit too. All right. Shabang. Nice. Peat Rose. I grew up so fast. Now, is Ponyta... Oh, Fire Spin, yes. Ponyta might be 35 for the evolution. I don't recall. There are instances where this can be really good. And in fact, against Gardenia, this could be very good in terms of trapping the current Pokemon out there so she can't be, like, rapidly switching. But also, switching generally tends to give you a free hit on the opposing Pokemon. I'm going to say no to Fire Spin. I'm going to stay away on that. All right. Oh, let's heal Sasquatch, because he's taken a couple good hits there. Let's also use an antidote on Apep. Some point soon, perhaps even after this... Yeah, because there's those 4 that are down below on this side. I think after this room is clear, we're going to go back up and heal at Pokemon Center. Which does mean we're unlikely to get 40 Diglett points down here, because we're going to be leaving too frequently. I need to do like system updates and all that shit on here. I had it frozen for reasons that I will eventually verbalize when the reason for it is no longer a thing to be worried about, but... do revenge, because this Taurus might just be faster. Woohoo, boy! Alright, this ought to kill him fast. Yeah. I'm talking about flea market. Alright. Moo milk. Alright. Who else do we have in here? Let's go around the perimeter. The perimeter, if you will. Ooh, Lickitung. Lickitung is one of the few, if I remember correctly, I hope I don't have this wrong. Lickitung, I believe, is one of the very few pink Pokemon from the first 2 gens that wasn't given a fairy type. If I'm not wrong here and about to sacrifice Sasquatch. No. Okay, it is still normal type. I'm like, I'm going to keep my mouth shut until we get there. But yeah, the rule of thumb apparently seemed to be basically every pink Pokemon from the first 2 gens was given a fairy type in Gen 6. Including some that, in my opinion, make crazy little sense. I don't understand the Snubbull Granbull fairy typing. That's such a weird choice to me. Delmar, let's get you out there. Boink. Delmar, you got this, my man, my boy, my son. Here we go. And blurshk. Knock the fuck out. No, down you go. Almost 79 for Apep. He's going to be our boy's growing up. You know, it's funny. I think, I mean, not even I think, if we're going to do all 3 rematches of the, if we're going to do all 3 rematches of all 3 fights of the Elite Four, it'll be necessary, but Thumper is not going to be the highest level dude that anyone's had. I think Thumper was the highest level. He was at least level 85 at some point. I don't know if that was the case in post-game or what. It's been a while since I've looked at those numbers, but... oh, he hit with all 5 of them. Hell yeah. But, yeah, we're going to have quite a few over level 85 Pokemon. Might have been 88. I don't remember. But, yeah. For the third fight, we are almost certainly going to have, like, the whole team into the 90s. Like, I might not even start until I've got a team that I like that is at level, like, 95. And there's the map, too. I'm realizing that I could call it like that as well. But let's go heal our dudes, and we'll go back down. We're very close to needing to bench some of our guys as well. So we might have a couple quick trips back and forth. Boo-a-doo-ba-doo. A-ba-boop-a-doo-ba-doo. Boop-a-da-boop-ba-doo. So we're about an hour into our grinding so far, and I'd say it's going pretty well in the sense that we haven't had... Okay. We haven't had any catastrophes thus far. It's not going amazingly well in the sense that we're an hour in and we've only... We only are on the brink in the next, 20 minutes of having 3 Pokemon at our level cap and, 2 more Pokemon, halfway there. I've got a lot more work to go. This might literally be one that ultimately is just, a 12-ish hour video unto itself. And when it comes time to do an unpaused video, it's just going to be this all on its own. Kind of distressing to think about, but it is what it is, I guess. And then I'd be stunned if depending how much Battle Tower goes in. I was gonna say I don't think we've got 12 hours left of this. In terms of things that we have left to do. I will say I think this episode is technically the episode where it happens. If it doesn't happen in this because this doesn't go up for one reason or another, then it'd be the next episode. But I believe this episode marks Pokemon Brilliant Diamond having more videos, more episodes in it than Breath of the Wild. I believe we are ahead of Breath of the Wild now, which, granted, is a misleading stat because Breath of the Wild, outside the first week of episodes, were all half-hour episodes basically. I'm gonna go through here and go to the big one first. They were all half-hour episodes, whereas these have usually been more 15-20 minute episodes. And not to mention, there were a shitload of streams that we did for Breath of the Wild, whereas this is kind of the one and only colossal-sized video in this entire Let's Play. I don't even know why I'm looking for the Diglett stuff. I'm not going to be down here enough for it to matter. Mylene. All exploration, tucking my Pokemon out, so I got to get in the tunnel to restore their HP. Okay. That's cool, I guess. Diglett dig, Diglett dig. Dodrio, Drio. Alright. Let's get ourselves over here. Alright, see what we got. What do we got? Nice big one. It is the Stillwater Cavern. Oh, a Murkrow. And I have to kill it. That makes me sad. Ooh, another Scyther. What? How? There we go. I was like, what's happening? Got a Pokeball down here, so that's going to be good. Might be a TM we're looking for. All right. We know how this ends. Sucker Punch. Ah, Apep unsuckered the punch. Boy, it's going to be real hard to come up with a title for this episode, huh? I mean, listening to half a day's worth of video to find one line that I like. There we go. Apep to 79. I'm going to give him, like, I didn't check his experience beforehand, or I would have maybe pulled him out before, but let's do, like, one more battle with him. I guess this is actually okay. It'll be a big hit, but, like, or rather, I'll need to hit hard to get Scyther down. It'll probably be 2 attacks. Burn, 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 burn. Alright. My dream goal would be to fill the first box with level 79 Pokemon, but I don't think that's happening. I guess I could have Avalanche, too. Oh, so close. So close, Apep. Swords Dance. Alright, cool. I mean, that's fine. Alright. Unless it's got something with high priority, which, boy, would that be a bummer after all this. Alright. Hugo. Hugo. And yeah, where am I at with experience? 21,000 experience left to level up. We can keep him a little longer. Big Mushroom. Oh, Solrock. Solrock is on my short list of Pokemon to watch out for. I've got a list. It's a very small list. It was one that was mostly just like browsing. Essentially, it's a Levitate list. There are 6. Well, technically there are more than 6. It's like 10, but 6 families, I guess, of Pokemon that I need to be careful of with George Dude because of Levitate. You had Ghastly and Haunter, because Gengar now does Curse Body. Solrock and Lunatone. Rotom, the Tynamo line, Coughing Wheezing, and Bronzong. And those last 2, Coughing and Bronzor, may also have another ability. The other ones always are going to have Levitate. But essentially, if any of those guys turn up in various spots, and my first thought is, oh, well, they're weak to ground, I need to remember that, no, they are not. Not unless I do something about it, but... Squatch. Check out my Squatch. I got an itchy Squatch. Sometimes you gotta squatch your Squatch. Yeah, I'll fight a Tentacruel. Forgot about the Bibarel. Forgot that was a thing. Here we go. Splalalala. I guess we'll just try to fill out the rest of the map as we do this, just in general. Like, it'll just be good to open that all up. Thunderbolt. Bang. Whoo! Soaky guy. Soaking them hits. That was a crit, too. Jesus. Alright. Oh, I don't like where this is going. I got all these tentacles. Time to tickle you. Yeah, that's fine. I'm faster than you anyway. One of the big bummers as we get ready for the gym matches and Elite Four stuff and all that is I don't think there's going to be a good justification for both Apep and Woodhammer. There we go. Apep and Goblin Hole being on the team at once. 120, 100. It does damage the user a lot, which I have to watch out for, but restores HP on every turn. Ooh, that is nice to set down a regen. 55-95 is junk. So I'm going to do this, and we'll probably get rid of it for something else later. It probably takes 50% damage for the that it deals or something like that. I probably got like 3, maybe 4 more battles that I can do with my boy out front. Tyrogue. Nope, I keep doing that. I keep going into the summary. Doink. I wish Pokemon let you see what a Pokemon was evolving into a little, not even a little more clearly at all. This game doesn't let you because of Tyrogue and its very awkward evolution branching. It's gonna sucker punch me to death. Or Feint. Oh no, I'm mixing up Feint and Feint Attack. God damn, that scared me for a second there. All right. Cool. Well, let's see what we're fighting next here. Actually, let me just double check Apep, because I would like to, you know, play honestly and have my dudes not go beyond Bullet Seed. Okay, that I can work with. Actually, isn't that a 15 by 5 attack? So maybe that's not going to matter, but 25 by 5. All right, that's okay. That might be something I can work with. We'll see. Bug Poison I don't really like with Delmar out there, so I guess we'll just Apep it again. I keep doing it. Okay. Doing. Let's do it. Let's fight. Let's me and you fight about it. I see that glow in your eyes. Let's have a throw down about it. I don't know how to close my mouth. Yeah, you're intimidated, little moth, aren't you? Look at you, moth. Not Venomoth. There's a moth in the room that's just kind of chilling on the ceiling. I'm looking at that. Yeah, there we go. And it was a crit and everything. You, specifically watching this video, love to see it. I'm telling you that you love to see it. Yeah, we got a couple more battles we can do with Apep before he's got to go. But I do want to hit him before he gets to 80. If anybody gets to 80, the battle they hit 80, they'll be removed. God damn it, every time. At the very least, that sets up a consistent backstop for it, right? Where it's like, okay, if that happens, because absolutely nobody's going to get like more than a level, like no one's going to hit 81 and 80 in the same turn. I don't think there's any Pokemon in the game that give out enough experience points for that to be realistic. The real over-under, I really should have made this at the beginning. The real, hell, maybe I'll even edit this into the beginning just to see, let people place their bets. What do people think is the over-under on whether we see a shiny Pokemon while we do this? Because it is a possibility, and if we're doing all this grinding, it may happen. We're going to be fighting probably a couple hundred Pokemon. So I don't know. Hell, maybe for the hell of it, I can have a counter somewhere in the screen. I don't know. Maybe I won't. That seems like a lot. Let's put it this way: if it does happen, then I'll do a little montage of all the fights we've had to do a quick little bit of math. But only if it happens, because that way, if it doesn't happen, I don't have to do it at all. And if it does happen, I'm not spoiling it by doing the work ahead of time. Like having it shown on the screen already before anything's had a chance to occur. That'll be fun. So yeah, over-under on whether we'll find a shiny Pokemon. It's called the Grand Underground because you fight 1,000 Pokemon. I've had very good luck with Cross Chop so far. It literally hasn't missed once. And it's got a 1 in 5 chance of missing. Ooh. Apep is getting up there. Not close enough that I have to be worried just yet, especially in battles where he's not in the lead. Like in the lead position. Also, the more time that I can have with my 3 highest level dudes, the further up Peat Rose can be in time for taking the charge. The other thing, too, I got to worry about, and it's honestly the thing that's going to make it the actual most difficult of all of this, is Peat Rose will not be the best for a lot of different kinds of Pokemon. So ultimately, we may not have much of a choice but to have Pokemon get, over that level 79. And granted, ultimately there was a good chance that I was going to be doing grinding before the Elite Four stuff anyway. So it's not like the end of the world if... did he shiver? Does that mean he's got a move I need to worry about? Psychic flying... Fairy? Excuse me. Let's try the cross chop here. Alright, good. Maybe a little nervous there all of a sudden. Okay. Hugo getting a level. Come on, Hugo, you can do it. Let's evolve. All right, what do we got here? Whoop. Rare candy. Hey, I'm hanging on to rare candies until the very last moment. The final Elite Four match, I will absolutely Elite Candy up whoever's left. Granted, maybe for the second Elite Four. For the third Elite Four, my team is going to be so close to max that it shouldn't really matter. That. There we go. Oh, it is a, was that Clawitzer? Clawitzer? Oh, no, wait. No, I'm mixing up Clauncher and, oh god. Clauncher is it's the blue line. The red line is Crawdaunt. And, oh my god, I can't remember the other one. I forget, yeah. I think it's, yeah, Clauncher and Clawitzer. And Crawdaunt, and my brain keeps wanting to fill it in with Credilli, and that's obviously wrong. I think I got like one more battle with Apep before we gotta go. He's basically full. I think he's Water Dark. Yeah, Crawdaunt. This guy turned up a lot in Insurgents. So... been on my brain lately. Okay. Thunderbolt. Excellent. Okay. Cool, Hugo. I think it's time for Apep to get benched. I think we're getting too close. Hey, perfect timing. Oh, that's fun. You can still see you can literally see how the evolution is going because of that. That's very funny. Because it definitely didn't look like that for Snover to Abomasnow. And 150 miles per hour. Christ. Smart Strike. I'm not familiar with that one. Steel. Oh, shit. It's a Steel Swift? That's awesome. Ooh. Oh, boy. It'd be bad for water and electric types. Oh, ooh. This is a little tough. Do I care about agility? I think I'm gonna toss agility. It's already pretty fast. I'm going to toss agility. The hard part is when and if it does get huge horsepower available, that's going to be a tough call. Steel is not one that I was banking on there. That's pretty cool, though. But yeah, let's get out of here. We'll bench Apep. We'll pull somebody else out. We'll get the one last room over there, and then we'll go to another city so we can get a different chunk of the underground map. Let's do some healing first. We're gonna be here for the rest of our lives. La da 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 da. Not like in a Pokemon Center. I just mean this episode's gonna be long as fuck. God, won't it be embarrassing if this winds up needing to be broken up into 2 videos just because it's more than 12 hours? Holy Christ. All right, you can go there. We need another one in on the team. So Winnie could be very interesting with those that typing. Fighting and Psychic is also a really good combination in terms of, like, it covers its bases pretty well. Its weaknesses are a little bit finicky. Like, it's weak to Fairy. Be weak to Flying. Is it weak to Bug? But the point being, there's not a lot there, right? Oh, I did eventually get Mesprit. Okay, I couldn't remember if I actually caught Mesprit or not. Well, let's see. Oh, thank you very much. I think I'm going to go ahead and grab... Actually, what I should do... No, we have 20 levels for Pete Rose, which is probably going to be another 20 levels for these guys, at least, before Pete Rose is up to that to the point where he's got to come out. So these guys will be ready to rumble already. So I was debating pulling a level 51 in, but I don't really need to worry about that yet. Let's grab... We need to grab... All right, we should grab someone who fills in some niches that we're missing just generally. Bronzor wouldn't be bad just because a Bronzong could be pretty fucking nice. Just in general. Just like a good steel Pokemon. Like, it doubles the Psychic type, but a steel Pokemon... Who else do we even have as steel options? Potentially there's Onix. But Onix and Steelix are kind of junk, so... there is Lucario. Lucario could be good. It's an interesting choice there. Sasquatch is going to be gone soon. Well, so, all right, because part of me is like, oh, I need coverage for when I don't have a fighting type on the team anymore. The whole point is that I'm not trying to cover these guys. I'm trying to cover the holes left by those guys when they're normally on the team. So let's put a steel Pokemon in. I think Wexley is a decent choice for someone to add to it for now. It's so easy to get these guys into the 40s, and then it's a big pain in the ass for everything after that. So now we're basically relying on Delmar and Sasquatch in order to get us through for a little bit, which is not the best scenario, but it's okay. Let's get ourselves down into the... Whoops, nope. Let's get ourselves down to the underground. I'm going to take a quick break for a second to have some food, and then we will continue with this. So see you in just a second. Okay, so we have returned. I've had some food. It's delicious. And we are off to get this last little biome cleared before we move on to another chunk of the map altogether. I'm going to not fight too much right now because I just want to, like, get the biome, get out of there, and be good. I think it'll be nice to just kind of take care of that quickly. What I'll probably do is I'll just fight stuff until it's time to drop off another... I don't know why I keep... It's just, like, instinctual. You're just kind of like, ooh, shiny thing. I kind of want to keep going until someone needs to get boxed again, but... Oh, and it's going to be Delmar next also. That makes me sad. Let's do ourselves a favor and just put these two right here up on the top, since they're the ones who are going to do pretty much 100% of the fighting for right now. If anything, I should probably be careful, like, say, Solrock is one that I don't have great counter for right now. I guess I have knockoff on Sasquatch, but he's also personally weak to Psychic, so that's a really bad idea. I'm going to be very sad when Delmar goes into the box, because I think it might literally be, like, the first time all game I've put Delmar away. That'll be sad. I'm also keeping an eye on, like, hard drive space and all of that stuff too, just so that everything's good. Delmar's already at 78. Great. Wexley wants Gyro Ball. Now, Gyro Ball works best if you're heavy. Oh, sorry, speed. Oh, yeah. The slower the user, the greater the power. So that's going to be awesome. Because Bronzor and Bronzong are horribly slow. Confusion and Confuse Ray. I don't need both of these. So this one just makes them confused. This one may confuse. It's not very good as a psychic move. Like, 50 is not all that impressive. Also, it's just not a great attacking Pokemon anyway, so I'm going to keep Confuse Ray, because this will just do it, assuming it doesn't have accuracy dropped or anything like that. Opposing Pokemon know any move also is known by the user. That's such a, like, I would have to be in the most perfect, position for that. And then Payback. Is this a 2-turn? I think this is just a single-turn one, but 100 that's an off-type doesn't seem all that great either. So let's get rid of Imprison. Imprison, Payback, and Confusion are all going to disappear. Heatproof is nice. Heatproof is a great one for a Bronzor. Because that is... Fire would definitely be a problem. It's what? Fire and Ice, I think, that are... Oh, no, that's Thick Fat. What's Heatproof? Halves the damage of Fireproof. So it basically makes him not weak to fire anymore. So that's nice. Yeah, we don't want to fight the Soul Rock. Or the other Soul Rock. Okay, all right. Ooh, you are perfect fodder for Delmar. Delmar loves a nice Krogunk. Meh, meh, meh. Meh, 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 meh. Oh, I bet you're shuddering. Staring down a Psychic type probably does not feel terribly good to a Krogunk. Ooh, a Bullet Punch. Ouch. Anyway, here's Psychic. Bam. There we go. Ooh, I'm going to turn the AC on a little bit. It's a little bit toasty in here right now. Apologies if that is coming through on the mic. It's just very warm in here right now. All right, Wexley. Almost another level up. I have no idea at what point Bronzor evolves. We're going to find out. Peat Rose, very close to level 60. The hope is that by the time... Oh, man. Because we're going to reach a point where I'm basically only going to have Sasquatch. And then I'm not going to even have Sasquatch as folks in the 70s. So it's going to get a little dicey for a minute. But we'll do the best we can with it. It's not like these battles are going to be impossible if I have a slightly underleveled Roserade to work with, but it's going to make them harder. Hypnosis. There we go. That's an interesting one. Let's get rid of Payback. There we go. Because that way I do still have a stab psychic move, even if it's not great with him. Okay. Anybody out here to mess with? No? Okay. Let's pick another biome to go screw around with until... Actually, no. You know what? There's no reason to, like, stay in one place for it. Let's get up out of here. Oh, actually, wait. Hang on. Let's look at our map real quick first. All right, northeast. Oh, yeah, because we dipped into there and then immediately dipped back out. So northeast, we haven't done any of the biomes. Northwest, we're clear. The western half of the central area is done, but the east has a bunch of stuff left. The southwest is also completely open. So let's do that eastern chunk. Actually, no, let's do northeast, since I'm probably not going to finish the eastern chunk by the time we have to drop off Delmar, so I may as well just head northeast and do that. Oh, is that going to be a bad idea, actually? Because northeast is probably tied to these. So let's do... I mean, my levels are going to be switching up constantly as I do this. I was going to say, like, oh, maybe I should do the lower one, then come to that one. I'm at a higher level. My levels are going to be moving the whole time. And I think the levels are pretty consistent across the whole thing anyway. Let's get into the Grand Underground. The Ground Underground. Whee! Just open a big pitfall right in front of the door. Perfect. Excuse me. All right, we are, in fact, in the northeast section. So let's check out this one and get our head in the game. Fountain Spring Cave. Oh, perfect. Nope, nope. You. Cool. There's a part of me that wants to reorder these so that, like, because the Pokedex I never use, put the Pokemon here, the bag here, the town map here. But I'm also like, is that going to confuse the shit out of me later? Let's find out. Let's do these. The rest I really don't care about, but I guess these are the 4 things I'm likely to use the most. Yeah, I think this is fine. So now Pokemon is right up front there and bag right there. Do I have Sasquatch out front? I do. Let's go beat up a tongue guy. Oh, a Dratini is over there. I don't have a great counter for Dratini right now, so I might leave that one alone for the time being. I might just keep using Cross Chop till it fucking misses. I don't know. Excellent. All right. More levels for Wexley. Wexley. Nothing fun going on there. Okay. Don't have great stuff for a Ledian. That was another Ledian. Is Dratini. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here and go to another one. Let's find somewhere else to go here. Let's go east. Let's check out what's going on over this way. Boop biddy beep biddy boo biddy boo. What's this one gonna be? Okay, I can work with this. There. Weeping Bell, Murkrow. Murkrow's interesting. That one's a little tricky. Because there's dangerous stuff for both of my main dudes right now if I attack an old Murkrow. Alright, but Weeping Bell's going to be nice and easy. We'll need a Psychic. We're off to the races. Shaboosh! Alrighty. Yeah, there we go. I was like, is he not going to get a level? What the hell? All right, Delmar still got a decent amount of fight left in him, and then Sasquatch has some more after that. Shuckle. I feel pretty safe putting Sasquatch out there. I think that'll be okay. Squishy Juice Boy. Bleep. Yeah. Okay, so duly note, Poison Jab not very effective. Is it? What type is it where that's not effective? Because water doesn't care about poison. I don't think, anyway. Huh. Alright. Stone Edge, okay. Interesting. Oh, does rock... Yeah, that's... It is... Wait. Because does rock resist... Does rock resist poison? I think it might. But what type would it be? Because rock would be weak to... Whoa! Okay. Jesus. Shuckle is apparently the place to be. Fucking hell. Alright, that went well. Safeguard. Is that a protect style move? Prevent status conditions for 5 turns. No, I'm going to pass on that. Could be useful, but it's a very specific kind of, you know, thing there. Ooh, another Shuckle. Let's just... how are you doing on health? You're doing fine. Let's go over and mess with you. Vibrava might be a little tricky. Alright. Doink. Oh, actually, that's not true. If it's got the dragon type, then I've got a fairy move on Delmar. Oh, we're already running out of cross chop, huh? Oh. Stone Edge. Okay. Oh, that was a crit, too. Oh, no. Let's just knock off. Fuck it. I'm just like, I don't really want to invite the attack from Revenge, so... Yeah, pretty good amount of experience. Peat rose up into the 60s. Hell yeah. Alrighty, nice. And we will switch you back over there. Alrighty. Although if it's ground flying at this stage, then I don't have as many good options here. I'll just have to hit it really hard. Okay, no, it is ground dragon then. All right, cool. Yeah, dazzling gleam it is. It should hit like a truck. Oof. Very nice. Meow. All right, getting some levels. Always very nice. All right, note that another Shuckle. Hey. I guess it wasn't, like, that much experience. It just looked like it because they all leveled up at the same time. But still, Shuckle's pretty easy to fight. Oh, a Bulbasaur. Hey. Fodder for Delmar. Always a fan of that. All right. Here we go. It is funny as a... ooh, Sticky Web. It is funny that... without, you know, my intention, my team has a Machamp and an Alakazam in it simultaneously. I find that very funny, considering, one, I already try hard enough to pull away from just having Gen 1 teams all the time, whereas John is a lot more comfortable with it. But John's comfort with Gen 1 has given me the two kind of, like, you know, not antithetical, the, like... I don't know, foils to one another. Machamp and Alakazam definitely feel like opposing forces in Gen 1 Pokemon. Alright, cool. Let's switch it out. Switchity out. What up, Bulbasaur? Time to die. Alright. Give me that Bulbasaur. Time to cry. God, I'm gonna have to do so much grinding. It's just like I already knew it was gonna be a lot and painful, but it even seems like it's gonna be way more. I was in my head. I was prepared mentally for like, all right, I may have to do 8 hours of this, and I'm just doing some mental math, and I'm like, oh, that's not even gonna be close. Maybe what I do is I do 12 hours of grinding, and then that's my limit for the time being. And if I have to do more grinding between gyms to get another set of dudes ready, then so be it. But that way it at least breaks it up a little bit. So I want to make sure I've got a nice diverse cast of possible dudes. The biggest problem is, like, we've been at this for, what, an hour and a half, give or take, and the first Pokemon that I chose to try to level from where it was at to the top is, like, not even halfway there. So we got a lot of fucking work to do. Nice, okay. And it's only going to get harder as our level 70s guys start to fade out on us. It's going to be very important that we have 2 or 3 level 50 dudes, like, in the team at a time, gaining levels so that they can lead the team. Right. This is normally the kind of thing, I mean, historically, when we've done stuff like this, it's happened off camera, but I was just kind of like, I don't know, maybe this is something that people might actually enjoy seeing. I don't know. So, now this is a much better one for Wexley because, again, his attacks are terrible. But at the very least, this is stronger and has a different effect than Confuse Ray. So there we go, extrasensory. I feel like Bronzors, you see a lot of them with extrasensory just because of the levels that you tend to find them at. All right, what is this? Shiny Stone. All right, cool. Let's get Sasquatch out front. Oh, Delmar is getting worryingly close to the 79. I was hoping to have Peat Rose at least to like 62 or so in time to lead the team, and it's looking like it's going to be a close shave on that front. Oh boy, I should have thought this through a little better. Let's try it. Let's hope for the best. Hopefully it's not anything too severe in terms of the stuff it's got. The good news is this should at least get it. Yeah, there we go. I don't remember if Rhyhorn or Rhydon have Sturdy. They might have it as an option. I don't know off the top of my head, but yeah. Okay. Do I have... If I have any ethers, unless I've got a ton of them, I don't want to burn them on this. Yeah, I don't have much. That's not great news going forward. Let's use some Moo Moo Milk at the very least. And again, most of these Pokemon are not going to be able to, like, run the risk of a one-hit kill against Sasquatch. But it does make me nervous having to think about it at all. Got some Sasquatch fodder down there. All right. But yeah, like I said at the top of the episode, if you're not interested in a grinding and like running commentary strategic kind of format for a super episode, do not feel bad about skipping this one. It really is fine. This is going to be a long haul. Hugo's gained 30. Basically, Hugo's gained about half of the levels that it'll have to, and they're only going to get slower. I don't think I want Takedown. I think Stomp is probably better even with the much lower power. Self-damage and low accuracy is really not a great combination on top of that, so we're gonna leave that as is. Okay, Sasquatch's time. It's funny, when I was mentally preparing for this, I was like, yeah, I'll probably just introduce it, talk for like, I don't know, half an hour or something, and then just, not bother with the mic and just have it be a commentary-free thing the whole time. But I don't know, we're kind of finding stuff to talk about as we go. And it does help me to be able to, like, verbally... Oh, did he use Revenge also? That's so funny. It does help me to say, to speak my strategies out loud. It's like the rubber ducky effect. I don't actually know what that process usually gets properly referred to as. But in coding, there's kind of a gag. It's only really half a gag, but the idea being, if you're having trouble figuring something out in code, why something's not working, try explaining it to a person bit by bit, explain the process, because you might realize that something's there. Or hell, they may just ask a question and you realize, oh my god, you're right. I didn't even think about that. Or, failing that, grab a rubber duck and explain the process to a rubber duck, and you may catch yourself realizing that something's wrong with your code. And it works a shocking amount of the time. So I don't exactly use a rubber duck. I just kind of say out loud what I'm thinking. But it's a pretty decent strategy, to be dead honest. So, don't knock it till you try it. Just double checking because he's not there yet. All right, let's get out of here and we'll go west. The other nice thing about clearing these... I think Sasquatch is out front, right? Yeah. The other nice thing about going to all these biomes is that there are TMs and things in here that I don't currently have. So it'll be nice to pick some of those up. It's a nice excuse to do a little exploration. Generally low risk exploration. Don't you explode. Okay. Ooh, that's actually perfect, because that means that Sturdy wouldn't even come into play here. That's fantastic. There we go. Down goes Geodude. Alright, Delmar's inching closer to that 79. I think I want to, use a Moo Milk here. Okay. I think the other reason that I'm doing the video, not like I think that anybody would accuse me of it anyway, but it is nice to have receipts in case someone's like, well, how do we even know that you were playing honest when you did that? Maybe someone fainted and you just pretended that it didn't or whatever, but this way that doesn't happen. Pokemon caught is very rare. Good for you. That's cool. But yeah, so now we have... Oh my god, a Caterpie. Haven't seen one of you in a long time. Let's put Sasquatch up against you. I can't imagine that a fucking Caterpie is going to be a problem. I could probably even justify putting Hugo out there against it. But just for the sake of sanity and safety, let's just do it with Sasquatch. Because the last thing I need is like, oh, it used Bug Bite, Bug Buzz, whatever, and insta-killed somebody. Because of random IV shit. Level 60, so like it's not nothing here. I think... Are all of these going to be resisted? That'll be embarrassing. Tackle. Goddamn. Oh yeah, I'm trying to remember. Caterpie doesn't actually learn many moves, does it? It basically has what? Tackle, String Shot. Actually, does it learn anything? Because I know that Metapod will learn Harden, and that's generally it. Though I think in some games it does learn one more move. Ooh, Woopa. Or Quagsire, rather. That's not... Oh, I could probably get away with a... Grass Knot. Ah, it's eating me! I forgot what I was talking about before. Oh, just like the reasons for recording all of this, but... Yeah, I don't know. It's just nice to kind of have the record of it, and it's nice to be able to verbalize my thoughts as we go, and just all these things that, like, it'll give me a little bit of peace of mind having it there as a video there. Also, if any weird shit happens, we have a quick record of that, too. All right. Inching, we're almost at 79. Heavy Slam, that should be a good one. Yeah, the more the user outweighs the target, the greater this move's power. Also a really good one. That's a tough call. Maybe we get rid of Confuse Ray? Although it does hit 100% of the time. But they can still get attacks off and shit. The fun part is, depending on how the AI is coded... If I keep putting a Pokemon to sleep against, say, Cynthia, I wonder if the game would have her use her full restores early. I actually don't know what it would do there. I think I am, though, gonna put that there. Bronzong's big thing is it's bulky, it's tanky, it's slow, and it's heavy. So using those to our advantage, I think, is a smart call here. Right, we got another one for the Squatch. Oh boy, Squatching my Squatch is probably going to be the probably is going to be the title of this, isn't it? Oh fuck. Well, we'll see if anything else comes up, but 2 hours in, that sure seems like that's likely to be our final answer. Power Whip. I'm gonna say that's a grass move, isn't it? That's an interesting one. Is it whipping its tongue? Is that the implication? Just bah. Ooh. All right, nobody leveled up. We're getting her closer. Getting closer. Ooh. Tentacruel's tricky because on the one hand, I feel like I should be able to just, let's do it. It should be fine. Like I should be able to. I'm wondering whether Delmar will be able to one-hit Sasquatch. Tentacruel. What the hell? I think it should be able to. I'll be goddamn surprised if something bad happens with this matchup. It shouldn't. I'll be real sad if it does. I think there's the situational here. Also, ball with angry eyes. For all we know, that's just a Tangela unfurled with a shell or the hat on. And there we go. Nice. I was gonna say it'd be situationally very funny if, and then I straight up forgot what I was going to say would be funny. So that's fun. All right. Oh boy. Yeah, 2 hours in and we still haven't quite gotten someone from like bottom to top yet. We're getting close-ish. In the sense that it's going to be probably another 2 hours before we get there. So clearly I need to be a little more particular about who I'm grabbing to level them up. Because I can't get fucking everybody. I wasn't planning to anyway. But I need to pick and choose very carefully based on my needs for these gym leaders and also for the Elite Four. I don't want a repeat of, what was it, the ground room? Like, I'd prefer not to find myself in a situation where I'm just surviving. Like, that will not be a good position to be in. Hey, Wexley! Growing up so fast. Look at you wobbling. So, like, okay, was it like a visual glitch with Snover then? Because Snover was just a big, giant, glowing circle. Does it do that if it doesn't preload the model fast enough? Like, I'm just confused. One caused a meteor storm and it was dug up at a construction site after a 2,000-year sleep. It was Jesus' bell. Block. Does that prevent a certain move from being used? Oh, keeps them from running away. I don't think I care about that. I don't think that's going to matter. I'm sure there will be instances where my opponents are setting up multi-Pokemon strategies, but I don't think it's going to be something that I want to be specifically going up against, you know? Oh, I can't go through there? Game. Come on, man. Oh my god, I'm amazed I got through there. Get away from me. We need to wrap... Oh boy, yeah, we kind of just bisected this this area, huh? Sure, I didn't even mean to run into you. Okay, but we got the central zone, so only head east. We'll get some of those going. We're not going to finish them in the time it takes before Delmar hits 79. But we may as well just kind of keep pushing on through. Oh, man. Yeah, editing this is going to be... I mean, it's going to be easy in the sense that I'm really not going to have to do much. It's more just like, goddamn, there's going to be so much of it. It's going to be a massive video. And generally speaking, I sit through the whole thing. For anything that's not a stream, I sit through the entire thing and re-listen in case of weird audio blips, in case there's something wrong with the video that I notice in there. Usually, if there's something wrong with the video, there's not a lot I can do about it anyway. But, like, whatever. There we go. All right, 79. So now it's just it's a little bit of the waiting game. It's how much can I do with Delmar before he gets too close to full on 79. Ooh, another Shuckle. These have been pretty good for fodder. Holy shit. Maybe Shuckle is what I got it, because, like, Shuckle notoriously does not have a lot of attack stuff. It's the whole reason that it needs, is it Power Trick? What the hell is the... there's a move that switches a Pokemon's physical attack and physical defense, I want to say. And that's usually the main way that Shuckle becomes an offensive thing out of nowhere. It's like the only thing to really watch out for with Shuckle. They're not really built for... Whoa! Dang. I wasn't expecting that. All right. I guess we'll do Dazzling Gleam. Alrighty. I may need to just surface for the sake of nice. For the sake of getting my PP back. Because I'm kind of running low here. So yeah, let's surface. We'll come down again brief. I'm not going to drop Delmar off yet, because I want to try to do more with Delmar before then. Because it also just gives Pete Rose a chance to get a few more levels, like one more level before shit really starts to kick off and he's got to run the crew. It's the idea anyway. All right. Ba-da-ba. Okay. Hope to see you again. Yada, Mickey yada. Oh my god. Our phone's blowing up. Alright. Let's get out of here. We'll head back down. We'll get a little bit more battling in before Delmar's got to hit the bench. Alright. So many prompts before we can get down there. Okay. A second here. There we go. Okay. So let's go. I mean, the Shuckles were a pretty fucking safe way to go. If they're just generating in that room, it's not a bad place to be if it's going to be a very temporary run here. So let's go for it. Oh, they're not going to generate this time? Oh, no, there we go. I'm going to try to stay away from the Stunky and Stunfisk because I think they're poison dark. And I definitely don't want to make Psychic not an option here. At the end of the episode, I'll have to see if I can keep track. I don't know if I'll keep track enough for it just because of, like, sanity reasons, but I'd be curious how many Pokemon we actually see over the course of this whole thing. Alright, I don't care about evading anything. Dazzling Gleam, we're close enough. Alright. Let's keep it going. Let's not fight bugs. Let's try to stay away from the buggy boys. Make some noise at the buggy boys. Go on, Delmar. I know you can do it. And if you don't, I'll be really sad and cry at your grave. Alright. Oh. Alrighty. Well, that's not good. Didn't knock off anything. Haha. Eat a big dirt. What you gonna do about Shuckle? More like, oh, fuckle. Alright, Hugo, moving up in the world. Wexley, doing likewise. Alright. Ooh, alright. Yeah, you. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Alrighty. Weeping Bell, what you using that mouth for? Okay. Psychic it up. This should be nice and easy. Yeah, I'm not horribly worried about Pete Rose. If I pick and choose my battles carefully, then we should be fine. And then once Pete Rose gets into the upper 60s and into the 70s, it should become much less of a concern. And also by that point, a bunch of our Pokemon are going to be close to are going to be close to being able to assist as well. I'm just popping in here real quick because I do want to check what type Shuckle actually is. It'd be nice to know. It is kind of funny the way that the National Dex works. You've got your regular Pokedex, and then it just shoves most of it out of the way. Oh, I guess you can switch Pokedexes with R. That's pretty cool. See, evaluation. Oh, evaluating the Pokedex. That's funny. Oh, did I not? Did I miss it? Let's sort it by A to Z. That should make this nice and fast. There we go. 213. Okay. I thought I couldn't remember if it was... all right, whatever. Do I not get to know its type until I catch it? Ugh. That's annoying. Fine, I'll look it up. I'll look it up the old-fashioned way. Because this is an important thing to know for sure. Shuckle is rock bug. Why did I think water was in there? That does explain the poison resistance, and also why fighting was neutral. Rock and bug together have some interesting overlaps. Okay. Well, that's good to know. Let's head to the right. Or fuck it, let's just keep fighting Shuckles. Shuckles are actually pretty fucking good here, and I don't think Shuckle has any, like, dangerous bug moves I need to be watching out for either. Right. And even if it does, it's not a very offensive Pokemon anyway. Oh. Keep hoping for like a crit or like a little extra or something. Covet. Covet like a squavit. Dazzling Gleam. Cool. All right. Yeah, how much experience are we getting here? 1813. All right, we can probably manage, like, God, I don't know, like 7 or 8 more of those before we have to pull Delmar out. Oh! Nincada. We could fight that with Sasquatch, I think. Man, remember when I think I was the one who caught the Nincada for God, was it Ruby Sapphire? But I caught one, and I think I actually used the Shedinja. Like, I specifically made a point of getting it evolved. These are all fucking terrible for what we're doing here, so I'm just going to use Revenge, and we'll... Oh, well... Okay. I mean, that's not going to be, like, a big issue here, but... Oh, Revenge hits anyway? Or is that because of an ability or held item that I've got? Or is that just a thing that Revenge does? I don't know. Funny part is, I'm going to have to break this off before, like, before the 5-hour mark, I think. But possibly before the 4-hour mark, depending on how, like, breaks and things work. Just because I don't have the disk space for more than, like, 5-ish hours of recording at a time at the moment. I can make space, but also probably a healthy thing to cut it off for my own purposes earlier than that, you know? And I can certainly pre-edit a few of the things so that I know how far in I am, so that I can cut off the whole episode before we hit that magical 12-hour mark. Righty. Level 59, so I might take it down in 1 here. Oh, you fucker. Oh, it's got sturdy too, right? So, never mind there. Fuck your sticky fucky web. Sticky fucky web. Hallelujah. Goodbye, Shuckle. Aw, Shuxle. Alright. Get maybe like 3 or 4 more, probably. I thought I saw another... Yeah, there you go. I was like, I could have sworn... Oh, there's 2 more. Oh, he's doing fine on health. I'm not worried at all. I love my outfit in this game. I really like that. I hope that they keep bringing back custom clothes. And they really need to be, from the outset, better than Scarlet and Violet. Scarlet and Violet really dropped the ball on customization. Like, the school uniform made sense contextually with you being in a school, except for the fact that you're in the school for such a small amount of, time to deal with this fast. I almost want to just flee, but let's just do this and be out of here. Because we absolutely, the second it uses Power Trick, we do not want to be in a battle with a Shuckle anymore, because that thing is going to hit hard. Granted, the second it does that, its physical defense falls out of the sky. So, Delmar is not great for that, but yeah, we got a little under 7,000 experience left there. But yeah, Sasquatch would be fine. Okay. Spike kick. Hey, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Cool. All right. So we got a little under 5,000 left now. So I can get 2 more of those. I can get 2 more Shuckles with, safely, and then we have to drop off Delmar. Okay. Oh, there we go. I'm just going for the Shuckles because they're very, very straightforward in terms of how we're fighting them. I think when we switch it up, it's gonna be a little different there. Okay. Goodbye, Shuckles. Unlike Shuckle, I don't Shuckle. I'd rather shuck my Shuckle. Alright, how much do we have left now? We got around we got enough for 1 more, and then Delmar's got to go. Good news, too, is we're also setting up our dudes to hit level 80 very quickly when we pick them back up for the actual strenuous gym battle times. Come on, Shuckle, where you at here? Ooh, Pineco. I think I'm actually gonna deal with that with Sasquatch just because I'm pretty certain Pineco is not in my Pokedex right now. I'm trying to remember, is it just Bug? I don't think it's like Bug Psychic or anything. Because no, it becomes Forretress, which is Bug Steel, right? Let's just cross chop it. It'll probably be resisted, but that's fine. Yeah, that's okay. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Okay. 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 We're okay. We're okay. This is why we record this. We're okay. Jesus. God damn. Also, speaks to the amount of... I've been able to build up his friendship quickly enough that he saved his own life. Because this is one of John's Pokemon. So in just, 44 and a half episodes time, he has appreciated me enough to not die, so that's good. Oh, boy. That was a nice heart attack. As we're at, a little over 2 hours. I miscounted before. The video's been recording for about 2 hours, 40 minutes, but about half an hour of that time has been not in recording, so we're at, almost 2 1/4, I think. Iron defense. Man, it could be really nice. Especially if Bronzong becomes my wall. The biggest problem, because I'm just ooh, it'd be really nice if he became my wall for dealing with Cynthia in terms of just sitting there, getting sturdier, and then just wreaking havoc. But again, Bronzong's not going to be an extremely offensive dude. Also, physical is looking better than special. So here's the thing. Bronzong is very heavy, but there's a lot of Pokemon Bronzong is not going to be amazingly heavier than. So I think I'm going to get rid of Heavy Slam. I'm going to keep Iron Defense, because Gyro Ball is almost certainly going to be the stronger of the two in most circumstances. Or do I get rid of Hypnosis? Or is Hypnosis really good? Hypnosis could be good for dealing with Cresselia when I have to catch Cresselia. I don't know. This is a tough call. I think I'm going to get rid of Heavy Slam. I've got Gyro Ball, similar vibes. And in the worst case, I can get these moves back. So... Alright. There we go. Oh, that was a bit of a fucking heart attack, huh? Where are we at here? If Delmar's got less than 2,000, 2,600, we should be able to do one more Shuckle. If it's going to generate any. I don't actually know if we've fought a Hoppip. I think we have. Okay. Let's go back in. Whoop, nope, didn't mean to do that. I was pressing down, but I guess I did just enough to the right. There we go. Oh, and a Nidorino. Oh, that's fun. My worry is that it'll give enough experience to throw us over the line there. You know what? Nope, nope. I was going to say we'll just do it anyway, but nope, I'm going to play it straight. I'm going to do it. I'm going to try to be good about not going over 79. I know that Shuckle won't. I don't know that Nidorino won't. I can assume that by it not being a fully evolved Pokemon, it probably wouldn't. I have the wrong Pokemon out right now. Whoops. You know what? Let's just run. It's very silly, but it also means that I am not going to put Delmar in a spot where he can't get a final battle in. I know I'm being ridiculous about this, but I love Delmar and I want the best for him. And I don't remember how many experience points anybody else gave us. All of a sudden, Shuckles are like way less common in here. Oh, Mareep! I love Mareep. In the Pokemon fan game idea that I've had cooking for a long time, Mareep is actually one of the starters. I believe my 3 starters that I had in mind were Mareep, Horsey, and Trapinch. And the reason for that is the 3 of them at different points, but the 3 of them all ultimately are or can Mega Evolve into a Dragon type, and the other type they have form a almost complete type triangle. So that was kind of just a fun thing to have there. Just seemed like a neat thing to try to work in there, and like it's a little bit higher stakes going against the fully evolved other starters as a result, which is, you know, fun to kind of add into that mix. Okay. Sticky Web, that's fine. My worry was if it did use Power Trick, if only because I'm out of Psychic. So I don't know if Dazzling Gleam is going to be enough to one-hit kill it here. Okay. Wasn't sure, so I just, you know, it is 63. It is level 63, so I might actually have gone slightly over. Nope. All right, we're good. Time to go. Delmar's coming with. There we go. Drop off Delmar. We'll pick up another Pokemon. We will check our list. We'll see what we can do here. We'll heal first. All right, we're going to have to get very picky with our choices for opponents for a little bit. Because now we're in a spot where we only are going to have one Pokemon over level 70 and one Pokemon over level 60 for a while. All right. You come over here. Who else do I want? What's a good type that we don't currently have great... Mr. Mime might be decent. Psychic and Fairy can be a pretty good combination. I don't think it's going to help us with the gym leaders very much. The most it would be helpful for is against a Maylene. Which I suspect... Yeah, I don't know. So Gardenia has a lot of really obvious coverage types for grass. The three that come after, Maylene, Crash Awaken, Fantina, they have weaknesses and they don't have as uniform of a coverage for those types. So, like, they'll broadly, I'm sure, have coverage moves and things, but they don't have, like, a one, like, silver bullet they can use. Let's see. What do I have for grass Pokemon? I guess I got Peat Rose. Fire, we've got Hugo. Water, we've got a bunch. Electric, we've got Lucky. Psychic, we have Delmar. Whoops. And Wexley. Ghost. Ghost and Dark are ones we could probably use. There is a Ghost gym. Fantina's Ghost. And I'm probably going to want Dark, though I'm going to have to watch out for, like, Fighting and Fairy, I think, as possible other moves in there. Chill Helm would be extremely weak to Fighting, which makes me nervous. But for a Ghost Gym, Chill Helm should be pretty solid. I think Chill Helm is my only Dark Pokemon. Yeah, everybody else, they're my only Dark Pokemon, so... Oh, boy. This might be a bad call. I think Rothrock is likely to be someone that I want to bring onto the team. I think Roscoe may as well, but at that point we've got a lot of fighting. We already actually Rothrock. The biggest thing for Metatite is that Rothrock is Fighting and Psychic, both of which are types we have pretty decent coverage for, or we already have existing. Roscoe might be a little more useful just type-wise. Oh, man. We don't have the most amazing team. Celia might be nice to get another ice type in there. Do I want a bug? Do I want... Volbeat actually is a pretty good Pokemon in terms of, like, its IVs. It's got good attack. Got pretty solid defensive capabilities across the board. Special attack is decent. Huh. Is Volbeat my only bug? No, because I've got Dustin over here. But that's not going to be a great one to build up anyway. We got Viola, who's very middling, it seems like. So I think Murph Babies is going to be one that I am referring to pretty soon. Let's... Yeah, I think this will be okay. I was debating, all right, do I put Murph Babies in so I have more dudes in the upper 40s to low 50s to all kind of move as a block? In fact, I think I am going to do this, actually. I'm going to switch. I'm going to do that. Chill Helm I'm going to put here. The ones that are on the very bottom are the ones that I think I do want to have on the team, or at least have ready to fight. Man, a Gengar... Very good defenses, so it's not going to be as easy to kill. That's nice. A ground move, if it gets fully evolved, is going to be a problem, though. Ghost and Poison is also a type combination that's not going to do us a ton of favors in the gyms anyway. Not a lot of good stuff for the Elite Four either, to be dead honest. Best defense on Marin is surprising. Terrible special defense. That's all the emphysema. 3 perfect IVs, but terrible special attack, but decent physical attack. Ammonite could actually be useful here. I have a ton of water and rock coverage is the thing. But it is like the ideal attacker to deal with Flint. I'm going to put you down here. We're going to get you built up. I am going to pull these guys down here because I think they probably deserve to get some attention there. Could be good as like a... I mean, it's got very good... What are your... I mean, it's a level 1, so I'm going to have not a clear picture of what its stats are going to look like. Yeah, no idea at all. Because it's like, I don't know, if I used a Blissey as a wall against Cynthia, I could really, really beef it up to make it near impossible to kill and then give it enough boosters to actually have it be attacking through stuff. It's a possibility. Is there anybody else who stands out as... Oh, Winnie is probably one who I could pull in. Oh, yeah, the only reason that I've got... Ooh, is that a Hornet? Ooh, don't like that. Definitely don't like that. The only reason that I've got Victor here as well as Sasquatch is because Sasquatch is the one that was given to me from John. Otherwise, it wouldn't have... you know, I wouldn't be able to have another one on the team. Man, this is rough. This is pretty rough. Oh, man. Fire, flying, poison, bug, ice. I could grab Seal, but just that terrible hit point IV really makes me not happy. That's not great. Do I have any other... Oh, I guess I have Montgomery as ice. Flying, Psychic, Fairy, which I have Winnie for like the Maylene gym. Grass and Electric. I got Montgomery for Crasher Wake as like possibly a lead there. Man. Man. Okay. I've got 5 that are good, 1 that's coming up quickly. I've got another 5, and then another 5, and that gives me 16 Pokemon to work with. What do I not have a lot to work with of? Ice, which my only real option is another water Pokemon. Electric, I've really only got 1, but Electric is a pretty limited amount that it can do anyway. Was it Water, Flying, and that's it? Fire, but I don't have any other options for Fire. Steel, but I don't want a Steelix. I do have Lucario coming in. Flying. I don't really have a flying Pokemon, so maybe Charlie should rejoin. I've got Gyarados, but he doesn't have actual flying moves. And I want 1 more. So I can have three sets of 6, basically. One more good one. Water, ground and rock. I guess I don't have extras of those, do I? I guess I have rock but not ground. I could bring in Helga Toupee. Defenses are pretty good. And HP is very good, so she should be very solid on the like, defensive front. Doug Trey actually might be a better one. I think Hippopotas and Hippodon are going to have better chunky stuff going on, but... Ooh. Let's take a quick look here. Whoops, nope. Check summary. Attack is down, special attack is up. That's not good. 114.78 in the 50s. You're at in the 20s. You got one of the natures where it's in the middle. Oh yeah, what is your speed? That's the other thing I wanted to check. 139, which is good, but I have faster Pokemon right now. I think it's probably smarter to pull in Helga Toupee. So I think these 7 are the ones that are going to make their way onto the team. Man, it's going to be hard fucking grinding for these guys, especially they're all so low level. Jesus. All right. I think Chillhelm is going to have to come on as soon as Sasquatch is done, just to try to give ourselves a dense chunk of like dudes in their 40s, 50s, and into the 60s. Oh, man. Man, oh, man. All right. Did I actually go into the... Did I actually... Yes. Okay, cool. All right. Well, I'm going to hop back down into the underground. I'm going to take a break because I've been recording for about 2.5 hours and I'm very tired. But we're going to keep this going. We got a lot of work to do. This is going to be a very long thing. So, see ya in a second / later. Okay, it's a new day. It's a new time to jump in here and get our dudes leveled up. You got anything else going on here? Oh, hilarious. Ooh, this guy down here is actually pretty good if he stays put. If he moves around, then he's not really useful. But if he actually stays in that spot... I'm Emmy. I lost against a wild Pokemon and work had to carry me away. Because if I can stay down here and rest with that guy... Well, boy, that was not my favorite way to say that. But if I can use, you know, the mobile Pokemon Center kind of dude, then I can keep my Diglett points, which is nice. So I'm in a spot now where I kind of need to just fight with Sasquatch out front. Pete Rose is, like, almost there, but not quite. You should be okay. Beldum is a possibility, but let's start with Pupitar. Pupitar is Rock Dragon, I think. Is that the combo? Let's find out. It also means I can use my moves without being terribly worried about like running out of PP and having to go up as frequently. Like, I'm less concerned about my health as I am about my moves being, you know, usable. Oh, we really don't have that long with Sasquatch before it's time to switch it up. I forget if Beldum is Steel Psychic the whole time. Oh, wait, is Edgar Steel Psychic? I mean, it's Steel, I know that much, but... Oh, Bug and Rock would be neutral, but that's fine. I'm trying to rebound mentally a little bit. Not from the last time. Last time was fine. But literally moments before I hopped on for this. So I've been in the process of doing some job hunting and stuff. And I had one that reached out to me. Both because I was, uh-oh, we got to do this quick. Let's do knockoff. There we go. It reached out to me because he was working on some kind of tool for content creators and needed front-end dev work, and me being a content creator gives me a little extra insight. I was gonna say foresight into all of that stuff. And Camerupt is... It's fire ground? Or fire rock? I mean, neither's going to be... Let's try it. Neither's going to be, like, a specific problem, but... Rock would at least make me super effective. But yeah, so... Reached out, we've been chatting for the last, like, week or so. Setting up a coffee meeting to kind of, like, do introductions and that sort of thing. And literally moments before hopping on here, he was asking, like, oh, have you know... I'd asked, you know, hey, should I prepare anything for this? Which is... You know, a smart thing to do if you're in any sort of, like, especially a technical career field. It's good to know if you should prepare, you know, anything in terms of more like knowledge. Generally speaking, if someone's asking you to prepare, like, a presentation or something in a technical field, that's a little odd, a little bit suspect. But what's also suspect is moments before, like, literally, I was just checking my messages because, like, oh, I got a message as I started the recording. And he was like, oh, have you used this thing or this thing before? And the two things were... Oh, okay. And the two things are both UI generative AI products. And I'm just like, oh, man. I haven't responded yet, but I was just like, oh, that took so much of the wind out of my sails. Ooh, boy. Okay, I would need a lot of big ones. I cannot afford any of these. Let's see. Volt Switch, which I have, but I could use more of. Overheat. That's not awesome. These two. Dragon Pulse and Stone Edge I have a copy of. And then Poison Jab, which I think I have on... Sasquatch already, so I think I'm not going to worry about these. But yeah, that just kind of, like, deflated me really badly, and I was just like, oh, this has me a lot less excited. I'm meeting with, as I'm recording this, I'm meeting with him tomorrow. The only reason I would not normally talk about this kind of thing, except I'm 1,000,000% certain that this guy is not going to sit through 2.5 hours of however long this thing is to stumble across that. So I'm also not naming, you know, any like the guy or the group or anything like that, but it's just like, man, really? It's just a bummer. It's just a bummer, especially because, like, those are products that are, like, I am a UI UX developer, as, like, that's my real person job. And these are tools that are being used usually by, not to, you know, get mean about it, but less qualified UI UX people in order to build a product that learns and then, you know, is intended to replace UI and UX developers. And it's like, not a big fan of helping destroy everyone in my industry. It's really not something I'm excited about as a prospect. So yeah, I get to pick tomorrow between. Well, I mean, who knows what's going to happen with all with a bunch of other stuff. Like I've been in the pipeline with enough job things that have gotten much further and still fallen apart. So, like, nothing is a certainty here. So let's go and heal first. This is going to be the more frustrating part right here, where I'm healing just because cross chop is my most reliable offensive move. Not you, but it's only got 5 PP, so I'm going to be healing it a bunch. But I also only have Sasquatch for one more level, so but yeah, I don't know. The damnedest thing. Oh my god! Cacturn and Cacnea. Oh, my babies. I'm just becoming a cactus guy. I'm just kind of becoming a cactus dude over time. I don't know. It just kind of happened all at once. What's the cactus equivalent of a furry? Am I a pointy? Like, I forget how it came up, but there was some, like, stream or whatever where I was actually going to fight both of these guys, so they're in my decks, too. There was some discussion on, like, favorite Pokemon or whatever, and I think I had mentioned, like, Maractus is one of my favorite Pokemon. I mentioned that, like, oh, I actually kind of like all the cactus ones, so Cacnea, Cacturn as well. And I thought about it, I was like, you know, I do like, oh, because we did Digimon. The Digimon, shouldn't do Poison Jab. the Digimon D-Pad and Chillin' U with our patrons, and I think Togemon. Togemon is the one that Palmon digivolves to, and that's the one that's basically a big cactus with boxing gloves. I was like, oh yeah, that one's pretty fun. And then there's obviously Cactars, who I'm like, Cactars are the ones that I'm like the least cool with. I don't know why. They're just like creepy. They remind me of the oh, I forget what they're called. The little statue dudes from Animal Crossing. Nope. It's like right on the tip of my tongue, and I can't. Nope, I don't have it. But it reminds me of those for whatever reason. It's also very interesting how many cactus things have such a similar design, like, basis. A lot of them seem to have, like, hollowed-out areas for, like, eyes and mouths and stuff. Cactar does, Togemon does, Cacnea does. Maractus doesn't. Maractus has, like, the multicolored eyes, but... yeah, I just like cacti characters. Characteracti? Characters? We'll make it work. We'll figure something out. But yeah, so that's where I've been today. Is the kind of like I have to decide between. I hope I don't have to. I hope he's just like, oh yeah, that's just a tool that sometimes we have folks using if they're still kind of blah blah blah. But like I've been a web developer for 12 years. I do not need an AI to build a page for me. I can build beautiful websites on my own. It usually helps if I have a mock-up, to be fair. I do struggle sometimes with starting from nothing. Wow, this dude's fast. Starting from nothing is sometimes a little difficult, but I will eventually get there. If I have someone with like design specs or a mock-up, I can build that shit real quick. But like, yeah, I have to just decide between continuing to put my career on hold versus my, moral boundaries on all of this stuff, which is not my favorite choice to make, if I'm being real honest. I've been looking for about over 13 months now. It is not pretty out there. Shout out to anybody doing job hunting these days. It's a fucking nightmare. It's interesting. What was Onyx using then? Was he using counter or something? I gotta be careful about that shit. Honestly, anything with sturdy and counter has the chance of obliterating someone completely out of nowhere, which I do not love. Honestly, the more I'm down here, the more I'm like, man, I should actually make a list of the Pokemon I haven't seen yet and just try to fill up my Pokedex as much as I can down here. Because if I'm going to be down here... I mean, right now I'm doing it with the biomes, trying to like get all these springs or whatever they're called, cave. Well, this one's volcanic cave, but all the various areas, trying to like get them all like lit up. After that, I don't need to be like wandering anywhere particular, but I may as well try and fill my decks as much as I can. Like, no harm in that. I've already started editing the first segment of this. I'm about 25 minutes into the first 2.5 hours. It's going to be very weird having this as one giant video. I kind of figured Explosion was happening. Okay. I was like, that's why I went with Revenge, because I'm like, if it has Sturdy, then I'm going to get a hit anyway, so I may as well make my attack very strong. And this way, if I get it almost all the way down and then it explodes, I'm not, like, wasting a turn. Wasting PP. Oh, boy. But yeah, no, it was funny because I was, like, getting ready to go. I was all jazzed up. I had the energy, and then that happened, and I was like, oh, boy. Really, really is going to make today a little bit tricky as far as keeping my energy up. But we'll do what we can. We'll get a couple more hours in, probably another 2.5. And then we'll continue from there. And I think I had decided on mic. I think it was on mic where I was talking about it that like I think the idea is going to be I'm going to okay. Not really sure what that was. All right. But I had decided that I'm going to grind until either my team is at a composition that I'm happy with, or I hit the 12-hour mark, whichever comes first. And then we'll do what we can, and then if we have to grind up more dudes later, then we will. But that way I'm not, like, sitting here forever. And also, it gives me a hard time limit, both in terms of, like, a reasonable amount of grinding to do, reasonable 12 hours, but, like, you know, it gives me an upper bound on how much grinding it can do, and also makes sure that I can put this on YouTube, like, without it being a problem. So when it comes time for me to do my final session of this before the limit, I have to, like, double, triple, quadruple check exactly how much time I have. Because if I have to speed this up by, like, 2.5% to make it all fit, that's going to be a little awkward. Although you would be surprised how much you can get away with speeding something up before you actually notice. Because, like, for starters, every single video that we produce that is a recorded thing, the sound is, the audio from the mics is either very slightly sped up or very slightly slowed down. I mean, to sync it up with the game audio, but it's like, it's just kind of funny. They're like, oh yeah, we almost never have an audio track that is exactly the same speed as the audio from the video track. Alright. Volbeat or Illumise, I can never remember. I think Volbeat is red, Illumise is purple. I don't love the two psychic dudes hanging out here, so we're not going to fight them. Although, oh, I forget what type you are. Are you fighting Zangoose? Girafarig is normal psychic, and I forget if that would leave it. I forget if psychic resists fighting. Yeah, I don't love this. So let's do knockoff, because if it is psychic, then this will catch it by surprise. Close combat. My thought was fighting to start with, but it's just very funny that close combat is what it opted for here. All right, well there we go. Okay, Murph babies. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, when it comes time to switch out Sasquatch, I'm going to take a quick look and make sure that we're prioritizing folks that are best for Gardenia and maybe Maylene as well in terms of getting levels, because they're the ones I'm going up against first, regardless of everything else. Okay, definitely not you. Psychic Flying. Yeah, this isn't a great chamber for me to hang out in, so I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to start running back. I would go up above ground, except we have that healing guy. But at the same time, does it really matter? We've only got 3 more rooms down here. I'm gonna, yeah, let's just go up. It'll make it faster, and also, oh, whoops, I keep forgetting that you have to. It's weird that you can't just select this menu from there. I'm gonna do the mining stuff separately because that's even less content than this. There's no real decision making, and you can technically just do it infinitely until you get what you want. As opposed to this, where there's lots of ways to make mistakes. I mean, with it being a Nuzlocke, in a regular Pokemon game, this would be equally as, you know, whatever, but... Alrighty. So we got one more level and change from Sasquatch. And then it's Pete Rose's turn. And I was thinking about it. I do have rare candies. And I would prefer to save them for the very, very end in dealing with Cynthia for the final rematch. But if I'm going to wind up doing grinding stuff off screen anyway, I don't even, like, that'll either be on or off screen. I'm not really sure. But realistically, grinding for Cynthia. Oh, a Turtwig. Let's beat you up. Grinding for Cynthia may happen off screen if it's just like, okay, well, all of our dudes need to go up levels. Because especially, there is at least a tiny element of danger here. There's not much, but, like, there is the capacity for stuff to go wrong. But if my whole team, if I have, you know, 12.5 Pokemon that are all in the ballpark of level 80 coming in here to grind, there's virtually no chance of anything bad happening. The worst case scenario is a counter. It's like basically the only bad situation that could happen. I want to say... Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say, like, that I thought the rate of the mysterious shards goes up as you get more, like, end-game and post-game progress. But I don't think that's right. I think you have to beat the Elite Four for them to even show up. And then I think they stay consistent after that. They may go up with progress in Ramanas Park, but I'm not sure. Also, was Ramanas Park or anything like it in the originals? Because that used to be the Pal Park in Diamond and Pearl. I don't know if it was still Pal Park in Platinum. But I'm curious if there's, like, a cutesy reason they came up with Ramanas as the name there, you know? He wants to learn Inferno. Okay. Inferno. This leaves the target with a burn. Only 50% accuracy. But guaranteeing a burn if it lands is pretty nice. My special is worse than my physical, but not by that much. Where's the speed stat? I'm already pretty fast. And it's less good than Flame Wheel. Well, so here's the thing. What's the likelihood that I want two different things that leave targets with a burn? Sorry, that's not at all. That I just realized that came out completely inverted. What are the odds of me needing two different moves that can do that, as opposed to just having one and picking ahead at, like, what are the odds that I'm going to choose Inferno over Flame Wheel? Which, I mean, I guess strictly speaking, the odds of landing a burn are better with Inferno. Because I think Flame Wheel, it would either be, what, 10% or 30%, and it's probably 10%. Whereas this, it's only got a 50% chance of landing, but it's a 50% chance of inflicting a burn. Oh, boy. I guess let's do so few PP. This is tough. This is a tough one. Problem is, a lot of grass types have... Actually, you know, I think grass type used to be a special type back before the split. But there is also the steel. There's also the we are also fighting Byron later on. And that one, steel types are very focused on physical. So a burn will help unless they have, what, guts or something? Ice. Alright, let's do it. That might be a huge mistake. But we'll try it. I like that you have a 50% chance of inflicting a burn. Like, it's not as... I think Will-O-Wisp has better odds, but... Alright, no damage there. Time to fight right down. Come over here. Alright. But yeah, so now we're at level 79, so we've got a limited amount of time with Sasquatch before it's Pete Rose's turn. This wouldn't be the worst room for Pete Rose to do stuff in. I don't think grass resists ground, which is a problem, but being grass gives it a great ability to just rip down like Rhydons and Rhyhorns. Let's keep moving for now. This isn't the most incredible room for Sasquatch. mean, realistically, water-based rooms are the ones that are going to be the best for Peat Rose. Alright, this is going to be... Oh, Trap Inch! I love a Trap Inch. Yeah. Nope, I want you. Here we go. Mag Cargo. Yeah, Mag Cargo and its baby Magby. I know it's Slugma. You can stop writing. Alright. Yeah, we only have a couple more. Machamp seems to be one that levels up very quickly at this point, so we're only going to have, like, maybe 4 more battles like that, and then we're done with Sasquatch. Alright. How do you pet a Machamp, anyway? Alright, let's get out of this room and let's prioritize opening up the biomes so that we can get our last couple of matches. Because now we don't have Cross Chop, we have Revenge. And then we have like Knockoff and Poison Jab, but let's get over here so that if we have to leave a little bit early, then we've got all the biomes on this side clear. Oh, hey. Wait, I'm sorry. What did that say? Expand secret base. Huh. Although, why? You know? Another odd keystone. Shards. Evolutionary stones I don't need. Plates. Oh, I thought they were saying I had 84 icicle plates. I was like, what the hell? No, it's... Oh, no, these are things to sell. These are things that I'd be selling. I'm like, oh, there's an awful lot of stuff. You know, I don't want to sell any of this shit. Because, like, yeah, I could expand my base, but, like, again, why? There's not, like, a real reason to. Alrighty. Final biome. Volcanic Cave. Well, we got a couple Gravelers. We got an Onyx. We're going to get this show on the road. Did the background look... Textures look less pixelated? Or not less pixelated, less high def? Like, they look a little pixelated. Like, the rocks, especially on the shiny bits in particular. It's very odd... Huh. Oh, they're really reaching for that fucking explosion, huh? There we go. I mean, at least I know for a fact that explosion will not kill Sasquatch. Even a crit would not be enough. Alright. Let's do another one. Let's do another one. Let's heal first. And then do another one. Graveler. Oh, I forget also. Are shiny Pokemon actually noticeably shiny on the map in this game? Because they were in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. But I don't know if they will be for this one. Mega Punch. Right. Bang. Of course, he's got Sturdy, because why the fuck wouldn't he? Please don't explode now. Oh, good, I got in there first. Hey. Goodbye. Alright. Get like 2 or 3 more? I think I'm pretty good on health still. Is that Onyx? There he is. Oh, we'll just do another... one of these bad boys. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Go on, Sasquatch. I know you can do it. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Stone Edge. Okay. Please don't have Sturdy. Yay! It didn't have Sturdy. Happy birthday. Montgomery and Murph babies. The twins. I think we got one more in us. Probably have more, but I think more than one more would be pushing it. I should have healed in between. That was stupid. That's okay. Alright. Just to be safe, right? Like, I don't know this one's power compared with the Gravelers, so, like, let's just err on the side of caution. Okay. Does it now. Just petting those beautiful abs. Oh my god, another Stone Edge? Whoa! And down goes Onyx. I could get one more in there of like a Graveler even. I would do the Houndoom, but I'm a little because that one's fully evolved. Let's just get out of here. It's fine. Missing out on like 2 more battles really isn't going to be the end of the world here. And we are done with that chunk of the map now. So we're going to go and heal, and then I think I'm going to go to the southeast and get that map going, because I think that was the next spot that we wanted. Eventually we're going around like Mount Coronet, but... Alright. Nope. Not what I was trying to do. Alright, time to drop off some Pokémon. Alright, so there's 6. There's our 3 and 3. So, let's see. We had our list over here of dudes that we wanted to focus on soon. Dark and Ice might be really good. I'm just trying to think for... So for Grass... especially with a bunch of them possibly having Poison... Let's get... Let's get Sneasel in there. Alright, so now we're in a bit more of a dangerous position, because we have our best Pokemon is only barely better than the highest level Pokemon we have seen down here. So battles are going to stop being like automatic, yeah, we got it, deals. So we need to be very careful about how we proceed. So what I am not going to do is just go to every biome and go, yep, we're going to fight everybody in here. What we're going to do, we're still going to try to explore and open up all the biomes. But until Peat Rose is level like 70 or higher, we're basically only going to engage in fights with dudes that we know that we're super effective against. I think that's the smart way of doing this. Also, happy about 3 hours of doing this. It's me grabbing a root beer. Interesting. So that was not far enough to the southeast. How much further down can I go? Nope, this is the wrong one. I forget how I actually look at the big map. Oh, I have to do this and then this. Oh, and rock up. So more rock types? Or does that mean rock are the shinier ones? Well, we can clear the rest of the biomes in the central zone. But I really don't know how the hell to get there. Maybe I have to go more to the east, and that'll be the answer. I don't know, but let's get this, and then we'll go upwards, get those. Alrighty. Rocky Cave. Okay. If I can get some rock Pokemon that are not ground Pokemon, that would be ideal. Bottle of PP up. Okay. Got a couple blue bombers in there. Rock bug. Ooh. Ooh, sandstorm. Da 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 da. Let's not fight dudes here. I know everybody being ground gives me at least a starting advantage, but like, yeah, I don't know. Ground type being good against poison has me like a little leery about it, you know? All right, so we have 2 to the right, 2 above. So let's go this way first. We'll kind of knock them out very quickly, one after the other. Do, 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 do. And down we go. Okay. Dazzling Cave. Not a great place for a poison type to be. Yeah. Oh, is that a Smoochum? It is Smoochum. Oh, and Ditto. Dang. Interesting. What do I actually have for moves, by the way? Dazzling Gleam, Giga Drain, Toxic Sludge Bomb. The problem is, I was going to say, it's like, oh, hell yeah, if I fight a Ditto, I can Dazzling Gleam it to death. But that also means that it has Dazzling Gleam when it transforms. So that wouldn't be the best thing. Once I have 2 Pokemon that are both decently leveled, nope, it'll be easier to, be able to switch around and fight Dittos. It's nice to know, though, that, you know, the Dittos are still here. That'll eventually be something I have to deal with for sending my egg over to the next one. By which I mean I will probably need to do some wacky hacky stuff to make that work. Because, you know, an egg from Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl isn't likely to work in, say, Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Alright. Got a Voltorb. Got a Chingling. Got a Doduo. Another Doduo Swablu. Venonat. Could probably fight the Rhyhorn. Well, you know, we got to give it a shot here sometime, so let's go. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy, buddy, boy. Pete Rose. All right, back in action. It's been a while. Yeah, 60. There we go. Nice. And down goes Rhyhorn. We're almost got finished off our level there. All right, let's go up and see if we can't fly east and get to that southeastern chunk. I hope that's not one that's like connected to a like weird area or something. We'll try Sunny Shore, I guess. If stuff starts getting a little bit scary down there too, I can always fight trainers and Pokemon around Sunny Shore as well. That is an option. Alrighty. Local communication. Got a little doobie-doo-wop communication up in this bitch. Well, this certainly looks a little different. Yeah, and there we go. We've got... Actually, I think I did go underground to here before. So I recognize the, like, cobblestone kind of situation. What do we got here? Nope. No, thank you, please. Yeah, anytime we have someone who's like still really catching up, it's gonna slow down a little bit because I need to be a little protective until I'm like ready to rock. Also, how many rare candies do I have? Oh, it's gonna be in this zone, I think. 11. Okay. So like I can get Pete Rose to a point where I don't have to worry about it anymore, but I want to hold back on that for you know, just a little bit. Actually, oh wait a minute, I'm stupid. Before I was like, oh, I've got Dazzling Gleam to fight a Dittoized Roserade, but Poison is good against Fairy, not the other way around. Right, Dawn makes me a little anxious right now. Let's keep moving. Right, head down this way. Okay. Rocky Cave. All right, this could be promising. Not with Nummels, though. Cacturn, though. Cacturn is a promising... Ooh. Oh, jeez. Just want to... There we go. Rock Tomb. Hey, that could be useful. All right. Cacturn. Get over here, buddy. Raw. I'm a man. Or a hat. Look at me. Alright, Sludge Bomb. Fairy is super effective against it. Is it like Grass Dark? It's good to know about for later, but also Sludge Bomb is Stab, which is nice. Not really thrilled about trying to fight an Aron right now. You know, I'll fight you, though. I don't have anything like specific I need to worry about with you. Alright, let's do this. Huh? I guess we'll just Giga Drain. We'll just go for big damage, especially if it goes first, then it gives me a chance to heal, so... Nice. I guess the other thing, too, as I'm kind of being worried about levels and things, is wild Pokemon have no EVs, whereas Pete Rose in particular has a bunch of EVs. Everyone below will not have EVs, but they will gain EVs as I do stuff. Okay. Special attack, not a great stat. Metal Sound. Oh, I mix up Metal Sound and oh god, what's the like lasery one? I mix those two up all the time for some reason. Harshly lowers the target's special defense stat. I got a bunch of psychic things. I do have Gyro Ball, which is physical, but extrasensory would become better after Metal Sound. I think I'm going to stick with what I got. Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with what I have. It's a decent move, but I think I like my 4 that I've currently got a little better. Alright, let's keep on moving. Let's head west. Hello. Hello, I'm Dougal. You know the statues of the same Pokemon species come in different colors? I find it funny that everyone who isn't a service in the Grand Underground uniformly starts their like dialogue box with, "Hello, I'm my name." Like everybody introduces themselves by name. It's like it's something about it's just odd. I don't know. Found Spring Cave. Okay, well you're water ice, so not you. You are, I think... I forget if Quillfish is water poison, water dark. I think it's water poison, though. Which isn't a huge problem, because I've got poison also, which means it would just be neutral, but... Look at tongue. Whooper. Now you are a sight for sore eyes, my little friend. Hi. Okay. We're breathing in perfect sync with one another. Did it just do that silly song too? Are there any Pokemon? Is there an ability that makes absorption moves damage the opponent instead of, or damage you instead of healing you? I thought there was some kind of like acid body or something that like turned it into a negative. That would really suck. I should be okay fighting a Lantern. Cacturn, Lantern. Now you're best friends. Go. All right, let's do it. Blurp, blurp, blurp. Oh, that wasn't enough. Wow. All right. Well, what you got? Takedown. Oof. Not quite enough to kill him either. I have leftovers on you? That's hilarious. So Pete's whole thing is just healing. Just healing through it all. That sounds good to me. All right. Excuse me. I guess let's go north, because that's kind of on its own there. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. And we'll swing back south. Oh. I keep forgetting the Digletts are not actual battles here. Spacious cave. All right. I mean, it's kind of spacious. Rhyhorn. Rhyhorn, I generally feel okay with. Rhydon, I don't. Because Rhydon, in my brain, it's like, oh, they're all going to have, like, drill run and shit. Whoa. Interesting. Okay. Giga Drain. There we go. Back to full. Goodbye, Rhyhorn. Down he goes. We're gonna be here for the rest of our little lives. Zubby Zubs. Bottle of PP Max. Oh. Wait a minute. Isn't PP Max? Oh my god. Optimally raise the max PP of a single move. Yeah, it's basically just a super powered PP up. Basically a triple PP up, I think. Huh. Well, that's cool. I'll have to pick a one to, you know, get the benefit there. Murkrow. That's not a... Let's go to our Pokedex real quick and just see how it renders Murkrow normally. It didn't make a noise. I'm so used to there being noises now. Oh, it's so hard to tell. It's definitely like a dark, desaturated slate blue. Oh, I can't tell. I'm going to hide out behind this rock for a quick second. Because I'm actually going to look up what a shiny Murkrow looks like, because I don't actually know. Because if that's a shiny Murkrow, we're absolutely getting another Shelby. I think that's a normal one. I think it was just a lighting effect. Because some Pokemon, their shinies are fairly subtle. Oh, Jesus. Shiny Murkrow would not be subtle at all. Shiny Murkrow is like magenta. Okay. Good to know. Just wanted to look that up first. Just in case. Didn't want to walk away from a shiny Murkrow. Be a rare opportunity to both have a Pokemon and have it be fainted to make an egg out of for another game. Though Murkrow is not the one I'm making a is not the one I'm going to be making an egg out of. Ooh. You two Corsolas, absolutely. Are they water rock? Corsola. Look like little Kirby's. They look like Kirby's that have swallowed, like... I don't know. It's like a Kirby that swallowed a Pyukumuku. Right. Drain him, turn him into a Corsola. Boing, boing. Alright. And then you. Whoop. That was weird. Time to take down another Corsola. Send it to its grave, another Corsola. Alright, you did it. You did so good, Peat. Rosy Peat. At it again. Alright. Anybody else in here while we're doing our thing? Let's not mess with Tauros. Don't mess with Tauros. Alright, let's come on down here. Boop, 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 doo, 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 doo. Boink. I'll take that. What do we have left? We have the big one and then 4 to the left, and I believe we have hit every biome. Yeah, at that point we've hit every biome in the Grand Underground, which means we can start being a lot pickier and choosier. Lickitung, why are you here? Ugh. Well, I got through it that time. Ooh, Tangrowth. I got poison. Let's do this. You're a hideous monster who should never have not been a Tangela. Boop, 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 boop. There should be another evolution of Tangrowth called, like, Over Tangrowth or something. And it's just an even more massive just pile of fucking vines. I like the... It's not even implied, it's explicit that it's like a black shadow monster looking thing that's in there that's got those little stubby feet and all that jazz. Ta-da! Hone Claws, huh? Hone Claws sharpens, boosts its attack stat and accuracy. That's kind of an interesting bonus there. Fury Swipes, not stab, 18 times 5. Icy Wind lowers Pokemon speed. Metal Claws may raise attack stat. And then Quick Attack being Quick Attack, which honestly will be kind of nice for some of the things we're doing. I might get rid of Fury Swipes, actually. Yeah. A non-stab move that, on average, is going to be like 50-ish. Actually, I think the average is slightly above 3, because 2, 3, 4, and 5 are not equally distributed. But I think it's like a little bit above 3 is the most average. Is the most average like, or it's the expected value, to use the actual math term. I sure hope this guy isn't actually psychic at all. Pretty sure he's fighting. Maybe even, like, fighting Dark or something, but, like... No, fighting Dark didn't happen until Pangoro. Pancham Pangoro. Ooh, normal effective. So is it... is it not fighting? Is it a normal type? Let's Giga Drain and try to get the fuck out of here then. Oof. Taunt. That's fine. Taunt is completely okay here. You know, it'd be a great fucking quality of life adjustment in Pokemon. If an opponent uses a move that limits your ability to do certain attacks, the UI should indicate that. Gray out moves or something. Or gray out options on the menu if there's certain things you're just flat out not allowed to do at all. Like, it shouldn't be a thing that you have to, like, try to do and then it goes, oh, psych, actually. Like, no, what the fuck? Dun, dun, dun. Look at them yellow eyes in there. Just peeking on out like, hello. Boing, boing. Alright. Let's get sludgy. It's sludge slooty. Getting a little sludge mental here. Oh, chill helm. Oh, that was the thing I was going to do. I was like, there was something I wanted to do in between battles. The hell was it? And it was this. There. I want to roughly have people in the order they're going to come into these battles. It's not impossible for some of them to wind up switching places, but, like, realistically, the order, they're going to be in level order the entire time they're leveling up. And if they're not, whatever. Like, boing, boing. Sludge Bomb would at least be neutral, so let's do that. Grass would be, I think, double resisted. And the fairy move would also be resisted once. Alright. Actually, hey, wait a second. Is that not how this works in this game? Well, Claw, I think it's Fang, isn't it? Do they have to hold it, or do they have to be traded with it to become a... I'm just going to do that. We're just going to see what happens. Maybe nothing happens. I don't know. I was just realizing, like, wait a minute. I have Razor Claws and Razor Fangs. Oh, okay, the only entrance is on the top up there, so we're going to go down along here, and we'll swing up and around. Look at those little glasses down there. I don't think I have a Gligar, so I don't have to worry about the Razor Claws. Assuming I have the right ones there. I think that's correct. Or... I may have it backwards. Can we talk about how confusing this entire screen is? On the top, Blue Sphere S times 40. A larger picture of a blue sphere times 3. On the left, Blue Sphere L, 3 in bag, 84. On the bottom right, Blue Sphere S times 55. So what we're doing here is we have 55 small ones and 84... No, we don't. Wait a minute. Yes. We have 55 small ones and 84 large ones. By spending 3 large ones, I can get 40 small ones. Boy, that's a really complicated way of doing that. Yeah, these are the same things as before. Don't care. Well, hey, you know what? If Sneasel levels up, if Chillhum levels up and doesn't evolve, then we'll put their Claw on. I thought that the Claw was for Gligar. Even though I think Sneasel has little, like, claws, doesn't it? So I don't know. Pleh. So I do not want to fight the Nidoran because all of my moves are resisted by poison types. That one only is neutral because of the grass type. Now, Cacnea, on the other hand, we can go to town. We're going to town. We're hopping in the sedan and driving all around. Yeah! So notably, okay, so I guess Cacnea is grass, and then Cacturn gets the dark type added on. And down he goes. All right. Nope, don't want to play with you. I don't want to play with you either, actually. I don't want to play with you. The Weeping Bell I could, but let's just get out of here. This is not... It's not a good environment for my little boy to be growing up in. Okay. Fountain Spring Cave with another Dugong just chilling in circles right there. Is that a Ledian also in here? It is. I can just barely see it. I can't see what that do. Oh, man. Oh, hell yeah. Mantike.
Hey, little guy. How you doing? Oh my goodness, you're adorable.
Have I actually fought a Mantike yet? Yes, okay. Interesting. What type is it that all three of these are neutral? Because I would think water. So is it something that resists grass also? Or is it like normal for some reason at the start? That'd be weird. Whoa! Okay, so it's definitely at least water. Huh. Well, I don't, like, love that. Let's do Sludge Bomb because I'm faster. Oh! Well, at least it'll be dead after this turn. Dude, cool with the Hydro Pump. Didn't do much, but that's just the way it is. Things will never be the same. Whoops, Zima's down here. But there's kind of an obstructed path between her and me at the moment. I don't think I'm gonna... There's like an implicit ticking clock with Zima, where you've only got about 15 seconds. There you go. Hello, you. You got about 15 seconds to make an aesthetically pleasing way for her to go, or she's like, oh, I'm out of here. This isn't worth it. Hello? Oh, she's purring wildly because Sarah's busy doing stuff in her craft room and the door's closed, so she can't get in. So Zima's looking for affection. She came to the right place. She's making me very happy by hanging out with me right now. And as I say that, she starts backing up. Hello. Ooh, Octillery. Hello. Whoop, and goodbye, Zima. There she goes. She got her 30 seconds of snuggles, and she's like, all right, I'm out of here. Okay. Octillery. I mean, water type, but it might just be water. We're also running out of PP on Giga Drain. Wow, goddamn. I really might need to give Pete Rose some slightly better moves to work with here. Hyper Beam. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Bada bing. All right. I mean, I've got enough health that there's no chance of that killing me even with a crit. Let's do Dazzling Gleam just so I'm not wasting more of my PP. Ta-da! Oh, boy. It's going to be a lot more difficult without our, like, finely cultivated dudes leading this team, so... Alright. Let's do some healing now. Yada da da da. Oh, hey. Oh, right. Isn't there also, like, he has to be leveled up at night? It's 7 p.m. I don't know if the game considers it night yet. I think it still considers it dusk. So I'll put the claw in there for now, and we'll just see. But not a great set of Pokemon to potentially fight. So let's just move on out of here. Do 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 do. Oh hi! So we're taking a break. Oh shit! Yeah, this is perfect timing. Actually, that saves me having to go up topside. Let's go over here now. Pineco. Ooh. Tropius. I forget if Tropius is grass flying, I think? I mean, it is literally flying. Which makes it less than ideal for... It means that I can kill it with poison, but it also has flying moves, so it's very dangerous. I got Sludge Bomb. Let's go for it. This is maybe a bad idea, but let's do it. I feel like Tropius has gone through a lot of, like, not design changes, but, like, presentation changes. Because I would have had a very hard time pegging it as grass flying up until pretty recently. Okay, good. I'm faster. There we go. One and done. Nice. Just wanted to be sure. I love the little banana beard. Alright, Murph Baby's up to 55. The good news is Murph Babies, at the very least, should be basically ready to go when Pete Rose has to step down. Because assuming Pete Rose, assuming it keeps up moderately well, it should be in the upper. It should be at essentially a higher level than Pete Rose is right now. So that'll be a pretty good spot for that. Oh, man, it'll also be nice to have. There's a lot of shit that I don't want to fight with a grass Pokemon here. Okay. Oh, Gloom. I can fight you. You're not too bad. I can Sludge Bomb you for neutral damage. Blah. Oh, I just licked the mic. Blech. Blech. Growth. Okay. Oh, I got a great strategy, all right. It's called throw poison at the poison Pokemon. Oh. Grassy terrain. Oh, no. Not that. That. Oh, no. It is funny to me. So there's a project that I've been kind of working on the side that's had me do a lot of research into the nitty-gritty of the mechanics of Pokemon battles. And I do find it very fascinating that, like, trainers have all these various AIs. There's, like, a basic one. Even back in the old day, I think there were 3.5 distinct trainer AIs. And which AI a trainer used was based off of its class. And then also I think Lorelei had a unique battle AI, which is its own whole can of worms. Wild Pokemon have no AI, meaning they will literally randomly choose between their 4 available moves. They will not use any actual strategy at all. Whereas trainers will have at least some... Did I say Bog Skunk Cavern? Jeez. Trainers will at least have some... Oh, your ground ice? Is it ice yet? Actually, do I need to heal you at all? No. I'll take it on. I'll chance this one. But yeah, trainer AIs have a little bit, even back in the original games, had the tiniest bit of AI to make sure they weren't making, like, the stupidest imaginable calls. It was very exploitable, because if you knew what you were doing, you could trick Pokemon into doing certain things. Like, I know that there's a way to trick Lance into literally not attacking you in the original, Red and Blue. I forget what it involved. It was a very specific... You had to pick a specific type or type combination because it always wanted to... Essentially, my recollection of the trainer AIs is that it didn't pay attention. The fatal flaw was that it didn't pay attention to whether a move was actually a damaging move or not. So it would pick non-damaging moves if they were preferable types. So I want to say you go up against... How did this work? You go up against Lance with like a fighting type or something, and it would keep using agility or something. I forget what it exactly was, but it was something along those lines where like you used a Pokemon that had a type or types where the AI was essentially always prioritizing the same move, and it was like a status move. Nowadays, they're a little bit more intricate than that. They don't get tripped up quite so easily, but it's just very funny to kind of learn about. We've been at it for a little over an hour today, so a little over 3.5 hours total. A little more wiped out today than I was realizing. I didn't sleep amazingly well, and that little swerve right before coming on sort of took a little the wind out of my sails. So I'm like a little bit less like zoned in than I think I normally would be, but alright, Chill Helm, 39. Does he evolve now? Nope. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the Fang back on. Because I think it's not nighttime yet. I think nighttime happens at... Well, I mean, it used to be... It still might be, but it at least used to be a just at blank o'clock it does it. And I don't know if that's still the case or if they try to do wacky, like, geolocation stuff. Try to do something weird with it. Oh, I guess we do have the spots in Mount Coronet. We got 3 of them there. That makes me a little bit nervous, to be honest. I wouldn't even be entirely surprised if one or more of the Pokemon that we still have to collect is going to be there. But we can poke our heads down there and see. Boy, is it going to be embarrassing as fuck if I go down here and it's something that rips my whole fucking team apart. I'm also just kind of peeking. All right, slightly north of center, we have some water and ground areas. I guess what I really want is the far west has grass and water, which is like maybe the ideal for Roserade, like Peat. Yeah, still sunset, so it's not night yet. Like, I kind of have to assume that I'm going to need to be, like, in a Mount Coronet to be able to get to that center thing. It might not be true. That might not be the case, but I'm going to at least try it just to see. If it's not, then I'm not going to bother with that area for now, and then I'll figure that out later. Might be something I look up, might be something I don't. I like that pattern. Alternating Pokeballs and Quick Balls, it's fun. Something making noise on the other side of my AC. A little spooky. Oh, it is. Alright. I guess I think I would come off my bike going in here anyway, but... Alrighty, so now that we're in here... Oh, I can't do it inside of Mount Coronet. Can I do it from the top of Mount Coronet? Didn't mean to do that. Nope, didn't mean to do that either. So let's see what happens just going right here. I bet this puts me north. I bet that center can only be gotten to from the top of Mount Coronet. Yeah. Ooh, interesting. It almost seems like we want to go further north. Okay. Alright, so then let's try... Yeah, we'll do Celestic Town. I guess the blue ones are meant as more small settlements and towns, whereas red is more city. At first I was looking like, oh, are the red cities the gym towns? Because that would be a nice thing to have. Oh, nope, there's much more than 8. I already healed everybody. I don't need to worry about that. Okay. So first I'm going to try outside of Mount Coronet. I'm going to try from right here. Because if this just gets me there, then cool, I don't have to worry about it. Not turning off the power. I won't do it. You won't catch me doing it. Ooh. There are no dig spots here. That's interesting. There's also no... Oh, never mind. I was about to say there's no people here. Leilani. Pokemon highways are smaller. Other ones are much larger. Look like we see bigger Pokemon. Oh, now there's diggy things. Okay. That's weird. I would have expected that to be like an internet connection thing, except I'm not connected to the internet. Hey, bud. Got any little balls? I'll give you some stuff for some balls. Oh, toxic. All right. Jesus, 55 for a large... I have exactly 55, which is funny. What do we got here? Icy Cave. Not somewhere we want our buddy to be. There's a Pokeball over there. It's going to be... like Ice Beam. Be nice. Deep Sea Scale. Oh, okay. Let's go this way. Alrighty. So the Deep Sea Scale and the Deep Sea Tooth are the fossil remnants, right? Doing. I can make a thing, right? All right. No, that's not a secret base. I was like, oh, I can make a secret base on there or there. It's like, no. Those are the spots you interact to do the mining minigame. Oop. Kind of run up on the wall a little bit. So I'm not going in there just yet. No. I'm good. I don't actually think I fought anybody yet, so... Dazzling Cave. Oh, an Elekid. I can fight an Elekid. There's not really a lot of type stuff going on here. If anything, I forget if grass resists electricity. That one's always a little bit of a weird one to me. Regardless, I don't have to worry about anything going his way. I have to sludge bomb it up. Oh, so close. Light screen. Will you tell me how that works out for you, man? Sludge bomb. I guess I could have gone Dazzling Gleam, but that's all right. Down goes Elekid. He's just an egg with a plug on him. All right. Solrock would not be great. Oh, shit. Did not even see you there. Steel Fairy. That's not the best. It's actually quite bad. Well, actually, well, yeah, it's not quite bad, but it's definitely not good. Fairy would be resisted. Grass, I believe, is resisted. Poison is nullified. Level 63. Let's just get the fuck out of here. This is not going to be good. I will fight Mawile another time. I literally didn't even see it there, so... Gonna smooch him. Let's go check out the big room. Because then I can decide where I want to go in general after that. Star Gleam Cavern. This is definitely a pretty fucking big room. Haha, it looks like a dick. It looks like a dick. Okay, we'll grab you. Nugget. Oh, whoop, okay, that's fine. I gotta stop running straight down. Giga Drain. Did I not fight a Cubo before? I thought for sure I did. Weird. Alright. Nobody got any levels this time. This is going to take forever. Oh, Krabby. Fuck yeah. Get over here, buddy. Pokeball icon, go! Alright. Okie dokie. Giga McDrain. Oof. Alright, boing boing. Oh, oh, oh. There we go. Oh boy. Alright. I think we're good to leave from here. Buchiana's fine. I mean, I can Dazzling Gleam you, and that's not a big deal. I just want to avoid the Soul Rock, honestly.
Buchiana's adorable.
Boo-doo-doo-doo. Okay. Dazzle. Oof. I dazzled the dog to death. I didn't decide to do it. Okay, there we go. Right. Dragon Pulse. Okay, alright, we're in. Hey, pretty good. Pretty useful. So now, the entire map has been exposed as the fraud that it is. No, so what we're probably doing is I think we're going to go to the far west. The grass, water, and ground type areas. I guess it's more of a rock type area, which is actually preferable. The east has some ground type ones. Those will be preferable for us. Those will be good environs for Peat to do his thing. Alrighty. So I guess we'll go to Canalave City. Seems pretty reasonable. I wonder if anyone's like mapped out which areas go where in the Grand Underground when you drop down. Because it's a little hard for me to parse sometimes. The like way the layout, you know, that they go with. Yeah, just pondering. We are not far enough north. This is what I'm talking about. Like I could stay here. It's not the end of the world if I do, but I really like the area a little above there. So I guess we'll go to Floroma Town. And we'll go from there. Alright, let's hop downstairs. Doopy doop doop. Alright, let's see what we can do. I'm already getting a little bit... What the fuck? Really? No. Go further north, I guess? Or more to the center and then outward? Let's try Eterna City again. I think Eterna City gets us that center zone. third tries the charm. Ooh, boy. I may take a break again in like half an hour or so. I'm just like feeling it all of a sudden. I'm just like, oh my god. Okay, finally. Good. Let's get our asses west. The bitch of it is, if we don't find one of those healing dudes, we're going to be needing to do this long run over and over again. Miltank. I would like to have a Miltank in my Pokedex. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's try to make it quick. I don't think I have Miltank yet. If I do, then I can just get out of there, but... God, look at those fucking nipples. Okay, we have fought a Miltank. Alright. Fuck it, let's go. Fuck it, we ball. Play rough. Is that a fairy move? Yeah. Bada bing. Oh, baby. Let's do it again. And down goes Miltank. Alright, Montgomery and Chillhelm. Maybe I'll go to like just after 8 so I can level Chillhelm up and hopefully evolve him. Because it'd be nice to have a Weavile like just already sorted, you know. Did I go the wrong way? I did. I want to go back through there and south. Shit. Okay. Go through there. Down here. Alright. Yeah. At some point I will make sure to fight a Voltorb, but now is really not the time. Alright, so we're going to go up here. This side. Don't mind if I do. And I guess we got to go north if we want to make our way around and eventually get to the zone that I'm really looking for. Alright. Mareep. I'm going to fight Mareep. Let's do it. Let's go, Mareep. Oh, it's so fucking cute. You can beat Wooloo any day of the week. Alright. It's a Sludge Bomb. Let's do it. Oh. Beautiful. Man. Oh. Almost. Painfully close. Tropius. I mean, now I know that I can take these guys down. Oh, an Absol. Hello. Is it just dark? I do have Dazzling Gleam. Nice. Those little pointed feet, pointed nubs. Oh, little point feet. Kaboom. All right. Excellent. Excellent. Ba-da-ba-bow! Murph babies! Whoop. Yep, coming for you. There you go. Absol. I have a scythe in my head. How did that happen? Dazzling Gleam. Ha! Oof! Alright, there goes Absol. Another one for the Dex. Another one for the Dex. Okay. The Tropius, why the hell not? I hear you, man. Alright. Sludge bomb. It's the bomb with all the sludge. Crit and everything? Oh, he's very dead. You don't have to... I don't know how he's flying anymore. So rigor mortis sets in. You just kind of coast. All right, let's see. Anything yet? Come on, you want to do it? Ah. Oh, hello. We're definitely fighting. Oh, we're in a fight. Beady boop. Still sounds kind of digital. I know they've upgraded them at least a little bit, but still sounds very digital, that one. Hell yeah. Oh, I ate your soul. The whole thing. Ba-boom. And I'm so full now because I ate it. Yum, 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 yum. All right. Let's keep moving. And we're going over to the west. I'm going to hit this grass and water big biome, since most things that are there I should be very good at fighting. Alright, what do we got? Turtwig, you mine. Floatzel, Buizel, didn't get a good look at you. You're mine. Everybody's mine. You're all mine for the taking. Okay. I'm already almost out of Sludge Bomb. I have to go back to a Pokemon Center. God damn it. Ugh. Why? Wexler. Alright. That appears to be a Buizel. Hi. Ah, cute little face. How'd you get that thing? How'd you get that thing grafted onto your spheres? Well, we're gonna drain it. We're gonna drain the whole thing. Like an abscess. Down goes Buizel. Pop goes the Buizel. We got a Bulbasaur. Be over here. Really? Just hanging out? I'm gonna go ahead and ignore that guy. Ah. Oh. See that. Mess with you? Why not? It's interesting that they gave the acorn Pokemon a squirrely sound for its cry. I think it's grass, yeah. Oh, sucker punch, you little shit. Yeah, how do you like it? How do you like it? Little asshole. As it just falls apart. Alright. Let's not deal with the Nidorino. Where'd that Bulbasaur go? There you are. But I think this is going to be a room. I think this is the one that we're going to kind of just go in and out of for a little bit. Well, actually, no. I need to... I'm going to go out and in once. But I'm literally about to use, I think, my last Sludge Bomb. Yeah. Wonderful. So, we're going to heal. We're going to get out of here and heal immediately after this. And then we're going to go up and... Well, we're going to come back down and hang out here. Oh, disappointing. Alright, who else is going to come to my surprise party? Solrock, you were not invited. Neither were you. What the fuck? You're easier to deal with if I actually have my... Ah, here we go. Like, I don't have any more sludge bombs, so let's try to avoid Pokemon that I need poison for. Pew. The breathing in perfect sync, perfect harmony, breaths as one. And down goes Corsola. Wah. There we go, back to full. Hell yes. You love to see it. You know that you love to see it.
You love to see it.
Anybody else that I can make a little applesauce out of? We got a Mantike that was being a weirdly large problem before. Water ground, right? It's the W on its head. Whiskash. W for Whiskash. But it looks like a little lightning bolt. Like it looks like a stylized lightning bolt. So I just always see it as water electric. Boing boing. Giga Drain, let's go. Boom. How do you like them roses? I don't like roses. I'm allergic. Hey, Chillhelm. Continuing to be awesome. Or beat up. Is that the one that does damage based on how many Pokemon are in your party? Usually gets all party Pokemon to attack the target. The more party Pokemon, the greater number of attacks. Oh, that is fun. I forget how much it does. I thought it was only like... I thought it was literally like 10 per or something stupid, but that can't be right. Or actually, or is it based on each one's power? Because if that's the case... Let's do this one. Let's get rid of Hone Claws. Bap. You did it. I'm so proud of you. I do not want to fight a Gabite. Let's just... Nope. I can't use my Y menu at all from here. Alright, let's go up. We're going to heal, and then we're running back again. Still not nighttime. Let's do our healing. Okay. So I did have one thing that I was looking at here. Yes, it does appear that night occurs at 8 p.m. and lasts until 4 a.m. And since I don't see myself doing this much later on any given night... Oh, this is cute. There's some details that I didn't know because we don't play Pokemon all that late. So, like, morning runs from 4 a.m. to 9 a.m. And it's exactly what it sounds like. It's morning... It's early. In the day, everything, like, there's not, like, a filter on stuff from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sorry, 4 to 10 a.m. was morning. 10 to 8 p.m. is day. And then twilight kicks in around 5 p.m., which also has, stuff unique to twilight. Then there's night, where night starts at 8 p.m., lasts until 4 a.m. But something that's very cute about it is, at night, all the buildings are lit up and stuff because people are indoors and things. But at midnight, the lights go dark. Everybody goes to sleep at midnight. And so if you wander around in the early hours, any of the towns will just have all of its lights out and stuff, which is like, oh, that's an interesting little thing there. think it's a very cool little detail. Wow, okay. Alright. Let's go ahead and Dazzling Gleam to finish this one off. Do, 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 do. Okay. Cool. Let's continue west and let's not fuck with those dudes. Let's not fuck with those dudes. Kind of keeping an eye on the times. I'm like, all right, in 20 minutes, we should be able to evolve Chillhelm, assuming I'm not an idiot. And then I can hop off here because I'm like, man, I could use like even just a quick little cat nap. Just like feeling my energy drained. I don't understand. Alright. Giga Drain. Oof. I stole all of your health out through your bones and through your skin. That is the kind of attack that I use to win. Alright. Yeah. Slipping through. Alright, let's get to it. Alright, we have to go around. Gotta go around this one. I guess we... A little bit of... Oh! Damn it. No, I don't care. Here. Whoop. Run up on the wall. Drio, Drio, Drio. Go through here to get to the other one. Hey, buddy. We gonna fight about it. How could you say such a thing to me? Mean. Where are we at, Peat Rose? We're at 67. Holy cow. We've only gained like 5 levels in the last hour and a half. Fuck's sake. I mean, you're moving, but goddamn. The good news is the rest of this team is gaining quick enough that like we're not going to have this much struggle for at least the 5 of them. Stuff that comes after could be a little difficult again, but at least for the team we currently have, this is probably going to be the most, you know, bummer part of it. Alright. Doink. I picked up some Diglett juice off the ground. It smelled a little funny. Tasted even weirder. Gibble. Oh! Hey, buddy. A little Trico. That's fun. I don't know if I've seen you at all yet. Hi. Just kind of standing there? Hanging out? All right. I mean, goodbye. Boing, boing. Alright, Montgomery. Alright, and no. Not like he's going to be like a problem. He's too tiny to be anything real, but... Don't want to chance it with that guy in case he throws down a heavy psychic move. You, though. That looks like a Poliwhirl. Yeah. Right. I love that when Poliwhirl evolves into Poliwrath, it gains Angry Man Eyes. Like that's just a specific thing that it's just like, yep, got that. There we go. I knew you could do it too. I was here the whole time. Alright, Peat Rose, Chillhelm, and Wexley. Nothing new there. It's currently 7:43 p.m., so hopefully in 17 minutes we can evolve Chillhome, and I think that'll be the spot where I mark my break. I do have Dazzling Gleam. Tarogue. Let's do it. Boing, boing. Alright, Dazzling Gleam it is. Oh, fucking fake out. Oof. Oh, fuck you. Leftovers will undo the move, though, which is kind of funny. Okay, let's try that again. Dazzling Gleam. Boing, boing. Pew. Oh, God, that was garbage for... I guess it's a pre-evolution, so... Wingull just hanging out. Whoa! Didn't even see you there, buddy. We gotta fight you, though. Corsola. We got some grass moves for you. Right. Sploop. Realizing how funny it is that so far the closest anyone's come to real danger is not even come close to was saved by in-game cheating through the affection system, but Sasquatch, one of John's Pokemon, is the only one that's actually been in real danger so far. That is very funny to me. And it's another, like Gengar, I believe Machoke has to be traded to evolve into Machamp, doesn't it? That's kind of a fun little comparison there. He's basically Edgar, is what I'm saying. Oh boy. All right. Do 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 do. I've got a Shuckle. Oh, hey, we got another one of you. I'll take it. I'll take it on the wrist. Alright. Sludge Bomb. Sludging up this poor little tree gecko. Do you think at one point they considered Tree Echo as the name? No? Okay, cool. Yeah, me neither. Corsola. You are back to take some hits some more, Scylla. You are such a cutie, Morsula. Alright. Giga Drain! Defeated! Alright. Just 10.5 more levels for the old Peat Rose. Ooh, no, definitely not you. Shuckle, I could take or leave. I don't have the best setup for a Shuckle. Solrock, though. Solrock is like, I could do a lot of damage with Giga Drain and possibly just kill it right away. Hey, Ninkata. But I really don't want to risk taking a big ol' Psychic to the face. Look at that little dollop ear when it bloop. Alright. Boing. I guess I have more Giga Drains. Bunny ears are adorable. Balls. Healing Wish. Oh, and it failed! Oh, what a loser! Because you lost! Partly because of that choice! You're untrained, you don't know what to do yet. Alright. Oh yeah, sure, we can fight. Get over here. There you go. Be-dee-dee-dee. 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 Alright, let's do Sludge Bomb for neutral damage. Oh my god, it got a crit and everything! Level up for Murph babies. Alright. Got anybody else down here? Solrock, no. Murkrow, no. Dude. Oh, you though. I'll punch you. I'll punch you, baby frog. Alright. There you go. Do, 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 do. Alright. Boing, boing. Cool. Who's next? Scyther? No. Murkrow is not a great one to fight. Fight another Trico, though. Well, Surskit, I didn't even see you before. Billy. 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 Time for the old slug bomb. Bomb full of slugs. Very gross. Not approved by the Geneva Convention. The convention? Yeah, you've heard of the convention. Holy cow. Alright. Surskit, let's fucking go, buddy. Here we go. An inch into the water. Oh, he's so cute. Look at that adorable little dude. Boing, boing. Oh my god. Oh, she's blushing and everything. She's adorable. Very quick with that Aqua Jet. Not a very good move, though. Oof. And beep, 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 beep. And down goes Surskit. And Wexley to level 50. Alright, Future Sight. If I'm... Oh boy, that's an interesting one. Whoops. But see... I'm going to say no. Because extrasensory twice is going to do more damage than that. And I know the idea is you set it up and then you put somebody else in. But I think I like what I have more than Future Sight. All right, let's rotate the boards. Another Bulbasaur. Another Corsola. Get in my face. We got to fight. Let's do it. We're gonna do it, Here we go. Giga Drain. And that's all she wrote, because she was not taught how to write. Okay. Another Whiskash, hey. Whiskash is perfect to fight. Extremely susceptible to grass. I keep expecting I'm going to fight one of these and it's going to turn out to be a Zoroark or something. It's like, oh, shit. Alright. Giga Drain! Alright, there we go. Hey, nice. Alright. Very itchy on my leg. Let's go back up here, fight that Bulbasaur. Right around here somewhere. There you are. Mini. 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 I could fight the Krogunk. It's not ideal, but Dazzling Gleam would at least be neutral. Everything else would be resisted. Nature Power turned into Hydro Pump. Huh? Yeah, that was interesting. Okay. That was very, very weird. Ugh. We got 3 dudes preparing to level up. Let's not bother with them. Ugh, let in too. Let's reset this room. All right, another course. Hello, that's always good. Hole. Hole. Oh. Go. Shaboosh. Do. And there we go. Excellent. Alright, we got Chill Helm, but not Montgomery or Hugo. Hugo caught up to Montgomery? Yeah, dang. I guess Montgomery's on a slow path here. Because Hugo was definitely behind before, so I'm going to put them like this because it seems like Hugo's going to step ahead, ultimately. Oh, Hoot Hoot. I like Hoot Hoot. I just don't want to fight one right now. What is that? Is that a Gibble? I think it is. Yeah, it is. Solrock, Whiskash in the middle there. Fight a Gloom. Alright, buddy. Get that drool dealt with, alright? It's gross. It's gross, the drool coming out of your mouth. It's gross. I don't like it. Why you like this? You're out in public, for God's sake. Ugh. Not quite. This also is not a very... Oh, wait. Right. I forgot Moonlight was a healing move. I'm like, you're using... I keep mixing up Moonlight and Boom Burst. So I was like, that's not going to be great against a poison Pokemon. There we go. I was like, that should be enough. There we go. There it is. Getting up to level 55. The fastest growing Pokemon alive. And let's go ahead and get these guys out of the water. You. Alright, cool. Yeah, I bet it shuddered. It's like, oh shit, a grass Pokemon? Fuck. Alright. Oh. Cool. Namas. There we go. Whiskash. 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 Alright, last Giga Drain. I'm out of Sludge Bomb also, so we're definitely going up to heal after this. Okay. Da-da-da-da. Hey, Murph babies. Hell yeah. That's everything there. All right. Yeah, so let's get out of the water. Nope, I did it again. I keep doing it. That is what I want. Is it now nighttime? It is now nighttime. So, first of all, I'm going to heal everybody. And then I think I'm just going to use a rare candy on Chillhelm. Yeah, I got 11 of them. It'll be fine. Oh, now they're all in order because I switched Hugo and Montgomery. Yeah, this should be the right. There it is. Excuse me. Was that not right? Okay, hang on. Was it the claw? Before I go and waste another... You know what I really should do? Yeah, that is a Sneasel. Okay, I'm just like, it isn't not evolved right now, right? Or, like, it isn't evolved currently. It is a Razor Claw. Fuck me. Damn it. Like, the logical thing to do would have been, at this point, to switch out the claw for the where the fuck? There we go. Switch in the claw for the fang, but I didn't want to risk wasting a second. Where the fuck is it? I didn't want to risk wasting a second. Oh, never mind. Deep sea scale. The hell is the one that's a tooth and scale then? There we go. I didn't want to risk wasting a second rare candy. Nope. There we go. There it is. What? Chillhelm is evolving? Wah, 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 wah. Huzzah! Na, 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 na. All right, hell yeah. They live in cold regions, forming groups of 4 or 5 that hunt prey with impressive coordination. Well, there we go. It wasn't like an extremely necessary thing, and it might have happened on its own eventually anyway, but I was like, that seems like something I should do there. All right, I'm going to take another break. It's been about 2 hours, and we'll come back. The video will continue, but I will come back to continue leveling up Pete, Rose, and the rest of the team. So see you shortly. Okay, let's get back down into the Grand Underground. No, wait. Play alone. There we go. I was like, what's going on? So it's been a little more than a minute since the last chunk of this. I recorded the first 2 hours on I recorded the first 2 hours on September 1st. The next 2 hours after that on September 3rd. It's now the end of February. It's been 6 months, but we're back at it. We're doing it again. We're here and we're ready to rock. Let me turn down the volume a little bit. So we're on the road to getting our gym leaders handled by way of training up our dudes. The funny part is, for me, like, my natural kind of rhythm on this is like, oh, I should kind of reintroduce what's going on and make sure everyone's on the same page. And it's like, okay, well, anybody that's watching this video has oh, that's not good. There we go. Anybody that's watching this video has already had 4.5 hours of this, whether they are watching it in one sitting or they have watched it in chunks. You know, this is my third recording session for this. The first 2 hour chunk was in 3 parts, but sorry, 4 parts, just because I had to keep taking quick little short, like, minute-long breaks. The second one, I think, was one big, long thing, though. I don't know if I actually took any breaks during that. But shout out to all those who are watching. I doubt that anybody is going to be watching this far in the day this video comes out, because we're going to have a lot of stuff coming out the day this comes out. Assuming I'm able to finish what I want to do here and have it exported and uploaded in time, there's a good chance that the audio is going to be a little more, a little bit on the less... Also, Crawdont, hello, buddy. A little bit on the less, like, ultra-refined side. I'm going to try to get my audio... ironically, this is how I used to do audio editing for episodes, which is I would try to get a look for the peaks across long stretches. I would try to make sure that we're not, like, peaking the mic, that we're not, blowing out our microphones or anything like that. And then that would just kind of be it. That would be the whole thing. I do have Dazzling Gleam. I think I've got Psychic moves too. But yeah, so usually what I do is I would just do that, and that would be it. And I would usually at least scan through, if not watch through, to try to look for video errors or things like that. Okay, I don't have Psychic. I think I was just confusing the pinky purple tones in general. Ooh, very quick. But yeah, the downside to that was the audio was often really bad. Doing some of the, like, best ofs between, like, the first couple Zelda ones, the Mega Man, the Best of the Mega Let's Play Part 1, stuff like that, it's very interesting to go and see just how bad the audio editing was on those. It really drives me nuts, and unfortunately, for a lot of our earliest stuff, like, most of our material pre-2016, I guess pre-2017, we don't have a lot of our raw data anymore. Some of it we do in weird ways. Like, I think we have... I'm trying to remember. For, like, Zelda, we have, I think, the raw video for everything, but not the raw audio anymore. Like, the raw, like, commentary audio for like, the NES game and A Link to the Past and, and chunks of Ocarina and Majora, which is why when we did the unpaused versions of those, it wound up being just fade out, fade in, and that was just kind of it. Oh, Miltank? Okay. Oh, Geodude, hello. Because I just didn't have either... I think the raw video was missing from some of them as well. Any of the unpaused videos where it just fades out and fades in, that's usually because I don't have the raw, video anymore. Because if I can, I like being able to have it all just flow naturally from one thing to the next, so... Alright. Oh my god, can I embarrass? I'm gonna embarrass this Geodude by killing it with a poison move. Ugh. Oh, it's a crit too, my god. But yeah, so more than likely, the version of this that goes up on the main channel is probably going to be kind of a little bit of a breeze through of audio editing. I'm not just going to literally check it once and be done with it. I'm probably going to do a couple quick passes over the very high and low parts to make sure that things are like broadly fine. It's also easier if I'm doing solo commentary because I'm not going to, get super loud or super quiet, generally. So it's easier to find a consistent audio level and kind of go with it, at least for each recording session. But turn this down a little bit more, actually. There we go. But yeah, no, whenever this goes up for unpaused, my hope is that I will have time. I mean, that's going to be a good, I don't know, year or two from now at least. Hello, Stone Edge. Jeez. There we go. Well, that was extremely rude. Didn't like that at all, actually. Wide guard shouldn't be an issue, because that is, yeah, that's for, I think that's for moves that hit multiple enemies in, like, double and triple battles, I think is the idea. All right, Pete rose up to 70. I believe our target was 79 for everybody. I think we have 6 Pokemon waiting in the wings for a chance to get those levels up. We're gonna see what happens. I'm capping myself at a total time of I guess 12 hours, right, for this whole thing, and whatever I have, I'm just gonna go with. Do I just have regular boring ass potions? I really don't want to waste any of my like really good shit. I guess not. It's fine. 1 Moo Moo Milk. What could it cost, Michael? $10? There we go. We don't have a ton of money, but we have enough that we can, be... See, man, enough of these Pokemon to be just nervous enough of dealing with them. See, I've got fairy moves, so I can... I mean, it's good, right? Because if the Pokemon were a low enough level that it wasn't an issue, then I wouldn't be gaining much experience for it. So this is a benefit. It's a blessing in disguise. But it just makes me nervous. Don't like the idea. Especially if there's a chance of grinding someone up into the 60s or 70s and still having them fucking die after putting, like, hours into their grinding, Whoop. Some of these are dudes that I can fight, but, like, they're just not ideal, Oh, that one's not a... The one that I went into before I thought was a water one. The one on the to the east there. Maybe it's... No, I guess it might be a water one. Maybe I just got unlucky with the Pokemon that showed up. Not great pulls so far here, I'm going to be honest. Fully evolved bitches make me nervous. It's alright, let's do it. I mean, unless this thing is a shockingly high level, then it's not like it's going to be able to use Horn Drill. Not Horn Drill. What the fuck? I mean, Fissure, but I could... Isn't Horn Drill also the one that does, that's a one-hit kill? I don't know why I'm forgetting right now. It's fine. Because fortunately, Peat is fast, so that helps a lot here. Alright, dude's getting closer to their next levels in general. Let's go elsewhere. Let's go elsewhere. And these are the walls we can do stuff to, which I'm not going to bother with. Though I think at some point I will wind up wanting to grab more fossil, not fossils, more oh my god, I've forgotten the name of them. The little you know, crystal chunk things that you can then use to buy essentially the video game cartridges for that like special area. But that's a problem for another day. We're not worrying about that for this. That's something that like, because there's not a risk of any Pokemon fainting or anything, that's something I can do off screen another time and not be worried about it. There we go. Just looking at the time compared to like when we started, and it's like, oh my god, a regular episode of this would be like getting close to the end now. Hugo wants to learn Fire Blast. Yeah, Hugo, what do we got here? So Fire Blast, the classic 11085. Guaranteeing a burn is neat if you hit, but honestly, I think I'm less concerned with the burn. This is more powerful, more accurate. I mean, Flame Charge really is going to need to be replaced at some point, but I think a Steel Swift, that's pretty cool. I think Inferno, there's not really a reason to keep that around. There we go. Cool. And Chillhelm. Ooh, Nasty Plot, the classic. It's the special attack, yes. Ugh, man. Chillhelm's special is bad. That's really not good. This would bring it up to essentially 110, which is much better. Actually, yeah, Weavile's physical attack literally... Oh my god. Oop. Whoa. Not what I was trying to do at all. I slipped and I hit the left trigger, forgetting that actually does stuff in this game. Quick attack, normally 40 power with a 131 attack, is going to be about as good. I guess this, if I Nasty Plot, Icy Wind will be just a little bit better than Quick Attack, and that's only because of Stab. That's pretty rough. Really, I probably should just lean in on Physical and not even bother with Special. I think that's what we're going to have to do here. Yeah, I think Nasty Plot's going to have to go. Like, there's an argument for using Nasty Plot to allow Chillhelm to actually, like, have special attacks be an option, but, like, most of these battles that we're going to be setting up into, like, we can do buffs and things, but if I need to be using a buff just to even be remotely competitive on most of these, like, that's going to be a bigger problem than anything else. So I'd rather lean in on their strengths and find ways to... Like, if Chillhelm were to learn, like, Swords Dance, I think I'd be likelier to use that than Nasty Plot, just because we're already starting at a good spot here. Who are you? Seamus. Okay, bye, Seamus. Good luck in this underground cave. Hope you find your parents. Alrighty. I can also beat up on these like regular random dudes too. I just been like trying to focus where I can on also, hey Cacnea, on stuff that I'm super effective against, you know, like Cacnea, because I have, was it Sludge Wave? Sludge Bomb. Boink. There we go. There we go. There's a crit and everything. Hell yeah. Down goes little cacti boy. Alrighty. Oh, hello, hello. Getting all the hits today. So let's see. At this point, we are on the brink of about 5 hours total of this. Which would be, 18 to 20 episodes of this. If we were to break it up into normal episodes. Which, we're at the point where we're veering it, like we're nearing the point where this would have been like a month of normal episodes if we were to air all of this, Sheer Cold. I think that's the one-hit kill, right? Yeah. It's less likely to hit the target if it's used by Pokemon other than ice types. I did not know that. Is that a new thing? It's less likely to hit the target if it's used by Pokemon other than ice types. I did not realize that there were any other modifiers on these one-hit kills. Huh. Much as I would like to use this, because all my dudes that do get to 79 are going to be higher than most, if not all, of the Pokemon up until the final Elite Four run. So, this could be doable, and it's 30 plus 1% per level difference, but I don't know. It just seems like such a long shot all the time, and I don't think there's anything you can do to make that likelier to hit. I don't know if you can do one of the focus energy, or there are a few moves that make your accuracy, that make a move not miss on the next thing, but I think I'd rather stick with the bulkier moves that I already have. If it turns out that there is a move that Montgomery can learn that makes your next hit land for sure, then maybe that's something we can look at again. But a Pokeball. Oh, okay. Calm Mind is nice. Get over here. There's a little guy. There's a little guy. A little cacti. Little cactus people are the best. They're the best. If I ever made a VTuber, it'd just be a little cactus. A little cactus and a little terracotta pot. Just vibing. Just chilling there, having a good one. That Cacnea, a Maractus. Cacturn. Who else out there? Cactuars, obviously. It's Togemon. I think other video game cacti. I guess there's Pokey, right? From the Mario games. I guess that technically counts as a cactus, even though other than them having spikes, I feel like they don't really feel like cacti. I guess they literally feel like cacti. I think of other ones though. There's oh my God, isn't there literally a cactus? Who's the other? Because for Marvel vs. Capcom 2, there's Ruby Heart, who desperately needs to make another appearance in something. She's great. And oh my God, Amingo. That's what it was. It was it's not Amigo. What the hell is it? Amingo. It's a cactus with the big sombrero. I'm trying to remember. Vibrava is what? Ground and flying? A little complicated there, and I don't know that I want to deal with flying. Actually, wait, is it ground flying or ground dragon? I could swear the dragon enters into it at some point. Let's do this. Also, for this instance in particular, I'm sure I've said it earlier in this thing, thank God for EXP share. This would be This would basically just be straight up not an option without EXP share. Because we've already spent almost 5 hours doing this, and we've got quite a ways to go. Now multiply that by the 6 members of your team the entire time, and we're talking like, I don't know, 60 plus hours of grinding just to make this shit make sense. I think if that were the case, if we didn't have EXP share to work with, I think I would just bail on the rematches altogether. Or I would try to force my way through the Elite Four rematch with the X item strategy. And then otherwise be like, we're going to check out the rest of the post game and we're just not even going to bother with the gym fights because they're just going to be too difficult. And, like, perhaps that would have been the call here. Unfortunately, I picked a pretty unfortunate game to actually finally win for Pokemon Rivals. Because this one, the postgame is both shallow and it's shallow but dense. Parentheses derogatory. In the sense that, like, there's not a lot of real depth. But the stuff that it's like... Oh, shit, wrong one. It does at times feel like swimming through molasses a little bit. In terms of just the immense amount of friction that is there. Right. Okay. If I was planning this out better, I would probably cheekily talk about stuff that will have already gone up by the time anybody who is watching this video reaches this point in the video, assuming nobody skips ahead. But one, there's a lot of flexibility as to when some of the stuff happens. Ooh. Damn. That's a bummer. Anytime we see that intro, I'm sad because I can't catch this, but I know that it's got good stats. That's a real shame. But yeah, there's a lot of flexibility as to how uploads are going to go for this particular day. So the strategy at this point, because at various points it was like, I'll just get it done when it gets done. Maybe it'll go up as a Christmas thing. Now it's like, ooh, it could go up as a... It might still be... I might still brand it a Christmas special because I did intend to try to get this done for Christmas, and then there just was never time. And there's a few last straggling videos on that front. I think we're up to like 7 or 8 now. But the intent at this point is for this to go up as a Pokemon Day upload. Good day to put up a big crazy video, and also a good excuse to get this game back on its feet so we can finish it off and take one more thing off our plate. I'm a little sad because there were 1 or 2 things that I was hoping we might be able to accomplish for Pokemon Day that sadly we were not able to do, just coordination-wise. Oh, a Metang, hey. Yeah, coordination-wise, it just kind of didn't work out, and it's just like, that's a bummer. That is a bummer. We're gonna go... Oh, the Cacturn brothers. Cacturn and Return. Look at those spooky-ass eyes. God, his eyes look really haunted in this. Literally, they caught me so off guard, I wondered for a second if that was the difference for a shiny or something. Something about that angle, it's very like, if you deep fried the contrast on this, it would look like you could stick it in like an analog horror and it would fit. It's the new is the new dorselessness. Oh boy. Whoop, how did I walk right through it? That was interesting. Do you have iframes after a battle? invisible iframes? That'd be interesting. There's not a lot of good ways to test that, but that's very intriguing. I gotta keep checking our audio because I keep being worried that it's just going to stop. Like, I would normally not be too worried about it, except that this is going to be a really big video. Even if I stopped right now, it'd be a crazy huge video. But also, I really don't have the time to re-record audio if stuff gets lost, you know what I mean? The real bitch of it is, and honestly, I'll be curious to see when this video does successfully go online, because it's going to rely fully on when the video, because I need to. It's currently Tuesday night, week of, and a very important piece of the calculus here is that this video will need to. Oh, I think that's water rock or just rock. An important piece of the calculus here is that this video, even if I do zero editing on it other than stapling it together cleanly, is that it still has to export and it still has to upload. And export aside, the upload could take anywhere from like 10 to 20 hours, depending on what the final size is. Oh my god. Oh shit. Okay, I gotta hustle here. That's special. I should leave. Can I leave? No, yeah, wait. Yeah, wait, am I actually able to leave with this one? Or is this one of the dudes who's got, like, arena trap? Okay. I was thinking about it, I was like, I'm not doing physical damage, because I was like, Giga Drain is special, isn't it? Let's go up and heal. Get our PP back. But yeah, I was like, maybe we don't chance that, since Shuckle's got redonkulous defense and now redonkulous offense. Here we go. Have I talked to this lady before? Look at that. 3 Pokeballs, 3 Quick Balls. Oh, your Rosemary. It seems to like you. Must be happy being with you. Okay, thank you, lady. Goodbye. Play alone. Whee! Into the hole we go. Ba-boom. I lost my train of thought from before. No. Oh, yeah. No, so the video is going to take the better part of a day to upload, and it's currently Tuesday. And this, my initial target was Thursday at noon. I don't think that's happening. Like, even under ideal circumstances, even if I kept recording just a shitload of this tonight and then a shitload of it tomorrow, like early, like morning, I would still have to export it, and then it would spend literally the entire day. Oh, you fucker. Literally the entirety of Wednesday, evening, night, into Thursday, uploading, and then processing. So, like, I don't know. We'll see, right? Vacuum Wave. Classic. I miss you, Fibonacci. Good old days. Speaking of how editing worked in the pre-Switch era of the D-pad. Oh, man. I had another haunting realization. Whoa! Another haunting realization recently, which is that the D-pad has been around for nearly half as long as Pokemon has been around. It's getting pretty close. Let's just run. Yeah, get out of here. The D-pad is going to be celebrating its 14th anniversary in April. And Pokemon as you're seeing this, or if it doesn't go up in time, which is fine, then very recently celebrated 29 years, which means next year the D-pad is going to turn 15 right after Pokemon turns 30. And if you want to get really particular about it, sometime at the start of May, the D-pad will officially be will officially have been around for most of the time Pokemon has existed. Because we'll be around 15 years in 1 month. Pokemon will have been around for 30 years in 2 months. Insane to think about. It occurred to me in the shower the other day, and I was like, whoa, okay, that's a little hard to grapple with. I'm so old, says Sarah from upstairs, mocking me from a distance. She says she loves me, but I don't know. Oh, God. And, like, I think what makes it so weird to me is, like, as a kid, I wouldn't have equated the two of these, but nowadays, in the 2020s, in my brain, I put the NES and Game Boy as being, like, right next to each other in terms of, oh, yeah, NES and Game Boy games. They came out at the same time, right? But, like, The Legend of Zelda, Mega Man, Metroid on the NES, they came out 1986, 1987. Pokemon came out almost a full decade after that. So, like, I think part of what has me go, like, whoa, that can't be true. We can't be half as old as Pokemon, is thinking about it in terms of, but that's one of those oldest games. Like the first era of real post-crash home console gaming, you know? So what I think, like, oh, it's half as old as Pokemon, my brain fills that in with, like, oh, so it's half as old as, like, Zelda too, right? It's like, not really, no. Like, Zelda's coming up on its 40th anniversary, which is completely insane to think about. Oof. We won't be as old. We would have to go for another decade to become half as old as The Legend of Zelda or Mega Man or Metroid. Essentially, we'll, like, if we are still doing this stuff 10 years from now, right? But the D-pad would have to turn 25 as those franchises all turn 50. Math is weird. Math is weird and time is scary. All right. Oh, there was a Budew. Too late. I feel like there needs to be more art of the little grass dudes all together. Budew, Seedot, Sunkern, Smoliv. All those little ones just hanging out, doing their thing. They've got similar energies. I think Smoliv has a pretty uniquely nervous trait to it, but they all just have kind of like, yep, I'm a little guy, just hanging out. Just as their thing, you know? Yeah, so I'm just like thinking through how much time is passing as we're getting these levels up. Because, like, let's see, we're a little over 5 hours in at this point. Ooh, hello. Ooh, we got some interesting dudes down here right now. Oh, okay, I can deal with you. Yeah, we're probably like coming up on 510. We're probably like 508-ish. 507, 508, something like that. So we're approaching the halfway point of what we could do. My one real like limitation on this, my upper bounds, right? Like if I just don't have time to get all of that in, then I'm just going to do what I can, and we'll you know, go with whatever we have. But assuming we did do a full 12-hour thing, and part of the reason that I set that goal is if the video is less than 12 hours long, then I know for a fact that it will be able to go up on YouTube without YouTube getting upset. I have found ways to exceed the 12-hour barrier. I try not to talk about it too much because I don't want YouTube to go and fix it. Similarly, I know there's silly ways to bypass like Bandcamp's restrictions on stuff, but I try not to make a big deal of that either. Less because I don't want them to fix it, more because I don't want people to exploit that. I don't even do that anymore. I wind up buying tracks if I'm going to use them for stuff anyway. But actually, at this point, I'm usually licensing stuff from people directly. Like I'm actually speaking with them to coordinate like what to do with that. It's not all the time, but at least for stuff that I know is going to be getting used like long term. Great example. I actually don't even know if he still makes music. I hope he is. I hope he does. But for the last, for the last 10 years and a month or so, we've been using a track from Studio Steve Wallace. Like Studio in quotation marks, like a nickname. Studio Steve Wallace. I've been using, I'm trying to remember, I think the track name is literally just called Dr. Wily. We've been using it for over 10 years, and it was the very first track that I actually made a point of, like, speaking directly with the artist to, like, license it, basically. I gave him an estimate for how many times I thought it was likely to get used. Dramatic undershot, but it was a legitimate guess on that. Part of that too is like the project itself has expanded so much over the years, but yep, I paid, you know, we agreed on some licensing fees. I was basically, honestly, like, I asked him essentially what he wanted for it, and he gave me a number, and I was like, cool, let's do it. Like, I knew absolutely nothing about what the value of that kind of usage would be monetarily for him, so I'm just like, unless he asks for something that is, like, cartoonish and exorbitant, then I'm basically just going to say yes to whatever he says. So yeah, we did that, and here we are, 10 years later, still using it. I should check in. I should see what he's up to. It's not like him and I were like, you know, buds or close or anything like that. Literally, the only interaction I think we've ever had was our initial set of like 3 or 4 emails apiece. But I'm always curious to see like what's up with folks that I use music from. It's been very interesting to see. I feel a little awkward, but we also mostly don't use the voices in it anymore anyway. But The Adventures of Dwayne and Brando have not been a thing for years now. They were the band that made the song that I used for intros and outros for Zelda, the legendary Let's Play. And at various points I've modified it. I've done my own tweaks to it. The intro, I think, is actually a mix between the intro from their original Zelda track and just the actual NES Zelda intro, because theirs just uses electric guitar, as the opening notes, and I was like, I really do like having the actual oh boy, the NES sound font. I don't actually remember what the font is off the top of my head. I used to know the actual like serial number names that got used for those, but yeah, no, not to get into like T category or anything, but it sounds like one of them. I'm not even gonna guess. I was going to say I think it was blank, but I'm not gonna say, just because I don't know enough to not get it wrong, and I'd rather not even suggest it if I have it backwards. But it sounds like one of them, like they were raising money for a new project, and one of them just kind of took the money and ran. Which, like, man, that really sucks. That really sucks, because like they were you know, partners and collaborators for years. It sounded like they had broken up the band. Not like, I mean, that, which is such an odd kind of term to use for it, because it's not like they were. It feels weird when it's like that kind of scenario versus like an instrumental, you know, thing with I'm not gonna mess with Shuckle. It's gonna be too much of a pain in the ass. But they had broken up at one point, or just kind of ended the project, and they came back together to do another like round. I think that was when they were doing like the A Link to the Past, maybe. Because they had previously done Zelda games as just individual songs that kind of condensed the entire thing. But I think they kind of realized that A Link to the Past was too big, so they made basically an album out of that. So they were together again for a little bit, but I guess after a little while they went to raise money for something, and one of them just kind of took the money and bailed, and that kind of clinches it right there. There's not a lot of coming back from that. I don't know if there's any like backstory to that. I don't know if there's underlying things involved there. Not gonna speculate. It's none of my business. And that was years ago too. Itself, like that's not recent stuff. I'm trying to remember. I think we use a song from the 1-Ups for the Dreamy Let's Play. I'm trying to remember if it's the 1-Ups or. I guess I'm saying it in the present tense, but I think that we haven't used the classic like sax intro for a while, or outro for that matter. Because I think we've used the Revenge of Meta Knight track for the Nightmare and the Dreamy Let's Play videos. And prior to that, we had used some of the like Simlish vocal chunk of the theme to Kirby and the Forgotten Land when that one was a thing. I guess for Kirby's Return to Dreamland, we probably used the classic saxophone thing. I think it's the 1-Ups. I don't think it's Kirby's Dream Band, and I don't think it's there's another band that does like similar kind of arrangements and things, and oh boy, I don't remember. I think it's the 1-Ups though. Have not checked in there. I should. Then, what else? Oh, boy, an interesting one. So, I think Toy is the name of the artist that made the track that we use for the intro for the Supersonic Let's Play. And they just straight up disappeared entirely. I have no idea what happened. And in fact, the YouTube, I think they just closed down their YouTube and SoundCloud accounts because the track that I've been using, I think it's like Green Hill Zone 25th Anniversary Remix or something like that. That you can't even find it online anymore. Like the downloaded version that I have is the only version that I've got of that song. I have no idea what the deal there was. I don't know if something happened, or if they just decided they were done and they didn't want to just leave their stuff sitting up there. I don't know, but they do not appear to exist in the music sphere anymore. And then on the flip side, I think Rare Candy did the Sky Sanctuary Zone one that we end most of our videos with. It's gonna be nice getting back to having videos start and end with the classic tracks. I got into the habit after a while. I think it might have been Sonic 06 that was the first time that I did. Actually, Sonic Mania came first. I think we did special stuff there too, but certainly by the time Sonic 06 came around was when I started doing like, for certain games I might do special intros, outros. We're actively doing it with Shadow Generations right now. But it'll be nice to get back into the classic intro and outro. Keeping things simple. Ooh, we got a bunch we can do stuff with here. We have not done a normal Kingdom Hearts video in so long that I cannot remember who is responsible for the track that we use there. I think it's... Oh, no, I'm an idiot. It's Glitch City. Glitch X City? Glitch City? Who, she is fantastic. I think we've used some of her Pokemon remixes before as well. I mean, she is still just crushing it in general. I think we use literally the same track for the opening and the closing, just because it just fits nicely for that. Oh, Resident Evil. The intro and outro are both by Denari, who the last I checked in with them, they were doing pretty rad. Helming a lot more stuff through like MagFest and associated music and game festivals of many sorts. I was really bummed I couldn't make it to MagFest. This is the first MagFest that I have not been able to make it to since I started going to that for reasons other than COVID. I skipped out on... So I went in 2020... because at the time, stuff really hadn't been kicking off yet. And I went in 2021. No, I didn't go in 2021. Nope, 2021 was a canceled one. 2022, it was open again, but I didn't feel really good about the idea of going to a convention or an expo in January of 2022. I already get kind of anxious in like big group settings. I mean, I do get like social anxiety and stuff, but that's like not in the same way. Like, I definitely get like anxious when I'm in like huge crowds, you know? PAX East is awful for that. PAX East, if you go down to the floor, you have to get really okay with the idea of being like up in each other's business the entire time. MagFest is usually a lot better about that, to its credit. Even when you're down on like the in the merch and Artist Alley kind of area, it's usually not too terrible in terms of like crowding and all that. But even that aside, it just was like, it feels really like not a good idea to try going to a convention at the start of 2022. I didn't go then. I went in 2023, and I went in 2024. I think I went in 2024. Pretty sure I did. But I didn't go this year. Did not go this year. It's a bummer because it is, of the conventions that I still go to / am able to go to, it is my favorite. It's my favorite one to go to right now. I guess the list is pretty small. PAX East is great because it's local, but it is too big of a convention for the space that it's held in at this point, and it has been for years. The problem with that is there's no solution. We are... PAX East literally takes place in the largest physical space that it can in, like, the entirety of New England. Like, unless they wanted to... I actually know. I was going to make a, like, kind of a half-serious statement of, like, oh, if they wanted to, like, rent out the TD Garden and just erect walls or something, but even that would still, I don't think, that'd be smaller. So I don't think there's, like, a solution available for PAX East, which is a shame because it is a good time. And it's high profile enough that there are some exclusive things that wind up there. I think my first exposure to Yeek Y2K, a postmodern RPG, was at PAX East back in, I don't know, 2016, 17, something like that. Maybe earlier, actually. It might have been more like 2014. Back out there. But it's too big, a lot of people, and not a lot of places to put them. I'm hoping to be going this year. I don't think I went last year. Last year I didn't go to PAX East because just we had recently moved. MagFest was kind of my one thing that I was allowing myself to go and do. I should use Fairy on this guy so that I can keep my my grass and all. I wouldn't use poison anyway, but I can conserve my grass ability. My Giga Drain PP. This guy's water dark, right? Yeah. But yeah, I didn't go to PAX East last year. The main reason being we actually got a panel in 2023. And we did not get one in for 2024. And I was already kind of like on the fence about being able to go. And so I was just like, I'm not going to stress about it. The hotels were already super booked up because that was the other thing too. Previous years, I lived down the T. I lived down the subway essentially from PAX East, so it was very easy to get there. I could be at PAX East within an hour by like 4 different modes of transport. At this point, I would have to, at bare minimum, I would have to. Hi, Samuel. I would have to get a ride to the train station at the nearest city in order to take a train for 45 minutes to an hour. I forget how long the train actually is. I haven't taken it recently. To get into Boston, to then take a bunch of subways to get where I was trying to go. Actually, yeah, we can do this. So it's a little bit further out, so I would need to do like hotel stuff at this point. But I submitted a panel. I haven't heard back yet. I think everyone's supposed to hear by the end of the month, I think. But I haven't heard back yet. I did hear back on, I submitted for a media badge, and I did not get that, which is fine. My understanding, at least back in the day, by which I mean like, I don't know, 7-ish years ago, the general understanding was if you needed to have like 50,000 subscribers to get into PAX East with a media badge. Or sorry, a content creator badge. I mean, media badge and content creator badge are the same thing. But if you were a content creator, you essentially needed on YouTube 50,000 subscribers for them to like seriously consider you. As of recording, we're at a little over 18,000. So, not quite there. Not quite there. I'm gonna keep applying every year for it because no reason not to. Oh. Oh. I don't like Last Resort. Isn't Last Resort one of those take you with me moves? That makes me kind of nervous. That makes me very nervous. Like, I could just run from this battle if that's a problem. I just wanted to, like, take a quick peek. But, of course, Bulbapedia is a never-ending fucking memory leak of a website, which sucks because it's a really good... Oh! Never mind. No. I think I'm mixing this up with something else. Last Resort is one... It only does anything if you've used every other move in your arsenal before that. And it has nothing to do with taking you down with it. I could be thinking of like what, Perish Song? What the hell is Wobbuffet's thing? Cannot remember. Cannot remember. Let's keep moving. Alrighty. Making our way over here. Over here is where we're making it. I hope people aren't... I already talked to you, Seamus. I hope people aren't too upset by this video existing. On the plus side, and I think I would have said this earlier in the video also, this is the only thing that's going to be in this video. I'm not going to actually progress anything for this. It's also why this video is going to be released as part 44.5 and not part 45, because it is completely skippable. It is a fully skippable video where you could go from 44 to 45. You'll miss nothing of real importance. This is essentially just like, I may as well, and also... Oh, I forgot this guy was also part dark. I may as well, and also it's a good way to keep me honest on grinding. Not that I would have cheated otherwise, but like, I don't know. I feel like when I disappear for long chunks and then come back with like, oh, here's my 14 Pokemon who all have their levels all souped up. Like, it feels a little bit sketchy, you know? So there's a way to be like, nope, I did it. You can go and look at it right there. There it is. The ultimate podcast episode. I am not going to finish recording this tonight because there's too much of it left. If I was to keep recording this until I had all of the... I'm trying to remember if Baltoy is... It's part psychic, though, isn't it? So I really shouldn't fight it, because I was like, I think that it's also part, rock or ground, isn't it? So, like, it would be weak to grass, but I just don't like the idea of going up against something that's got super effective moves for me, you know? But yeah, if I were to try to do this all in one uninterrupted sitting, finishing off and hitting our max cap and being like, yep, there we go, we're done. I would be here till, I think, 2 in the morning. So we are basically at like just over 5.5 hours, I think, in the whole video. So we would have 6.5 left, which that'd be basically 2 a.m. And I'm not doing that. Not doing that. I'll do what I can manage tonight. I'll do what I can manage tomorrow. Hopefully I can just get into it early enough to just rip through whatever remains and get that exporting, get that uploading, and get the rest of whatever I gotta do done. I haven't edited this week's shadow videos yet. We did the DLC. The DLC I edited, and that's already gone online. But I haven't edited or uploaded. Well, I guess that's kind of redundant. I haven't edited the completion videos yet. There'd be one yesterday, one tomorrow, assuming this does go up on Thursday. Hello? Oh, I'm sure that I would have brought up earlier in this also. I'm curious if we will run into any shiny Pokemon while we're down here. For two reasons. One, because it is very, very funny to just be fighting seemingly endless numbers of Pokemon for potentially 12 hours and not run into a single shiny in that entire time. Two, because the rules have always been that if we found a shiny Pokemon, we could use it. It would be a valid catch that we could then actually use. And that'd be kind of sweet. That'd be pretty sick. I've yet to encounter a shiny in a Rivals game thus far. The only shiny that I've the only shinies that I've encountered in videos for the channel were in Pokemon Legends Arceus, where enough spawned that it definitely... And also, I think the rate... I forget if there's a separate shiny charm or what, but it does seem like the rate does... How did I miss that Metang? Holy cow. It seems like the rate does increase as you get further into the game and collect more Pokemon. There was one day I wasn't even doing it for a video. I was catching up my other game so that I could do the connection, the connective stuff between Brilliant Diamond and Legends. And in that one, I found 2 shinies in the same afternoon. Like, I was just kind of casually doing stuff to catch things up, and I found 2 like 3 hours apart. I was like, whoa, okay. Well, that's something, I guess. Chill home. Cool. But yeah. There was that, and there was Pokemon Violet, where right near the end of everything, I think the final Indigo Disc stream, I wound up getting, I think it was a shiny Charmander. And that was one where I definitely commented on it because that game, Scarlet and Violet, generate so many Pokemon. So goddamn many Pokemon. Now, granted, unlike... Ooh, Rain Dance. I guess it lowers Fire-type moves. Physical attack is better than special. Physical defense is already good, but being able to, like, really make it hard to crack through that is kind of nice. I feel like I just don't want to be out against fire anyway. I'm gonna say no. But yeah, that game generated a ridiculous number of Pokemon. So the likelihood of encountering a shiny was pretty goddamn high. I would have to imagine it's basically your best unaltered odds of encountering a shiny over the span of any given amount of time for any core Pokemon title. I would be stunned if any Pokemon game gave you better chances of finding a shiny in the span of, say, an hour than that. Murph babies. Hugo. And I found one like 100+ hours in. Oh, hello there. I was just grabbing a blanket because my feet are cold. Alrighty. Giga Drain. Here we go. Now my feet don't have to be so cold. Sweet. I'd been meaning to do so much more of this over the long expanse of time that it's been between the second chunk and this third chunk. And I think I just kind of assumed that it was going to wind up being a lot more, not like it's not a lot of work or it's not a lot of time commitment, but like even as we've been sitting here, I've done over an hour of this already, and it's kind of like melted away a little bit. Like I couldn't do the whole last thing in one go without really feeling it, but I think the biggest trick is I just have to be willing to be like, all right, cool, I'm gonna just take some random amount of time and just do a bunch of this, you know, in one long go here. The real interesting part is how much of this am I going to wind up doing tomorrow morning in the attempt to wrap this up. I say less than halfway through it as is. Because really, like if I stopped right now, right? And then I just went at it tomorrow, I'd be doing it till, I don't know, 3:30, 4 o'clock, and then it would have to export, and then it would have to upload, and that's just a lot of stuff. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how things play out. We'll see how it all goes. Might actually just do this. Conserve my PP. Oh, I hope he doesn't use, like, Earthquake. What was I thinking? Double Edge is actually much funnier. Hilario. Alright. Oh my goodness, a Fanpy? Yeah, sure, why not? Hey, little guy. How you doing? Boom, boom, boom. You seen your Uncle Scoopafint around at all? I've never fought a Fanpy. Wow. Oh, now I have. Good night. Poor little guy. Alrighty. Graveler just makes me nervous. Between like explosion and earthquake and shit like that, it's just too dangerous, I think. I'd rather not chance it, you know? Rather not chancy, you know? We got jokes. We got jokes in this episode. Everybody with the joke pool, clock it. 5 hours and 40 some odd minutes. It happened. The first joke. I should be able to squeeze in another, you know, one and a tenth or so before the end of all this. Look at this little cat meow. Heck yeah. I love its silly mouth. The mouth on it is like wild. Got that like stretchy kind of like pulling apart sort of thing. I'm curious if that's like a condition that can happen with certain breeds of cactus or something. Where like its own like husk, I guess, starts to like pull itself apart. Because of the cruelty of biology or some shit. Brum, 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 brum. Alright. It's got some drainage going. Down goes Rhyhorn. Hell yeah. It is so funny to look back on Gen 1 Pokemon and the, like, typing conventions that it had. Like, there's only so much shade you can throw at it when the game only had 150 and had 15 types. Ambitious. And then it went and had only 3 Ghost Pokemon and 3 Dragon Pokemon. You go, oh, okay, so I guess it's, for the most part, more like 13 types then. And then most of your rock Pokemon were also ground. Actually, yeah, the only rock Pokemon that weren't ground were the fossils, right? Kabuto, Ammonite, and their evolutions, and Aerodactyl. Because otherwise you had the Geodude line and Onix. Were there even any other rock types? There were other ground types. Oh, sorry, Rhyhorn, Rhydon as well. See, now this is interesting. Harshly lowering the target's defense stat when I'm already doing 152 for attack. That's an interesting one. I'm gonna get rid of quick attack. I'm gonna get rid of quick attack. I may regret that. It might be nice to just have a priority move, even if it's only quick attack. But yeah, what was it? The other ground Pokemon would have been what? Sandshrew, Sandslash. Oh my God! What other ground Pokemon were in Gen 1? Oh, Diglett, Dugtrio. And then you got Poison, which was butted up with... Oh, hey there. Butted up with a whole bunch of grass and water. Mostly grass. Then you had your, like, your Tentacruel. But yeah, I think, Tangela was the only grass Pokemon in the entire game to not also be a poison Pokemon, right? Because you had the whole Bulbasaur line, you had the Bellsprout line, you had the Oddish line. So that is 9 grass poison Pokemon right away. Tangela wasn't. Tangela was just grass. Was that it for grass Pokemon? Having a hard time remembering others, actually. But yeah, it's so fascinating to kind of look back at how all of that, because like, yeah, they only had 150. They can only do so much, but it was very funny how much they just kept repeating the same tricks over and over again. It's like, you don't have to do that. You can have different Pokemon be different things. It is okay. Nah, we're gonna have all of our Ghost be poison. We're gonna have all but one of our Grass be poison. We're gonna only have 3 Ghosts. We're gonna only have 3 Dragons. We're only gonna have, what, like 4 Ice Pokemon? That was what? Articuno, Lapras. Oh, I always get this wrong. Cloyster? Because I think, are Seal and Dugong water, ice? I can never remember. For some reason, my brain cannot hang on to the information of how Shelter and Seal lines work type-wise. Then Jinx. And then that might be it. But yeah, it's very funny to kind of look at it and be like, oh yeah, they technically had 15 types, but 2 types literally had just a single line to them. One of which was only catchable in 1 tower. One of which was a rare line in the first place. It could only be caught in a couple places. So really, for the most part, the game... And also, outside of that tower and the very end of the game, most trainers didn't have, you know, those 2 lines anyway. So functionally, it's a lot closer to 13 types in Gen 1. I'm trying to think what the other... Psychic was an interesting type, because they absolutely... It was already planned to be a really good type, and then they fucked up their type effectiveness, and it became a nearly indestructible type. You know, with what? Aberline, Jinx, Mewtwo, Mew. Is that it for Psychic? Might be. I don't know. Peter's up to 75. We're climbing. We're climbing. I think Pete was at, what, 71 when I first got this chunk going? I do wish that it climbed faster, but I will take the more reliable stuff here as opposed to alternatives like, you know, I think actually the levels here are the best I can get now that I think about it. So I was gonna say like, I guess I could go to Victory Road and fuck around there, but it's like I don't think the levels there are actually this good. I think this is literally the best place to grind for experience in the game. So just gonna do what we can there. Hugo and Montgomery. I love my little named babies. It's gonna be a sad day when we're finally done with this one. When we move on from this and we no longer have our named dudes anymore. I can't remember. Is Numel also fire type? So I'm trying to remember. I think what Camerupt is it ground and fire? I don't think it's rock and fire. I know it's fire. I think it's fire and ground. I can't remember if Numel is also is one or the other or both. That said, I'm also not like so desperate to specifically fight it that I need to know. I can just cycle it out for something else. Not think twice about it. Alrighty. Coming through there. Okay. Aha! Olay! Get this guy going. Alrighty. Should we be concerned about all this sand that's falling in everywhere? It's kind of been continuously tumbling into this area, right? It's got to mean one of two things. Either one, things are shifting and it's about to become very dangerous in here for everybody. Or two, even that aside, the room is slowly gaining more and more sand. Which, as you know, when there's more sand, the sand takes up more of the space. And in due time, this room will become uninhabitable. I was going to say inhospitable, which is like technically true, but maybe not quite as accurate as we could get. Kind of buries the lead on what the problem is. Oh, that room that's entirely full of sand is not a very nice place to be. Yeah. Funny that. Let's go up. And yeah. Alright. And we will hit the Pokemon Center again. Yeah. Alrighty. Everybody get in line. I think when Peat Rose is done, I'm gonna have to carefully make some choices about who gets put on the team next. 'Cause depending who it is, it's entirely possible that someone that gets put on the team doesn't actually get to level 79 by the time we're done here. Even starting this early, you know? Like, we are just about at the halfway point. And I think Peat Rose was on the first team I brought down here, I think. Or was Peat Rose my first alternate? I think that might have been it. Maybe that was it. Peat Rose was first alternate. Haven't fought a primate. Now I have. Alrighty, cool. Anybody else before we, Yeah, sure, why not? Whoop. Here you are, buddy. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. You're gonna be very sad. Oh, it is. Is it already grass and poison? That's funny. Feels wrong for a Budu to be grass and poison. I don't know. Something feels off about that. That feels wrong to me. It's not. It doesn't have enough of an existence of a plant to be part poison yet, in my opinion. Oddish has just enough going for it, like lore character-wise, to maybe make an excuse for it. Like, it could even be that it's like almost more of a reference to like the bitterness of a radish or something. I don't know. I don't think radish is even bitter in the first place. What am I saying? All right, let's get off to the other side. Let me go this way, please. Go down here and we'll fight some more dudes in the sand zone. Funny part is, every time someone hits 79 and I have to phase them out, I have to pick a slightly different strategy for which Pokemon to be targeting down here. Even this room is really not ideal considering oh, Murkrow. There we go. Considering ground is super effective against poison. Alright. I always get confused between the Psyduck line and the Slowpoke line. Because Psyduck, while Psyduck and Golduck have psychic moves, I believe are not psychic. Whereas the Slowpoke line are psychic. Which feels a little weird, because you would think Psyduck would be psychic type based off of that name. Like, it would make sense, you know? This one, I'm down, and then back to the side. Also, even under a blanket, my feet are fucking freezing. Alright, let's get in here. Right about as we hit... I don't know exactly at what moment it will happen, but we should be more or less pretty much, you know, right on the 6-hour mark. Overall, which means that there is less to come than we have done so far, guaranteed now. Before, if we did do a full 12-hour thing, then like, yeah, there'd be more coming than what was left, right? But there is also the possibility of the video not being that full length, right? Like, oh, we did a 10-hour thing or something, then I might change that math a little bit. Another Fanby. Come here, buddy. Let's fight, you and me. Let's you and me fight. Let's do it. Let's get at it. Boo, boo, boo. Alrighty. Saw somebody else walk. Oh, not you. No! Ooh. This might be a little less than ideal. Well, it is an under-evolved Pokemon, so... Let's see what we got here. Okay, so it is Ground Dragon by this point, then. It is very funny that being a Dragonfly, it's not Dragon and Flying. I believe it is Ground Dragon from this point forward. So we do have a weapon here. We just have to do it in one and get the fuck out. So, okay. Couldn't remember. Good to know. Now we know. About to get another level up. That's going to be good. We got a bunch of dudes we can fuck with down here. Alright. Let's do it. I'll take it down. Down goes Reinhardt. Hell yeah. Alright, Wexley and Chillhelm doing their thing. Hell yeah. Alrighty. Let's do it. Alright. Back half now. Back half vibes. Back F5s are just silently sitting here and going, uh-huh. All right. All right. That's just gonna be the only commentary that there is for hours and hours of this. No, it's not gonna be that. I've literally had like nightmares about that. You ever have? So I'm sure I've talked about this kind of stuff before. You ever have like a dream where your brain, you are partly awake, but your brain is having a hard time sorting out, like, essentially what it is imagining versus what is actually in front of it? There have definitely been times where I have been asleep enough to be dream imagining that I was recording something or streaming something or otherwise like preparing something. But for whatever reason, all of a sudden I realize, oh my God, I haven't said anything in like 10 minutes. Which is so funny to have like bad dreams about, because like there's so many bigger things to have like bad dreams about than that. Noticing that the video recording looks like a little bit on the, I don't want to say fuzzy. It looks a little fuzzy and a little dark. I hope that's not actually the case, but also my TV I think does like vibrance enhancing things or something. But yeah, aside from it being just a silly, very first world problem thing to have bad dreams about, it's also like, could you even imagine like if I sat here and said nothing for 10 whole actual minutes? It would be like a genuinely painful experience just sitting here for that long without saying anything. I don't know if I would be capable of doing it without saying something just for the sake of like relief, like relieving the tension in the room or the awkwardness. Like 10 minutes of pure silence would be impossible to have happen. Because like the bad dream part is me kind of going, oh my God, wait a minute, why haven't I been speaking? Which happens, for me anyway, at way less than 10 minutes. I don't know if I could go 10 full seconds on here without being like, oh, I should say something. Like solo anyway. If I'm doing it with a group, then that's a different story. You're all kind of sharing the space, right? But for a solo one, if I went 10 full seconds without saying anything, like, look, we'll do a test right here. Ready? This is 10 seconds of me not saying anything. There it is. That's 10. That felt like forever, didn't it? There were like 2 separate points during that where I was like, oh, I should just say something. Like, god damn. And when I do solo, I know that they're like, I'll leave like a few seconds of, whoops, I didn't actually mean to grab that one. I'll leave a few seconds of silence in between stuff just because, I don't know. I don't want to blow my voice out for one. But also just, I don't know, it's got more podcasty vibes. I don't need to be speaking through literally every moment of the thing. But the silence really does like build so much in that small amount of time. 10 seconds. Now imagine 60 times that without me having said anything and somehow not realizing that I'm still supposed to be in an episode and saying something. But yeah, no, I've had little waking nightmare style things of that where like I'll realize, oh, I should start saying something, and I'll just lie there in bed and try to will myself to start commentating on shit that I can't see because it's not in front of me. And now I'm like, oh no, what am I even supposed to say right now? I don't even know what to say. And like, it's dreams are so funny to me because like you can do all of that and your brain won't pick up on like, hey, doesn't it seem weird that you're worried about commentating on something you can't see and that you don't know what you're doing? Like, it's just very funny to me. And down goes another Cacnea. I think, are we at 76? We are at 76. So we got 3 more levels to go before Pete Rose is hitting the locker room. And we're grabbing somebody else out here. It's going to be a shame. Pete Rose has been actually quite versatile out here. Like, granted, I'm also picking rooms where Pete Rose is actually, you know, able to get stuff done. And that'll be the same for, actually, who is next? Is it Murph Babies? Is that Illumise? Volbeat? I can never remember the difference between Illumise and Volbeat. I think that's a Volbeat. Volbeat is it electric? I think it's electric. It's buggy, but I don't think it's bug type, right? Or is it that it's a bug and not electric? Let's do ourselves a quick favor here. Let's actually go and check. It is bug. I think because of the vol part, Volbeat, my brain goes, oh, like Volt. Must be electric. Bug will be interesting. Bug and Fairy. Bug and Fairy. What is that good for? It'd be good for fighting. Fighting would be great to go up against. Dark would also be good. Psychic would be pretty good. I suppose Grass would be good. That might be it. That might be kind of all that we can... And Dragon as well, because of the Fairy move. Alright, I mean, there's some decent stuff in there. Big boys. Hello, you. Let's do it. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Look at that jolly guy. He's just like having a grand old time. Excuse me. She's just marching to her own drum. Marching to her own belly drum. Imagine a marching band full of Cacnea. Be amazing. Be the best. I would go to that parade. Every year. Every year to the Cacnea parade. They try so goddamn hard. Oh my goodness. Urgh. Watch, I'm going to be wondering this entire time. I just had a quick moment of like, oh my god, I've had another window up and not been looking at Logic. Am I still getting audio? We're going to find out after all of this that like, shiny Pokemon don't exist in the Grand Underground. Like, they can't be shiny down there for reasons. And I've just been sitting here wondering if we'd run into one for the whole thing. Be amazing. Okay. I know there was a Rhyhorn down here over by the Lairon. Remember, I think it's what? Aaron, Lairon, Aggron? I think is the order there. Pretty sure they're all steel, though, which is not good news for me, so... Steel, in fact, is a problem for all 3 of my available types. Because it would resist grass, it would nullify poison, and my fairy move for coverage would also be resisted by steel. Now, I don't think I'm not weak to steel. Which feels a little silly. I'm surprised that grass is not weak to steel. Does that not seem like a really obvious type effectiveness to have? It seems like the kind of thing that would make sense to have. But I guess they do not feel that way. Bum, bum, bum. Brum, 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 brum. Alrighty. Getting low on Dazzling Gleam. So we're going to have to go hit the Pokemon Center again soon. Boing, boing. All right, down goes Vibrava. Vibrava. Okay. Oh, you know what? Let's do it. Let's use this. I think it's our last Dazzling Gleam, so no more Vibrava until we heal. Yeah, last one there. Okay. Spadroing. Oof, my drawing. Injured my drawing. About 2.5 levels to go on Peat Rose before we're all good there. We're going to get chased out of town by a couple Gligar. Just reload the room here. So no Vibrava. We can fight these dudes because we still have Sludge Bomb. It's also super effective and is also Stab. Here we go. Let's do it. Whee! I like Roserade. Roserade's pretty rad. Roserade's been a reliable team member. Alrighty. You. Okay.
Wild Pupitar.
I know you can do it. I believe in you. Eat its soul. Drain it right out. Suck it out of the carapace. Down goes Pupitar. So yeah, Pupitar is pretty good for experience. I really should. I'm debating, I guess, whether I should try to focus on evolved Pokemon while I'm down here versus like don't even waste time filtering through them and just grab anything you have like decent advantages over and just keep pushing. Like if the room had static encounters, like if I knew that every room had a Pupitar, every room has a Graveler, every room, you know, like if I knew that was going to happen, then I could plan accordingly. But I think with the way that this works, I just have to whoever I can fight, I just fight. Yeah, you definitely seem to have some invisible iframes after a battle. Because I walked through the Onyx, then stood still, and after about a second, it was like, oh, battle time. You can do a battle. Battle can happen. Ah, sturdy. You little shit. Crit and everything. Please don't be ground type. Iron Tail is fine. Boodly boodly bing. Alright. Sludge Bomb. That's one. Sludge Bomb. It's so sludge. What do we got here? What do we got here? La di da di da. Anybody to the right? Again, Gravelers just make me a little nervous. I'd really prefer not to be fighting Gravelers. It just feels a little too risky. If I had more of a level advantage against them, then maybe. But it feels like a little bit needlessly risky. So I'm not going to do it. Ain't gonna do it. Can't make me. Not gonna do it. So there. What you gonna do about it? That's right. That's so goddamn right. With my beautiful bouquet of flowers. Bouquet of flowers. My fleur K. Oh boy. It's 8:15. I'm in loopy territory. I did not sleep amazingly well last night, so... Last night, for those keeping score of when videos happen relative to other videos, last night was the streaming of Part 4 of the post-game of Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake, which involved somehow an even more bullshit Pandora's Box boss fight than the first time around. Very stressful. But we've reached a point where I have now like functionally seen everything that's in the game. I still have a super boss that I haven't beaten yet. I would like to try. I have a super boss that I can beat better. That I would like to try doing that as well. And some rewards for a number of these, for both of these fights. All right, Flare Blitz can hurt the user. This attack may leave the target with a burn. Or not, sorry, not can, it will. Physical attacks are more damage. I might get rid of Stomp. I think I will. The only reason I would want to have a normal type move is to have some coverage for things that resist fire. Which is like... I don't know. Because I could also use my steel move. Except that water, for example, resists steel anyway. One more Giga Drain. Let's do this guy. We'll do the Cacnea. Go up and we'll heal again. Here we go. Alright. I think we're down to our last... When we go up and heal, I think we'll be down to our last round with Pete Rose before he's done. Yeah, only 2 levels. I think Pete Rose will be... Whoop. Pete Rose will be ready for prime time after one more run. One more run. Go on, Pete Rose. I know you can do it. Sludge Bomb it is. Pirate. Big old spitball. Big old ball of spit. Here we go. And if we had any other grass types, I could justify sticking around to fight them, but I think we're just going to head on up. So robotic. There's people who are wondering whether, and by the time you see this, it will have already happened, but there are people who are wondering whether Pokemon Presents for 2025 is going to include, or Pokemon Day 2025 is going to include any mention of Gen 5 remakes. I think it's still a little early. I'm trying to remember what order. I guess I guess to be fair, these remakes came out before Scarlet and Violet. Oh, it's nighttime now. Oop, shit, nope. But I don't. I guess we could. I don't know. I'm very nervous about Gen 5 remakes. Not in the sense that, like, oh man, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl sucked, and I don't think that these remakes improved the originals enough to, wow, okay, enough to make me feel amazing in that regard, but I'm also not really basing it off of that. I'm more basing it off of Gen 5 is really good, and I hope they do it justice, and I hope that they lean more in the direction of Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire than they do Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. I don't think that's a hot take. I think more or less everybody is kind of in a similar boat there. Is like, hey, it'd be pretty nice if the ORAS remakes were kind of the blueprint going forward for how to do these remakes. Because like Fire Red and Leaf Green, solid remakes. Gen 1 was in dire need of some updating. It didn't like, reinvent the wheel, but it did make some dramatic improvements, and it brought Gen 1 into the fold, into feeling... I mean, nowadays it's sort of out of date in its own ways, but it is still functionally a modern Pokemon game, whereas the original versions kind of weren't. Then Heart Gold and Soul Silver did the same thing with Gen 2, arguably even better. And then we waited like, oh my god, what, like 8 years, 9 years before they got to the remakes of Ruby Sapphire? Heart Gold, Soul Silver were... what, 2008? I think? Somewhere around there? I think Ruby Sapphire... I guess Ruby Sapphire might have been a little less time than that. Is that Oddish? Hello, Oddish. I think Ruby Sapphire was 20... I guess it might have been 16. It might have been like 14, 15 actually. So maybe I'm being a little bit overly harsh here. It felt like a really long time. Though I suppose Heart Gold and Soul Silver were DS games, and Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire were 3DS games, so it really wasn't that far apart in the grand scheme of things. Could have fought that guy. But yeah, Gen 5. I think this year might actually be... I forget if Gen 5 was 2010, 2011. But either way, we're in the ballpark of the 15th anniversary of Black and White. Must have been 2010, because I want to say I caught Medusa the Shiny Tangela in 2011. I think. God, I hope I can still find some of the old podcast episodes. I've been slowly trying to dig them up for years now. It's just tough because we weren't that concerned with the preservation aspect, and back in the day everything was RSS feeds, and we had a website that we don't have anymore. Well, actually, that's not true. I now own the old website that we used to have because I bought it off of... Fortunately, when it lapsed, it wasn't bought by someone who parked on it for like $1,000. So I was eventually able to just buy the website back again. But obviously, nothing that was on the website was still there because that's not how hosting works. But I bet I would have to go back to the Pokemon Legends episode where we came across Adonis. Was that the name we gave to him? Our shiny Machop? Maybe Atlas or something? I forget. But I definitely went and found the date that I caught Medusa. And I don't remember it off the top of my head, but I think it was after the D-pad existed as a podcast. It might have been July of 2011, which would have been like right about the time that we started doing YouTube. It was right about the time that we had finished the we had finished Sonic Week. And literally, like, immediately after creating the YouTube channel, but before any videos were on it. If my July 2011 guess is accurate. Bet I could actually find it right now. Because the hard drive with all the Arceus stuff is connected right now. I'm not seeing anything in here, which means that I probably, if I showed something on the screen, that there's a good chance that it was just off of, oh, wait a minute. Okay. I've got Pokemon Home graphics of Shiny Machop and Shiny Tangela in that folder. Oh, great draw here, jeez. As well as a screen cap of the Shiny Tangela that I spotted and caught in Legends Arceus that I named Lost Tangelus. I decided to theme all any shiny Pokemon I found over world locations, cities, capitals, countries. I don't think I did states, like U.S. states or anything. Yeah, but I don't see. Yeah, I don't see anything in here that shows that shows the date for that. That's unfortunate. So I must have done that with text then. Must have done that with text. Like, by which I mean the like text tool in Premiere. If I got something that I want to like have a text overlay for, and it's not very important that it's like a file that is stored for later, then you can do the text generator inside of Premiere, and it does fine. All right. There, for a brief moment, I saw energy coming out of Pupitar and connecting with Pete Rose, and my brain was like, uh-oh, did I look away and some crazy attack is happening? But no, it's just what Giga Drain do. Just what Giga Drain do. There's a little part of me that's kind of relieved that I'm doing like a not very serious editing job on this, because it means that I'm gonna kind of like put it together, make sure it doesn't sound like complete shit, and then release it and send. So like apologies if the audio does sound rough on this, because it very well might. It might sound pretty bad. Not pretty bad. I'm being a little bit overly cautious when I don't need to be. It's gonna sound fine. It may not sound like perfect. Not that it ever really does, but like, you know what I mean. Ooh, it's a good Cacnea. What's up? But yeah, usually when I do my audio editing, I'm pretty careful to keep the levels all as close to like -2, -3 as I can. Making sure there's no mic pops or anything like that. And while some of those I'll be able to do with this, I don't have. We're now at about a little over 6.5 hours total. I don't have that kind of time right now. I would have if I was smart and recorded this stuff much earlier, but I don't now. And I would like to get this up on time, so we're going to do what we do. That's okay, though. I think, and again, this is not a super serious episode, right? Like, this is not one where it's like, oh man, if this was the champion battle, then yeah, I'd want to make sure the audio is perfect. Funny part is we just put up a video for the closed test of Sonic Racing Cross Worlds coming later this year for basically all the big systems. And as I was getting the like chapter markers put together, it did my chapter markers and all that stuff. And as I hit send to make it like ready to go to be live, the fade out that was supposed to happen at the very end of the video happens, but because it's a 4K video and I was using a bunch of my assets from the 1080p videos, a little rectangle in the middle of the screen appears and like does a fade to black, but most of the video around it does not. I was like, oh, damn it. I even thought about it literally right before it happened. I was like, oh, wait a second. And like then I watched that and was like, if I was gonna export and re-upload this, it would take minimum like another like 3-4 hours. Just because it was a long video, for one. It was like a 45-minute video in 4K. So compared to, say, an average episode of this, we're talking 12 times as much time to export, and then 12 times as much time to upload. 3 times the length, 4 times the pixels. So I was like, I think we're just going to let it go. And I'll just have to double check it when the time comes to actually cover that game. Mwah. Give a character a big smooch. Right on their hat. Their weird biological hat. Very amused by Pokemon at this point with like biological parts that do not seem biological. Not in the creepy, it's all made of skin way or anything like that, but just like the second you start thinking about it, so much of Pokemon just kind of collapses on itself from just the sheer weight of how much suspension of disbelief you need to have for some of these things to exist biologically, even in a world of magical science, you know? Like, hey, let's take a look at Roserade in a second here. Right, there's Rhyhorn. All right, here's Roserade. Roserade has a humanoid shape. It has no toes, so how does it stay balanced? It also has no fingers. And it's got these big, unwieldy rose hands. So how the hell does it, like, survive and eat? Like, how does any of that work? And the answer is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's not even me being like salty about it or sarcastic. Because it really doesn't matter. I don't know. You could make it matter. You could try to, you know, write some stuff that actually explores that a little bit. But it really doesn't matter. Alright, let's give it to the old Pupitar again. I'm not streaming. No, I'm actually about to take a break anyway. Oh, I am. Mwah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, let's get Peat Rose up to 79, and then I think we will be taking a break here. Oh, hello you. Hippopotas. Haven't seen one of you around here in a little bit. Does that make... Is Sandstream the one that... did that texture go behind? Does Sandstream make it faster? No. I'm trying to remember what the hell that one is. We've seen it a couple times. But there's an ability that makes a Pokemon faster during a sandstorm. I guess Sandstream just makes it exist in the first place. Well, we got quite a few dudes to fight here. Probably for the best that Flygon isn't down here. Dazzling Gleam in. Kabang. There we go. Oh, man. Yeah, the march marches on. Quoted in February. Biggie boy. But yeah, it really is better to just not worry too much about the science of Pokemon. Again, it can be a fun little thought experiment, but it really does not matter that much. And even still, even in Gen 1, it wasn't consistent enough to be able to make like real sense of anyway. Nowadays, it's just cartoon logic. Like it just doesn't really work at all. Way too many weird things that just kind of don't make sense. Like, you could have made an argument at one point, like, okay, what about Klefki? It's literally a key ring, and it's like, it's a ghost type. It's haunting. It's possessing or inhabiting a key ring. Same thing with Honedge and Doublade and Aegislash. We're like, it's just embodying that or something. And then you get like Vanillite and those, which are literally just floating ice cream cones. And it's like, well, okay. That I have less of a... I got less that I can say about that. It's funny. Larvitar. Actually, yeah, Tyranitar is ultimately Rock and Dragon, isn't it? Is Pupitar just Rock? I think it might be. So I haven't even been checking as to whether or not Dazzling Gleam would be super effective there. Can I get some more grass dudes to fight? Yes, I can. Oh, thank you, game. Yeah, the Bravas and Cacneas would be great here, because then I can just kind of wind down the PP, and we'll be basically good to go. I'm also extremely hungry, and I definitely want to mow down on this burger. The sooner we get to 79, or the sooner we run out of PP and I just go, nope, we're done, the faster I can enjoy that thing. It'll be great. Alright. Get in there. Boing, boing. We may as well do Sludge Bomb on the off chance we do encounter some Vibrava. Boing boing. Alright. Ooh, Montgomery. Alright, can I get some more Cacturns? Oh, Vibrava will work. Between Cacturn and Vibrava, I believe we should be able to hit 79 without needing to hit the Pokemon Center one more time. It's going to be razor thin, and honestly, I may just be like, we got close and leave Peat at 78. I'd like to get him to 79 though, just to be able to have him in line with everybody else. Getting close. But yeah, Vibrava and Cacturn are kind of our main targets here. Don't want any more Rhyhorn Rhydon. What are you? Cacnea will do. It's not a lot of experience, though. Alright. Sludge Bomb. Bow, bow. Yeah, not great there. If anything, I may want to just bypass Cacnea and specifically focus on Cacturn. Brava! Get over here. We're almost out of Dazzling Gleam too, so we may not quite make it there. But we will try. We got 3 more Dazzling Gleam, 5 more Sludge Bomb. Ooh, it's going to be close. It's going to be very, very close. Oh. I don't actually know if I've fought one of these guys yet. Trapinch, that's right. I'm like, what the hell is its name? Oh, this was kind of dumb, though, because this is, I think, just ground type. I guess I'll just do this, yeah. Oh. You little bitch. Fissure. Strictly speaking, this is actually the most dangerous thing that I've intentionally gone and tried to fight so far. Because of that. Oh, boy. Because with it being a solo ground type, I guess wild Pokemon still just choose their moves randomly. I was gonna say a trainer with a Trapinch would almost certainly be prioritizing ground moves most of all, which would be a problem for us. I think this is we got a Cacturn up there. I think this is gonna be our last Dazzling Gleam. I keep misreading that as I know you can't do it. Alright, so we're down to just poison after this. Can we do it? That is the question of the hour. I don't know if we can, to be honest. It's looking like it's going to be just a hair short. Let's see what a Cacturn does. What'd that Cacturn do? Because that could be the difference maker. Alright. So let's see what we get for experience points here. Oh, yeah, actually, with Cacturns, we should be able to get the rest of the way, I think. It'll be snug, but we should be able to do it. Only Cacturn, though. We're not going to hit Cacnea. We just need... we have 4 more moves left. Not great luck there. Cacnea. The Brava. More Cacnea. I just don't want to go back up to the surface and down. Ooh! There you go. Here's one. Hey, buddy. Alright. Yeah, we got 4 Sludge Bombs, now 3. Okay. Alright, yeah, we should be able to do this if we just hit... We might even be able to do it in 2, but we can certainly do it in 3. Oh my god. Everybody get off my ass. Okay. Thought I saw something down here, but nope. Ah, come on. We're right there. We're right on the line. Cacnea. We had so many Cacturn earlier. Of course, right as I'm like, ooh, it'd be great if I got some some Cacturn. Game's like, nah, you don't need the Cacturn. Oh, there we go. Depending on how this one goes, I might be able to do the rest with the Cacnea, which will be much faster. All right. There we go. Ba-boom. Ooh, it's level 61, so it'll be even more experience than the last one. Oh, yeah, we can do the rest with Cacnea. Hugo and Wexley. Is there a Cacnea in here right now? No, you don't say. Well, we'll turn around and we'll hit whatever we see. Any green we see. Oh, killing me with the Pupitar. Hey! There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Let's do it. Alright. Slug bomb. Down goes Cacturn. And there is our level chill helm. Oh my god. 79. Hell yeah. Alright, let's get back up there. And it's time to do some healing and switching out our team, see who's going to be in there next. Alright, so now it's time for us to make some choices. First of all, we'll just drop in here and do our little healing of everybody. So it's the next day. In real life, it's been about it's been like I don't know, 18, 19 hours, something like that. I guess 18 is probably pretty close. I'm a little bummed because a lot of stuff has gone on in the last 18 hours. I was hoping to have been like done with this by now, but real life has dropped some real bombshells out of the sky. And so things have been a little bit complicated. Let's take the leftovers, because then whoever... Wait. Huh? Oh, the ball is for... Okay, the ball is for... I think that's if they have a custom, animation, right? The stickers and all that. I was like, oh, that must mean held item. I mean, but the leftovers will be good to put on whoever's out front just to keep them safe longer. So here's our batch. I think this was our batch? Or did we move them? I believe this was our batch. Yes, because I remember commenting on Omar being level 1, which was sort of a bummer. I don't think we... Yeah, I don't see us grabbing a Pikachu as being a critical team member here. So we have... These are our 6 that need to be brought into the fold here. So the real question is... Alright, so I need to start making some decisions because... The likeliest scenario is that whoever I grab here is not actually going to get all the way up to the top, and if they do, they will certainly be the last one to get to the top. So what do we have for our team? We have water, flying, psychic, fighting, grass poison with some fairy, electric, rock ground. We're going to have bug, we're going to have fire, we're going to have ice and grass, we're going to have steel and psychic, probably have dark and ice. These ones at the bottom are less likely since we now have only 5 hours left to go. So the question is, what else do we really need/want here? An actual fairy Pokemon might be nice. So Mime Jr. is not a bad bet. It's a shame that we can't get a Mr. Rhyme out of all of this. A Hippowdon might not be bad just for tanky stats. Though we do have George Dude with that patented sturdy. Would a Staraptor be a good call? Like, Apep isn't gonna. Apep doesn't have much access to actual flying moves. This is a genuinely a pretty tough call. I think based off of the team balance that's currently there. Do I have any steel going on in here? I don't. Because it. I feel like I'm thinking between these four. Sorry to Omar, but we got rock, we got water, we got all of those. What is your ability? Oh, whatever. Fighting and Psychic together is interesting. Gives a better defense against Psychic and Dark, I think, which is kind of neat. Oh, that's such a tough call. It really is. It's really difficult trying to figure out which one to do here. I think just thinking through types, it's basically got to be down to these three. I mean, Charlie's got the best IVs, it looks like, out of everybody. Oh, the ability is near the bottom there. Just trying to think of like what types I really need to be aware of the most here. I guess, is it weird to take a Staravia and like bring them all the way up? Because the real thing is, I'm also doing this because I'm expecting I'm going to lose people along the way. So I do want duplicates of stuff. You know what though? Staravia might not be a bad like anchor. Just like a dude without a ton of weaknesses to worry about. Ice and Electric are basically the two real weaknesses, right? Let's do it. Let's bring Charlie in. There we go. I gotta pick somebody, and I can't do it. I can't be here all day doing that. Let's also give the leftovers to Murph babies. Right there. There we go. This is gonna get a little dicey. I basically have to find who's weak to bug. Psychic. I don't think. I'm trying to remember who else is weak to bug. Grass. Where do I even want to go here? Oh, I want to look at like the whole map. Oh yeah. I guess going west, I'll probably run into grass stuff. This is going to get a little bit weird. Because also, a Volbeat is not going to have like the most incredible stats in the world, right? Also, what does he even have for moves? Bug Buzz, Play Rough, Infestation, Double Edge, blech. But Bug Buzz and Play Rough, so Bug and Fairy, are my two offensive types I get to play with. So I want to be dealing with Fighting, Dark, Grass, and Psychic. So fighting Psychic and Dark all being together is an interesting one, because that's kind of most of a little kind of side set of types. So I think Bug and Poison now mutually resist each other, don't they? I say now like it hasn't been that way for like 25 years, but... Ooh. No, that's... yeah, no. Alright, well... We'll do what we gotta. We'll do what we gotta. But yeah, I think what, in Gen 1, Poison I think was super effective against Bug. And now they both resist each other. Infestation. I start with this for like the low level dudes. Let's just see how much it does. Ooh, okay. Oh, 2 to 5 turns. I'm dumb. I was thinking it would hit 2 to 5 times. Dumb. That's okay. That's alright. We're getting the hang of it. If anything, the real bummer is Murph Babies is going to take most of what's left of our time to get to level 79. If anything, I'm kind of debating whether I should choose somebody else to take the lead to get there faster. Like, does it make more sense to grab, like, Montgomery or Wexley? Just to make sure that they get high enough in time. I'm actually kind of thinking I might. 6 levels down, though, is like... it makes me so nervous. What are your moves? You got a bunch of fire on you. And Smart Strike with Steel. That might be easier to work with, honestly. Bug, Grass... what, Ground? No, Ground is good against Steel. Rock, Ice... Well, let's do this for a little bit, and then we'll see how we're feeling, and we might switch to Hugo out front. If I recall correctly, Ponyta and Rapidash aren't amazingly resilient Pokemon, so I don't want to necessarily like throw them out there if they're gonna just get stomped, you know? I do have Fairy. These Vibrava are just like going down left and right. Let's see how we do here. Is it going to be sufficient? Oh, yeah. Okay. Charlie doing his thing down there. I'm trying to remember who the next gym leader I actually need to worry about is, too. I guess I can actually check. I have my trainer card. The next one is... Whoops. I forget what her type was. Is she grass? Was she bug? I don't think she was fighting, right? Didn't look like a fighting one. I had the list at one point, and then my text file... Oh, no. The third one is fighting. Fighting, and then Water with Crasher Wake. Fantina with Ghost. We got... I forget his name, but he's Rourke's dad. Steel. Ice, Electric. I think that's grass. I think that's grass for the second one. Gardenia. Right? So I'll want dudes who are good against grass. But of course, there's a lot more complexity to the fights now. So it's not going to just be that simple. Boom, 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 boom. Just more play rough. I hope Vibrava aren't going to be like my main source of stuff to fight here. I guess I could go back to that other area and fight Cacturns again. I got both Bug and Fairy to work with on that. No, I don't care about that. Like, I could ostensibly force Pokemon to come out to, like, a Stealth Rock or something with that, but, like, that seems like we're getting to pretty desperate tactics at that point. Not to mention, usually moves like that are reduced priority. I don't know if there's any that aren't when it comes to switching out your opponent's Pokemon. So Charlie would have to keep taking hits, which doesn't seem like an awesome way to live, you know? It is funny to me that this whole video is ultimately in, broadly speaking, 2 play sessions 6 months apart. Start of September, end of February. I had 2 sessions in the course of 3 days at the start of September. Now I'm going to have 2 or 3, depending on how you want to call it, but we'll say 2 sessions at the end of excuse me, at the end of the end of February. Well, let's get the fuck out of here. Like, I could put somebody else out to handle this, but I'd rather just burn the encounter altogether. Ooh, Ariados. I actually love Spinarak. I think Spinarak is adorable and wonderful. Why did I... I'm dumb. I was like, yes, a bug! And it's like, no, I'm a bug. I'm a bug. I'm finding stuff that bug is good against. But yeah, if this doesn't improve soon, then I am going to have to find a different place to... Oh, Turtwig! Tonight I died on turtle soup. Ba-da-da-da. Boo-dee-doo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah, Bug Buzz. Good night, Turtle Boy. Oof. Yeah, it's nice to be getting back into this. It's nice to actually be settling in. It's been kind of a long day already, and the sun is still up. It is about 3 o'clock, 3 in the afternoon on, oh, actually, this is fine. About 3 in the afternoon on Wednesday now. Mostly pushing through this because it needs to get done today so it can be up tomorrow. If I'm still working on this in any way tomorrow, it's not going to be physically capable of it getting online. So I'm just like, all right, well, this is when it's going to happen. It sucks because I've tried to find time to put into this the entire time since the last session, and it's too much going on, both in life and just the world, to be able to make it easy to just set aside huge swaths of time like that. I could fight a Poliwag. This should be fine. Like, he's not going to have anything that's going to be especially great against me. He might have... No, I don't think Poliwag ever gets it. Goldeen gets it for whatever reason. But I was like, I don't think he gets Peck. Goldeen can get Peck. I think the idea is that it's meant to be... I think it's more meant for a belly drum on a Poliwag. Jesus. I think it's more meant for, like... It's more intended for a Sea King. Although, I guess... I forget, does Goldeen have a horn, too? I'm having a hard time remembering. But I think the idea is that it's like it's a pecking motion with the horn, right? Even though that doesn't make any goddamn sense with a fish, just based on the way that fish move. But that's okay. It's okay. We live in a logic-free gaming universe. Doesn't have to make sense. It just has to mechanically function. This is gonna be wild. The most disjointed video I think that we'll have ever made. Five recording sessions on either end of a 6-month period. Stopping for a while every couple hours, doing something else, coming back to it. That's the way it goes sometimes. Ah, Venomoth. But you also have poison, which means that both fairy and bug will have an added level of resistance. You should be okay. Flaffy is electric. I don't think this line actually gets Dragon until Mega Ampharos, right? I think Mega Ampharos is the one that where it gets Dragon. Otherwise, it's just electric the whole way. Embarrassingly, this is me trying to remember because for a while, I would still love to make this if I ever had the chance. Ooh, lucky hit there. For a while, I was trying to make. I was thinking through what I would want to do to make a Pokemon fan game, and I thought a cute thing to do to kind of break the mold on, because the usual starters are always grass, fire, water, right? You get those, and it's like, all right, well, that's just how that works. And I didn't really want to put Fakemon starters in. Aerial Ace, now that's a good one. 60 never misses. It's literally just a better wing attack. It's got fewer PP, but 20 is still great. I won't ultimately want all of these, but with this literally just being a better wing attack directly, I think I'm just going to replace wing attack. There we go. But yeah, I didn't want to do Fakemon as starters. I'm not entirely opposed to putting Fakemon in. Do people say Fakemon or Fakemon? I could see it being either, but I feel like with it Pokemon, Fakemon, right? I just kind of stick with Fakemon. But yeah, I didn't want to do that for... I'm not opposed to them in general. I'm not even opposed to them in the game idea. But using them as starters in a game that is not focused on them as... it's not focused on new fake Pokemon as like the main thing. I was like, I don't know how I feel about all that. So I wanted to use existing Pokemon, but I also didn't really want to just reuse regular starters either. I was kind of like, it'd be nice to like do something a little different there. So what I landed on was interesting because I was like, all right, I liked what Gen 6 and 7 did in terms of like, ooh, what if we have a second... I'm actually just going to go up and heal right now along with, reviving the PP. What if having a second type effective triangle... why don't we include one of those? And I'm like, all right, that's pretty cool. So I was like, what can I do to play with that a little bit? So I thought about it. Oh, I get to keep my lines too. 3 quick, 3 Pokeball. So I thought about that for a little bit, and I was like, all right, what do I do? What can I do that'll kind of keep that spirit? And so I thought of something kind of clever, I think anyway, which is that the 3 starters I would use for mine would be Horsey, Mareep, and Trapinch. The reason why is, for one, Horsey being water, Mareep being electric, Trapinch being ground, gives them a reasonable level of type triangle. Not an amazing one, but it does have, a pretty circular thing going on there. But what I thought was kind of neat was that as they evolve, and at varying points, it's not all at the same point in the evolution cycle. Caterpie. Let's do this guy first. At varying points in their evolution, they gain access to the dragon type, all 3 of them. Right? Because you have Vibrava, who becomes a dragon type at stage 2. You've got Kingdra, where you get the dragon type at stage 3. And you get Ampharos, who does not become dragon type directly, but when Mega Evolved has the dragon type. I was like, that could be kind of fun. It's kind of a neat thing to do, because it does mean that all of them ultimately have the ability to do super effective things to each other, and I thought that was kind of a cute way to approach. And And ultimately, Dragon type is a little bit more versatile, I think, than Ghost. In terms of just putting it on everybody so that everybody has, you know, that kind of bi-directional ability with each other. I thought that was kind of just like a neat little thing to do there. I'm trying to remember. I think I haven't played around with the idea in a while, mostly because I haven't had a lot of time to dedicate to it. I think about it occasionally. I think I would. There are things about it that I would want to do differently from where I was anticipating going with it originally. I believe the idea was that our first thing in the game, essentially, it was going to take place in a region that doesn't have like a league system, and it wasn't going to gain one by virtue of the plot of the game kind of going on. Like it's not like in Alola where, oh, we're trying this wacky thing out alongside our existing little system of whatever. It was essentially going to be closer to a more traditional JRPG. Did like nobody spawn? A more traditional JRPG with like bosses and stuff, which like Pokemon has had, right? Like mostly in the form of like Team Rocket. Grass flying, isn't it? That'd be kind of hard to do that with. Very different loadout for this. But yeah, Team Rocket, Team Aqua, Team Flare, Team Plasma, like all those various enemy teams have sort of ultimately kind of been the boss fights along with gym leaders. And I was like, all right, how about a game without gym leaders, without a gym system, without a Pokemon League that treats it a little more like a traditional JRPG? So I think the idea, and I also kind of was like, no Pokemon Professor. We won't do that. So how do we... Because it feels a little overly formulaic at this point. Like every game, you're a kid, you go to the professor, you pick your Pokemon, you move on, and you're fighting an enemy team while you get your league badges, fight the Elite Four. Even in the games that did try to break that mold a little bit, whether it was the greater focus on story in Black and White, the Hakuna trials in X and Y, or sorry, Sun and Moon, or the broader open world multi-quest system of Scarlet Violet, all of them still ultimately boil down at least one of their quests, if not the main quest, to, yes, but you're getting 8 gym badges and fighting the Elite Four. The Sun and Moon one being a little different, but ultimately, okay, you're doing all the you're doing all these trials, and then you go fight the Elite Four. So I was like, all right, we'll do it differently from that. So there's little bitch. Yeah, ground is not gonna be a problem here. That's fine. But yeah, I want to say the very first mission, essentially the way that you do choose your Pokemon, your starter Pokemon. Are you kidding me? Twice? I'm going to do one more, and if it misses again, we're leaving. Like, what the hell? Yeah, I bet it wants to be petted. Land a hit. We'll see. I thought it was going to miss again. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? God damn. I believe the idea was that you go into town and there's like a restaurant and someone that you know is working there and they need you to go and pick up. They needed you to go and pick up. It was like a shipment of meat or something or whatever. Like something that needed to be brought into the restaurant, that it was going to be cooked and served and all that stuff. And I think I'm trying to remember. It's been a few years since I did this. Since I wrote this, so I'm sure that I'm misremembering stuff. But I believe the idea was that you go and you pick up the shipment and you do a couple of those things, and you come back and it turns out that oops, some wires got crossed, and instead of being delivered I mean, essentially Pokemon meat, since we're in an era of Pokemon, you know. I don't know if regular animals have turned up at all in Pokemon in the 21st century. In the earliest days of the TV show, there were a few, I think, regular animals that were seen in passing here or there, or suggested or whatever. But the idea is that, oops, you were supposed to be getting Pokemon meat, but something happened and you just got a couple Pokemon. I think the implication was intended to be that the Pokemon that you are bringing were supposed to be, you know, the meat. Because like Mareep being a sheep, a lot of people eat lamb. Sarah loves lamb. I'm pretty good with lamb. I think I'm more a beef and chicken person myself. I'm very boring like that. I like duck. Duck is actually very tasty. Is that a Pokemon directly below me? Is that a Shuckle? Can't fucking see it. So many goddamn rocks in the way. Whatever. Oh, wait a minute. Machoke I can actually fight because I got Fairy. Horsey would have been a little weird. I don't think... seahorses are too small to actually eat meat of in real life, but I think the idea would have been like, oh, it would have been seafood. Trapinch was just kind of a funny one, just to let people kind of imagine a little bit, like, wait, how the what? Because like on the one hand, you know, bug protein is used nowadays pretty not like super commonly, but like it's a thing that people use. It's a little bit more of a DIY kind of thing, but like I think we actually might have had it in the house at some point. I don't know if we might have tossed our, you know, some of it, but I think at some point we had, like, there's, like, cricket powder, which is basically like a pulverized, you know, basically cricket, right? Because the idea is that that it's very, very high in protein. I think it's a flour. There's, like, a flour that is made from that. And you can use that in baking and other things, and it adds a bunch of protein to it that wouldn't have been there. Ooh, Night Slash. Now we're talking. 70-100, crits land more easily. Is Beat Up actually any good? Because that's the thing. That's the real question here. Is Beat Up actually a decent move? Oh, it depends on the base attack level of each Pokemon. I mean, it's gonna be better than this technically. Base attack divided by 10 plus 5 per Pokemon. So all we need to do is average 14 or better to roughly equate to the damage that this would do without crits. Which would mean that my Pokemon need to have an average attack of 90 or better, which they do. Maybe Metal Claw. It's off type. It does increase the attack stat, but Screech does more for that than Metal Claw would do for attacks. Maybe that's the answer. I think I'll do that. There we go. But yeah, I think the idea I was kind of getting at was like, okay, Trapinch isn't exactly like it's not bug type, right? It's a ground type, but it's kind of based off of what is that type of animal actually? I can't remember. There's a bunch of enemies in video games that are based off of that kind of animal. The ones that like dig little pits and sit there, and then attack from below, grab its prey. I don't know why I'm blanking on it so much. God damn it! This is gonna be a problem. Murph babies, what is your deal here? I'm gonna use a Moo Moo Milk once here, but kind of becoming a problem if you're gonna be missing this often, dude. But yeah, the idea that I was kind of going with for that was cheekily kind of in the realm of like, oh, maybe they're doing some kind of like a, you know, like a silly bug protein kind of thing or something. There's also places in, you know, I don't know how much it happens in the U.S. I think it does occasionally be a thing, but there are places you can eat, like, you can literally eat bugs. Like, they'll do, like, fried or whatever. Takedown does damage back, right? Yeah. I'm going to say no on takedown. Yeah. Let's fight you. When we're done with this room, we're going to go up and heal. But yeah, and I thought that was kind of cute. And the idea would be, you know, whoever's at the restaurant is like, oh, all right, well, look, do you want one of these? Because I don't think we're going to, I don't think we're going to do anything here. And you get to pick your Pokemon, you get to pick one, and then he's like, maybe I'll hang on to these. I don't know, we'll figure it out. And presumably either they would hang on to both remaining Pokemon who would like work in the restaurant or something. Maybe that's a little too grim, having them work in a restaurant that is also prepared to sell, you know, Pokemon meat. All that whole idea in general mostly sparks from I'm trying to remember when we first did Pokemon Fire Red Nuzlocke. I had taken a hand at trying to do, like, because at the time, in addition to being a, you know, comic format, in addition to being a gameplay format, there was also, you know, the comic, and that comic still exists. The originator of the Nuzlocke Challenge still has a comic to this day. And I had taken a hand at like, oh, you know, I could try a comic version of this that goes along with the game run. I tried drawing stuff. I still have the sketches. They're not good. But I still have like the first 2-3 pages that I had intended to put up for that. And I think there was I'd either planned. I don't think I actually wrote any lines for it, but my character, I was trying to envision like what would a lived-in Pokemon world be like, and one of the thoughts that crossed my head was like, okay, you know, food. So like people probably eat, you know, spoink meat, or you know, Miltank meat or something, right? Like it's probably a pretty common thing. I suspect that the world of Pokemon is not a world completely full of vegans. It's probably got a much higher percentage of vegetarians and vegans. And I think part of that probably comes down to it's a lot harder to eat something that can like quasi-verbally communicate with you, and that plainly understands English. Big boy. But even still, I have to imagine that meat is still a thing in the Pokemon world. Staraptor. Have I never... Oh, I guess it only goes in there if you catch them. I was like, have I never seen a Staraptor? That can't be right. Close combat. Yo. All right. Down for that. Endeavor is kind of neat, but like... Staraptor's also not... I mean, it's pretty low level, but I would need to be a lot faster for Endeavor to be a workable thing here, and that would be well, I'm gonna die, but I may as well weaken the shit out of whoever I'm fighting. So we'll get rid of this one for now. But yeah, I'm sure Pokemon meat is probably a thing. Me myself. It's also, like, even in real life, it's a thing that I'm uncomfortable thinking about for too long. I like eating meat. I really don't like thinking about the butchering process. Makes me very uncomfortable, head to toe. I do not want to think about how the sausage is made, so to speak. But even knowing it does not make me not, like the taste of meat. I'm certainly sympathetic to those for whom that is the case, right? I actually, oh man, I'm sure this, like, maybe this was too much of a knee-jerk reaction, but I stopped following. I think it was Satchel Drakes, because one day, out of kind of nowhere on Twitter, he had posted or reposted or whatever. It was not from them originally, but I've been following them for a while, and they had posted some animation. I'm trying to remember it, and it burned into my brain in certain kind of emotional sort of ways more than anything, but fight a little Nincada, why not? It was an animation where there was a Bulbasaur that was no more. It was not alive. And someone, like, twisted essentially off the bulb from its back to then prepare for food. I don't remember if there was any portion of it that actually depicted the preparation of the bulb or anything like that, or anything more, but I remember that it was like, whoa, that is too much. Just way, way too much all at once of what is otherwise, Pokemon historically is a pretty bloodless franchise. So suddenly having a pretty realistic depiction of, I guess you could call that a butchering process. It's not the whole thing, but it was enough that I was like, whoa, 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 holy shit. It's one of those things where you don't really have a mental image of that to that degree, and it was just like, whoa, that was a lot. Okay. I know that I responded, a few people responded with a lot of like, yo dude, what the fuck? And I think his response was kind of like, what? I mean, this is how your food gets made. And it's like, this is not, I don't eat Bulbasaur. I don't eat cartoon characters. And I'm not even sure if in the world of this universe people would do that. Certainly not. I'm gonna fight Bulbasaur just for the sake of fighting it. I know that I don't have type effectiveness here, but speaking of Bulbasaur, but yeah, there was something. It was just so grim, and like, there was no blood involved, but it still felt graphic. I don't know. It made me very uncomfortable. I felt uncomfortable, and he was kind of combative about it. I don't know. In sort of the like, hey, if you don't like it, and it's like, all right, bye. Like, I don't know. It was just a thing that, like, it legit kind of messed with my day. It was just in my head at that point. That stuff does not usually... That was more effective to me than any of the fake video games that PETA has ever done with a similar premise. I think it was just the casualness of it in the actual... I guess I could have done Infestation. Just how casually it was done. It just kind of like made it stick out so much more. I don't know. It was just kind of a lot. So I don't know if I'd stick with the restaurant thing. The loosest reason that I had it was because I was kind of designing some of the more main characters off of, you know, D-pad members and friends and stuff. And both CJ and Dustin have done a lot of work in food service. And so I was like, I can have someone who's like either like a line cook or a you know, head chef or, you know, whatever. Kind of play off of that a little bit. But I know that it was one that I was like, if I'm going to do this, I have to handle it very, very carefully so it's not going to fucking traumatize people. It's part of the reason where it's like, all right, you know, they get the Pokemon. We're obviously not going to serve up these currently alive Pokemon that are being delivered. Like, that would be way too much, obviously. But also the idea of Pokemon working in a restaurant that is serving Pokemon meat feels a little bit fucked up. Whether it's their own species or not, like, it's just kind of a fucked up concept. And it's funny, actually, come to think of it, we have wrapped back around, haven't we? In the sense that, I gotta be careful here because Murkow's gonna have flying moves. We have wrapped back around though because in Scarlet and Violet, there's a whole lot of like sandwiches and stuff like that, and there's meat in those sandwiches. Huh. I don't know if I don't remember rather. / I don't know if there's an interaction that I didn't get that would get into it, but I don't know if the game ever specifies where that meat actually comes from, which is fine. I don't know that they would want to get into that either. But like, hey, Cacturn. But like, isn't there ham as an option? So, and like, would the implication not be that comes from like a Spoink or a Grumpig? Or that's right, we just got some new ones. Like Oinkalone. I'm trying to remember the other parts of that line. Oh, I didn't kill it, damn it. Oh! You know what? We're just gonna leave. Destiny Bond. I can never remember how that shit works, and I'd rather just leave. Not gonna play that game. I'm trying to remember the what comes before Oinkalone. Wasn't that the one that everybody was losing their minds over before the game came out, myself included? I cannot remember the name of it. Shit. But it would have to be, one would assume that ham would come from one of these pig-like Pokemon, right? Or roast beef would come from like a mill tank. Ostensibly also from... Oh, there's a C dot. Whoops. Ostensibly also from like a Tauros or a Bouffalon, but like... I want to say... beef and it like... all that usually most forms of beef are from why am I blanking on the name for female cows? But female cows as opposed to bulls, right? Alright. It's a cheery portion of the episode, huh? Just an hour-long side, chat about the likelihood and specifics and God damn it. And ethics of consuming Pokemon meat. Hey, we know from the cartoons that Pokemon eat Pokemon. Even from some of the games, actually, right? Because the one that comes to mind right away from the anime is, I think Meowth talks about wanting to eat Magikarp, wanting to eat James's Magikarp, either during or after the Saint Anne episodes. I think there were like 2 or 3 episodes tied in with the sinking of the Saint Anne. But also in the games, there's Heatmore and Durant, with Durant notably being extremely weak to fire. Unclear whether Zangoose and Seviper have enough of a predator-prey relationship. God damn it. Murph babies, you're really getting on my nerves. You're getting on my nerf babies. What is the accuracy of Play Rough? Yeah, no kidding, Murph. 90-90. I feel like you're missing more. I guess that's not fair. It's probably about how often we've been hitting and missing. Hard to say for sure. I haven't exactly been keeping count. Blah 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 blah. Actually, you know what? It's probably let's just go up and heal. May as well. Got our PP back. I would use like TMs and stuff, but I believe the TMs in this game are expendable, and I'd rather not burn them here as opposed to using them when they become relevant over the course of battling our gym leaders, you know? I'd rather wait until the relevant time and then we can go with that. I keep running far out of there, like I have to physically go somewhere to go underground. Alrighty. Okay, I believe we're coming up on 8 hours. I guess we're not like super close yet. Because let's see. We switched over. Yeah, we switched over at about 650. So right now we're probably at like 740-ish, 741 maybe. So we still got about like 20 more minutes before we hit the 2/3 mark. We're pushing through. We are getting there. Rattata. Why the hell not? How could a Rattata be in here? No one would ever let a Rattata get to be levels like this. Psh. They ain't got the strats. Here we go. Bada ba bing. Full of all that juicy XP. Alrighty. Ooh. We're off to a good start here. What? There we go. Wait, how the hell are we missing? What's going on here? Speaking of Nuzlocke, so the Nuzlocke comic. I feel like I'm running into... No, let's do Play Rough. I was like, I feel like I'm running into... Oh, you bitch. Look, I'm running into fewer things that I can use Bug type on. There we go. So it's fun. So, in probably like an hour and a half, so like 5 o'clock or so local time, maybe more like 5:30 local time here. Oh, hey. Right around the 9.5-ish hour mark in the video, I'm going to take one last break, mostly just to give myself a breather, because I don't think I could do 5 hours straight of this without some kind of rest. Why did I bring that up, actually? I'm just like, there was a thought that I had. I don't remember now. My mind is mush. I've had too many big projects all stacked up on top of each other. I'm slowly clearing them out, which has been nice. Shout out, if you haven't watched it, make some time, go check it out. You can do it in parts too, but we put up a D-pad and chill of the first 2 Neil Breen movies, Double Down and I Am Here Now, which were roller coasters. Myself, Jeff, Peter, sat down and watched those. Two very different but very confusing cinematic rides. But I had those for a while just because it was like, all right, it's 3 hours of stuff I have to edit. This is a lot to sit down for. But this is one that's been hanging over my head for a while. Neil Breen was one that I had a lot to do there. The preparations for the surprise... the surprise stream... VOD stuff from Splatoon. I didn't even get to finish editing that one all the way in terms of audio. That, like this one, that's one where the version that's online is like an okay version of the audio, but I want to give it another pass eventually. So before that makes it up to D-pad unpause, that'll get a proper audio, a proper audio edit. God, there's at least 2 or 3 secret ones that I'm still working on, some of which have some really long editing runways. I still have 3 runs of Hades that need to go up. I'm hoping that maybe I can actually get those done next week, but like, we're gonna see. I got a lot of stuff to do, especially now that that this is back on our plate again. I want to keep pushing with this through as many gym fights as we can manage. We have a couple other games that are now back into active rotation. I want to make sure that those keep moving, which is nice. We've basically only done Shadow Generations for like the last month, which is such a bummer. Part of it's been because we just haven't had folks over for like most of February. Part of it though is, and the reason for that in part is because it snowed so fucking much in February. There was a 2-week period, and I counted, where Sarah and I went outside to shovel and throw down sand 9 times in 2 weeks. All of these 9 times were at least an hour and a half long in the middle of the day. Some of them were over 2 hours long. A couple were over 2.5. One of them, we were out there for 3 hours. And the driveway was still basically a glorified ice luge, because it had snowed so much that we couldn't get the snow off the driveway. Our driveway is also a hill. and the snow that was on the sides of the driveway became basically a trench. So when it rained, or when the snow that was already there melted, it just kind of filled in the trench and then refroze overnight, because for like most of the last 3 weeks, we've been in like single-digit weather. So nothing had a chance to melt. Fortunately, the last 2-3 days, god damn it, Murph. The last 2-3 days, it's been in the 40s, which has been glorious. The driveway is mostly clear, except for the slopey part of the driveway. Everything else is basically clear and dry, though, which is wonderful. But yeah, there was a point where we went out 9 times in 15 days, from one Monday to the Monday 2 weeks later. And the worst conditions were almost uniformly on weekends for the last like 4 or 5 weekends in a row. There was some kind of snow, or it had just snowed, or something. So it was hard. So it was both hard to get people here. Shadow Generations, fortunately, we recorded so much in advance that I've been able to kind of keep things going with that. But it also meant that we were outside for a good chunk of the weekend, which is usually when recording takes place, even if it's solo stuff. This is an exception because I'm out of time. My own fault, but and even if it didn't like literally take up that recording time in full, by the time we came back in, we were both fucking beat and sore. And like the last thing I wanted to do was bust out a controller and a microphone and go at it for like 2 hours. So I've mostly been riding old. I get old isn't quite right, but like we've been relying on Shadow Generations recordings to get us through. That will alleviate soon. There's also busy folks. I know John has been traveling and busy. Jeff is doing a bit of traveling right now as well. He is out of New England for a little bit. And also just it's New England. Doing anything around here in the winter sucks. So it'll be nice though when we get back into other stuff. We've got more echoes to do. We've got a whole bunch of legendary kind of post-gamey things to do. I'm excited about those. There are some elements of it that have been planned for a while that I think people are going to think was chosen for other reasons, but they were not. They were part of the plan, and funny circumstances kept happening with a couple of them. So that'll be amusing to kind of get into there. Mega Man is kind of in its dormant state for the most part right now. That's maybe the biggest project thing that, like, when that is clear, I think I will feel an immense weight off my shoulders in terms of both project load, because it is just gargantuan. I will need to tell people just like once I've done an actual official count of just how much material, because I've been very careful with my material for it, like recording things, hanging on to info as best I can. Some info has been lost, unfortunately, because a decent chunk of stuff got sourced from Twitter, and then a bunch of people, for fully justifiable reasons, either deleted their accounts or locked them down, or both. I locked the D-pad down. We're not using Twitter anymore. Oh yeah, that's maybe something I should quickly mention just for the sake of having it out there. We do not have an active presence on Twitter anymore. If you're wondering why you don't see us on there and don't keep up generally, we're now over on Blue Sky. For about 1,000 reasons. You can probably guess basically all of them. But so, yeah, we're over on Blue Sky, at dpad.fm and at rickdesi.dpad.fm. If you search the D-pad, you should find them both pretty easily. I don't use the D-pad one too much, currently because, well, for two reasons. One, it doesn't have like super built-in auto posting capabilities the same way Twitter allowed for. Kind of looking into it because I would like to have PattyBot auto post stuff to an account on Blue Sky just because it was a nice thing to have there. It's not a type of account I expect people to like directly interact with much, and I don't even know that I would use it to interact with folks very often like that. But it's nice to have if people are just like, hey, I would like a rolling feed of videos that I don't have to like go, to YouTube and use its occasionally painful UI to understand. I'm also going to repeat. I'm going to repeat what I said when Peter and I were doing, I think, the earliest Shadow Generations videos, and that is, don't hit the bell for us. I would love, don't get me wrong, it'd be cool if people did, in the sense that I would love that people want enough to see all of our stuff to do that. And to be fair, right now we're producing a lot less video content than we usually do and historically have done. But the downturn is going. The downturn on volume is going to end at some point here, and I think we produce too many videos to justify suggesting people get a push notification to their phone every time we publish a video. That seems excessive. And like, I don't know. I have always held that the D-pad is not meant to be a channel where someone comes in and consumes everything. We have around 12,000 videos on our channel. I don't expect anybody to be trying to view all of those. I don't think anyone should even. I don't know. It's just a lot. It's a huge amount. Thousands of hours of content is a lot. And, if I was someone who was primarily doing video essays and we put out a video every week or every month or something like that, then yeah, I'd be like, yeah, hey, hit the bell. So that way, you don't find out about a video that we release like a week and a half late or later. There's no such thing as finding a video late, generally speaking, but yeah, it just doesn't feel right. So to be fair, I'm also someone who is very uncomfortable with the idea of selling. Like I even aside from it being me selling myself, like I feel a little uncomfortable. I feel less uncomfortable about that than I do about just the concept of selling in the first place. Like I feel kind of guilty trying to push something on someone and be like, hey, you want some of this, right? Like, I don't know. It's always been something I've been a little bit like on, which is funny because like my dad was a salesman, still is. He does more management stuff at this point, but yeah, I don't know. I think we put out too many videos to justify anybody ringing that bell, which is why I want to figure out a better way of having that information be visible without it being so intrusive. At some point, dpad.fm is going to be a real website in some capacity, and maybe it's just going to be literally, among other things, here's the videos we've put out. Here's the last 50 videos we've put out in reverse chronological order so that people can catch up if they are trying to keep up with at least the modern stuff. But I think the bell's probably too much. At least with the way that we do and intend to do videos in the present day, Some point that may change. I don't know. There's a lot of video essay stuff that I do that I enjoy doing, and if we ever shifted gears away from Let's Play, then maybe that would be a different story. That feels like such a risky thing too. I kind of talked about that a little on Blue Sky the other day, but there are definitely times that I've considered like, oh, should I try to focus more on other kinds of content? And on the one hand, you know, it's content that I agility. Sharply raise speed, raise evasiveness. Let's replace quick attack with agility. I think that's fine. But yeah, you know, video essays and other kinds of weird content are things that I really like making a lot. But that is the kind of content that takes time. Even if I wasn't trying to put up, you know, daily Let's Play videos and all of that, it would still be stuff that would take a lot of time. And I also know, too, that at least to a certain extent, a good chunk of our subscriber base... Okay, Murph babies, you having a flashback? Are we about to have a bad thing happen here? No? Okay, cool. Yeah, it's tricky because I know that there's a good chunk of our subscriber base that showed up specifically because of the Michael Jackson video, right? Good chunk of those subscribers came from that. I think around half of all of our subscribers are here specifically because of the Michael Jackson video. I'm trying to remember what the numbers were at the time, but I think before the Michael Jackson video blew up, I think we were in the realm of 3,000 subscribers. And then I think by the time that had all cooled off, I want to say we were around 10 or 11,000 subscribers. I would have to go and actually look. Normally, I would promise to put that in the video here in an edit, but I am not going to see this part of the video in time to do that. At least for the regular one. Maybe for unpaused, who knows. But by the same token, I know that, you know, a good chunk, if not half, of the folks who are here are fans of the Let's Play content, right? Whether it's solo, for streaming, or for recorded, or if it's for, hanging out on the couch, group sessions and all that. And I know, too, there's a certain amount of that's all right, there's a pretty high volume of it. And we've missed not a lot of individual days over the nearly 14 years we've been doing this. There's been more of it lately, just because there was a lot of extra time sink into house hunting and then buying a house and then moving. And then kind of adjusting to the different location, folks who could or couldn't, you know, be here physically for stuff. We're still kind of adjusting that a little bit. Yeah, levels. But yeah, I don't know. It's I feel like if I tried to break away from doing, you know, this style of not this episode style of content. Obviously, this is a huge, crazy outlier, but I tried to break away from doing the more daily Let's Play style stuff. I think that would probably bum out a lot of the folks who are here for that, you know. So it's tricky, walking kind of a fine line. And hey, maybe the answer is, because I mean, one of the goals that I've had for the last year or two is to try to wrap up some of our more straggling projects, right? Stuff that's been in the works a long time, or stuff that's been on hiatus for a long time, or what have you. And I don't know, as those wind down, maybe the answer is that we leave the schedule a little lighter. Makes it a little easier for us in our old bones. I'm going gray. I gotta get a tooth looked at and shit. Like, I'm getting old, goddammit. But I don't know. Maybe the answer is that we bring down the volume of daily content, weekly content, while I work on other stuff. I've got another project. There's a project that I've had on the back burner for legitimately a decade now. Ooh boy, I don't know how I didn't trigger a battle there. But yeah, there is a project that I have been workshopping for more than a decade now. I'm trying to remember exactly when. I know that so the funny thing is, the first person that I think I actually told about it, was Jeff in 2015. For whatever reason, I specifically remember that it was 2015 that I told him about this. And it was, I think it was at a Super Bowl party, so it would have been about 10 years to the day, almost. And I had an earlier version of this idea that I'd kicked around years before that. So I'm actually coming up on like 15 years of just like workshopping and refining and figuring out details of this like base concept thing I want to do. And the biggest thing that is making it tough to get at is just time. And I don't necessarily mean like, oh, I'm doing too much D-pad stuff, but it's also just a big project. And there's only so much time in the day, even including stuff like, work and sleep and spending time with Sarah and spending time with friends. And like, there's only so much time that I can put into that stuff. It's part of why I really let it live with one hit point. But yeah, like, it's a project that part of what's made me so gun-shy about it is that once I start it, it's going to be a lot of work going forward as well. And I just want to, I want to make sure that I'm in a space where I can actually do that, Also, I'm a horrible perfectionist and definitely need to take the advice that perfect is the enemy of good a lot more seriously, because I definitely let that run my life, or at least run my projects, a little too much. I've had all the pieces I need to get it done for a while. It's more just a matter of like actually really sitting down and spending time on it. And I sometimes I feel guilty about that, where it's like, but what I need to do to afford to do that is like, all right, I just got to edit like a week's worth of videos ahead of time. That way I can make the space and really focus on it. And it's like, that's not a very reasonable plan either. And hey, maybe the answer is what I need to do is just every day, I just need to set aside 2 to 3 p.m. or something. Be like, all right, 2 to 3 p.m. every day. I stop what I'm doing and I just focus on the project. And maybe that's what I do, right? Is I schedule ahead of time a chunk of time during the day where it's like, all right, this is the time of the day where I focus on this. That way I can get incremental stuff done. And I keep focusing. Doesn't help either that it is a process that involves a lot of writing and a lot of analyzing. And every time I think on what I've already kind of analyzed and written, I look back on it and I'm like, I should rewrite this. I don't really, the way this is written, I don't like it anymore. I want to do it a different way. It sucks. I've always had such a problem with, like, indecisiveness, which I'm sure is not a surprise to anybody who's watched this channel in a video where I have to name something. It takes me forever to decide on something as meaningless as the name of a video game character. So imagine what happens when I'm trying to create a thing, a project for real life, and it's time to make a decision. Not the easiest thing. So but alas. I don't know. I also tend to give myself little target dates for like, hey, this would be a good time to have this done. But I've been trying to practice better about giving myself target dates for like, ooh, shit. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Trying to give myself, oh, that's right. This guy's grass and poison. I want to try to give myself target dates for like stages of the process, right? Like, okay, we'll take this video for example. In a better organized thing, I would have been like, all right, this is the point where I need to have figured out my game plan as far as which Pokemon I want to keep on the team and like train up to the best of my ability. And this is the date that I need to record everything by. And then I'm going to have 12 hours of video, so that's going to take probably like, 15, 20 hours to edit. And that's with no distractions over whatever period of time that happens. So that's not going to happen. So assume 20. And that needs to happen by this date. Because then when that's done, I can export and I can upload a process which will probably take around 18 hours. Arguably more. Could be much more than that. Which is the other reason I'm pushing so hard to get this done today. Because at the very least, because my original plan was I was going to be streaming tonight. I would still like to do that. Oop, nope. I would still like to, whoops, god damn it. Stupid big thumbs. I would still like to do that, but this absolutely has to get done. I was going to be streaming the last piece of Sonic Weekathon 4, which was itself because it was an event for June. I forget why it wound up getting stalled out so hard. But then Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake came out, and then we had Donkeython. So those are both wrapping up. And Sonic Weekathon will be wrapping up. And then I can finally get back to Persona. Persona 4 has been on the back burner for many months now because other stuff came into the way. But at the same time, not the end of the world if I don't stream tonight. Weekathon has been delayed by long enough that another couple days would not kill anything. But it's definitely just kind of like, it's like I just would like to actually just get it done. That way it's done, and it's no longer a thing that I have to think about getting done. I am so very ready to just be good on that front. Let a lot of things slide, let a lot of things hang. Some of that comes down to me just like hoping that things work out sometimes in terms of like coordination with folks or what have you. There's still one or two projects that I am leaving in that realm of question marks just because like, hey, something could happen, but we'll see. Part of the reason I also don't like stress out crazy much about the ones that I do leave like that are I've got enough other projects going on that I'm not exactly hurting for stuff to do. If I didn't have any side projects that needed to get done, like, then I would definitely be a lot more like, hey, we're just going to do this today. This is just going to be a thing that happens. If someone's here, then cool. If not, then I'll catch you on the next one. And there are things that are going to be more like that going forward. Just because, like, you know, not in the sense of like, hey, man, this is a business. We got to, but like, there is the algorithm. And there's also people that are waiting for videos, you know? I want to make sure that that we got, you know, stuff to show people. I want people to be able to come back and have videos to watch. It's part of why D-Pad Unpaused has been on hiatus so long. There's a big project on that side that I'm getting close to wrapping up. It's getting close. It is technically an original video on that side, and I'm going to make a bigger deal when it actually goes up because I want people to actually go see it. I might actually put a trailer for it onto the main channel so that people go to Unpaused to check it out. It is something that's only going to appeal to a subset of folks. I don't think... It's not something that, like, everybody's going to want to go see, but also the people who are interested in seeing it are definitely going to want to have themselves pointed in that direction. I don't want to say anything more than that just because I think the surprise will be fun. It's not like a top secret thing that's like, fuck, why did someone say it? But also, you know, there's no reason to just reveal what it's going to be ahead of time. It's not like a huge thing. It's like, all right, look, I'm going to let you guys know because I want you to get excited. Here's what's happening. Like, it's not something like that. There will be times where that is going to be a thing. The big Mega Man project is one where I don't know how much of a lead up I'm going to give it, but when it's done, I'm going to figure out when it is done and edited and fully exported and on YouTube but not published yet, I'm going to pick the date that it's going to go live. And then some amount of time, like a day or two ahead of that, it's going to be a YouTube premiere. Because, you know, I think I still am a fan of that format. I know it's not for everybody. I know part of that sometimes just comes down to how far ahead of time people know that a video is happening, which I totally get. Some people just aren't interested in like the live format without being able to like rewind and stuff, which I also get. But I do like the ability for everybody to kind of be there all at once, you know? Like, I do kind of like the kind of communal aspect of that. But so, yeah, so... like, probably a day or two ahead of time, I'll set the YouTube premiere so that people can see that it's going to be a thing, and I'll post a bunch about it. It's... even if it wasn't going to be some massive video, which it's going to be, I have no idea how long it's going to be in the end, but I have to imagine it's going to be pretty long. Longest thing I've ever done of this type for sure. But the script is very much still in a working stage, so it's a long ways out still. But even if it wasn't going to be like a special thing in the sense of like what, you know, the focus is, I think I would still probably wind up telling people a couple days ahead of time, just by virtue of how long I've spent on this thing. It hasn't been like necessarily 100% active the whole time, but it's been on and off for, well, there was an earlier edition of it that I spent chunks of a year on. And now there's this version of it that I've spent the last year on. Anything that I've spent that kind of time on, I'm absolutely going to make noise about. So, There you go. We'll see. It'll be interesting. I hope people do actually like it when it comes out. I'm nervous about certain aspects of it, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see when it's up. I don't get terribly so it's funny. I get stage fright all the time. I did drama club in high school. I did theater in college. I've done stand-up. And I've done live performances as an adult. God damn it. Back in our podcast days, one of our earliest episodes, we actually recorded live from an event at Improv Boston. And there was also the game show, You Game, at PAX East 2023. And then there's also like streaming and stuff like that. Though streaming, I don't really get stage fright streaming. It's definitely different. I think it's just because I'm in my own element and literally in my own home. So it's not quite the same as like, all right, there's a spotlight on a stage. Go step into it and start, being performative. But so I'll get stage fright pretty badly. I get over it in the sense that like I just, push through it. I bury it until I'm done, and then I'm like, okay, but I really don't get that sort of anxiety about about videos that are for YouTube. I don't really get that kind of level of self-conscious with them generally. I think I got a little bit of that with the Michael Jackson video. Partly because it was a story that I was a little involved in myself. So it felt very personal. And I was still kind of getting used to, even at that point, we were 5 years in, but I still felt a little bit exposed. I felt a little bit naked putting my actual own kind of history out there with that. And I also felt a little bit anxious with the Dreamcast video. Oh, fuck's sake! I think that was the first brief history video that actually gave a real title to. A Brief History of Michael Jackson, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, sort of like a custom title to that. It was a little flowery, but it was still A Brief History of Blank. I want to say the Dreamcast video was the first one that got a proper title, where the A Brief History part was more of a subtitle along the way, right? I think it was called Downward Spiral. A Brief History of Sega's Console War. I was so proud of that title. I will say that. I remember when I came up with that and put it in, I was like, fucking genius! Oh my god, it's genius! Downward Spiral was great because of the Dreamcast Spiral logo and how much Sega's handling of its own systems was its downfall. Because none of the systems it released were bad. None of them were bad. The 32X was genius. The Saturn was a great console. The Dreamcast was a great console. It was Sega Corporate's handling of those systems, especially pitting the 32X and the Saturn against each other, that tanked the company. Obviously, the Dreamcast was fine. Anybody out there who tries to suggest that that Sega failed because of anything to do with the Dreamcast is completely talking out of their ass. The Dreamcast was their last-ditch effort to save the hardware division, and the damage from the previous split generation of releases out of them was what did them in. And then there was the Sega's Console War, because the console wars were all the rage in the 90s. Nintendo versus Sega, Sega versus Sony, Nintendo versus Sony. All that shit was hot. Everybody was into it. The advertising was so aggressive, so aggressively antagonistic between the three of those companies. So I remember when I came up with that title, I was like, this is fucking brilliant. I love it. And then the video came out, and I was like, ooh, boy, I hope people like this. But I felt a little bit more confident in it because I'm trying to remember if that was 2017 or 2018. It might have been 2018 because I was like, the Michael Jackson video took off in like June 2017. It was a little ways after, because the video came out in October 2016. It came and it really exploded the following summer as like Sonic Mania was going to come out. Oh, it's a good Vibrava. Cool. But I remember staying up. I was on vacation with Sarah and her family at a little lakeside cabin, and there was a night that I was up until probably 2:30 in the morning just trying to get this video done. And I did, and I got it done. It was exporting, and I stayed up until it was done exporting, and then I uploaded it, which was slow because we were at a cabin by a little lake. It was adorable, very relaxing when I wasn't stressing about the video. And I was so pumped to get that video up because I'm like, people are going to love this. Yeah, I think it would have been 2018, I'm pretty sure, because it was the year, because the video featured John and I at E3. At the time, John was living in California, and I had never been to E3 before. And I was like, fuck it, let's do this. It was the year of Everyone is Here. We got to try out the Spyro Reignited trilogy. We got to try out Team Sonic Racing. We played some Smash Ultimate. We got to observe Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee from afar. Those lines were ridiculous. We got to try out Mega Man 11. So it was a good time. But I remember when that video was done and it featured, I was so pumped. I was like, it's a solid video. It's a great history lesson on why Sega like collapsed in the hardware division. All the decision making that went into that caused the downfall. I was so psyched for it. I was like, this one's gonna do some fucking numbers. Let's go. And it went up and it like barely moved. I never got an ego about the Michael Jackson video. It still floors me anytime I look at it. It still staggers me how many views that thing has. It's last time I looked, it was like 916,000. There's an outside chance that it actually gets to 1 million this year, because it still brings in a Pineco. It still brings in thousands of views a month. Still, it's been out for 8.5 years, and it still brings in thousands of views a month. At minimum, every now and then. This past week, it suddenly started getting just a whole shitload of comments. I don't know why. I don't know if like a streamer or somebody just kind of stumbled onto it and discovered it. Or what? Or some random on Reddit asking about some random Sonic music thing, and someone's like, oh yeah, there's this video about it right here, or something. I think Reddit was how the first like big explosion happened, and then it just started kind of making the rounds really fast from there. I think YouTube's analytics have not always been super helpful for figuring out where shit came from on that front. I would love to track down exactly where it got posted that really made it start to blow up. Partly because just out of curiosity, just to see how that evolved. But also, I don't know, if there's like a person who was like really championing it for a while or something, I would love to like thank them for that. Like that was huge. Or like we're not like a 1 million sub channel or anything, but it absolutely made our channel blow up comparative to where it was. Our channel like more than tripled in size in the span of like a week. It was nuts. But yeah, I always kept my ego in check on that, just because it was like, you know, it did very well. It did huge by our standards. It did pretty big by YouTube standards, but certainly not like a holy shit, this is changing the game kind of thing. But I definitely had a certain assumption in my head for sure that like, oh man, this is going to be basically a follow-up to the Michael Jackson video. People loved that one. This is going to be sick. It's going to do so well. Sunkern. And then I think after a week, it sat at like, or no, yeah, I think after a week, it was at like 1,000 views, which is, to be fair, better than our usual videos do, for sure. But it was not even remotely in the ballpark of the kind of numbers that I was kind of hoping we might be able to do, just because the Michael Jackson video was out there, you know? I was hoping it would do better than that. And then it didn't, and I was like, man, I stayed up real late. I slightly ruined about a third of my vacation that I really badly needed. I was so stressed out at the time. I think I was actively job hunting at the time, now that I think about it. And I was just like, man, I really fucked my shit up for a video that did okay. It did well, but like not nearly well enough for what I was really hoping for. Let's see here. I'm actually gonna go and look. So yeah, Michael Jackson is currently sitting at 916,695 views. Hell to the yeah. All right, that's Murph Baby's done. And then after that, we did a brief history of Sonic Mania, which was a planned video. That was one that I wanted to do when Sonic Mania was going on. That one has 71,000 views. Pretty solid. Definitely one of our better performers overall. The numbers are definitely a little skewed because if I sort my videos by views, there's a whole bunch that are in the 200,000 range that are our D-Pad and Chill episodes for Mega Man Fully Charged. And that's for two reasons. One, because people just like those, which is awesome. Including a bunch of the animators. Shout out to all the folks at Wild Brain, Man of Action, all of them. Love you guys. Thank you for making such a fun show that Cartoon Network apparently decided it was just going to bring behind the shed and shoot in the face for no reason. You guys did not get the love that you deserved from the studio system there. Let's do... Let's do Roscoe, and then Winnie can come in after that. I was debating doing Winnie first, just because... No, you know what? Let's do Winnie first. Because that way, both Winnie and Roscoe can get a good chunk of levels. Neither of them will probably be good in time, but they'll still be close enough that if we actually do need them, then we can reach for them. But yeah, 71,000. Pretty solid numbers. Let's do this again just for the sake of it. Then I did a brief history of the Infinity Stones. About a year later, April 2018. And that one's sitting at 25,000. 25,000 views. Pretty decent. It was a very carefully timed video release. April 2018, it was like right before... I think that would have been like right before Infinity War, right? Infinity War was May 2018. And then Endgame was May 2019. I think, or maybe April 2019, right at the end. They shoot for the like first week of May, last week of April, whenever they can. 25K. Definitely solid numbers for us. In some ways, fewer views than it might have been expected to do as an Infinity Saga video during the absolute height of the MCU, right? But that's okay. It was a thing I wanted to do. I think I've talked about this once or twice. I was actually trying to follow that up with a complete timeline of the MCU. And I kept trying to make that happen for like 3 or 4 years. And I got decently far with it. It's actually, I have a half-edited project of it right now. It's just so fucking much that I was never able to finish it. And then by the time it became an option to do, I was just like, I don't know if I care anymore. I don't know if people care anymore. Just in pop culture right now, the MCU is much less popular in 2025 than it was in 2021, right? That's okay. That's all right. And also, the MCU is such a scrambled, scattered mess of stuff at this point. It was going to be a complete timeline of the Infinity Saga. I could still finish that and have it still be everything that it was going to be. And it functionally wouldn't be any different than it would have been, if I was able to get it out like 5 years ago. I was also debating at one point, like a year ago, like, do I expand it to just be a brief history of the MCU or a complete history of the MCU, and I now then include all of the Multiverse Saga stuff? Which gets confusing when you do start including alternate timelines and things, but I think I would go with essentially anything that's on screen. Anything that's on screen in an MCU movie, I would consider canon enough to mention. And then I don't know if I would mention other, like, okay, the Fantastic Four movies, both sets of Spider-Man movies in their own little timeline spots there. Like, would I do any of that? I don't know. But so, brief history of the Infinity Stones. 25,440 views as of recording. Definitely solid numbers for us. Lower than I would have expected for in the time period that it came out, ultimately. And then we have Downward Spiral, A Brief History of Sega's Console War. Released June 25th, 2018. Currently sitting at 5,736 views. Again, good numbers for us in terms of just a video. But, like, by comparison, the Michael Jackson video is going to get that many views in the next 8 weeks. It's going to make like the Michael Jackson video is probably going to get about as many views in the next 7 weeks as the Dreamcast video has gotten in the last 7 years. So yeah, I put that up there and it absolutely landed. It just hit the floor dead, and I was like, whoa, okay. That wasn't what I was expecting at all. Which, to be fair, is also part of the reason I get so nervous about breaking away from our formula. Because, like, that's a video that I would love to do more of, like those historical deep dives. But if they're just going to absolutely land with a thud and no heartbeat, then, like, I don't know if I can justify it, you know? Like, I've probably gotten more views on the Let's Play videos we've released in the last month than the Dreamcast video has ever gotten, you know? Shadow Generations has been a pretty popular series so far. And that's even despite folks who are being very vocal about the play style. Quick side note, there are differences between being critical, which I'm completely fine with, and just being a dick. Please don't just be a dick in comments. I don't respect that, and nobody else should. There are ways to voice your thoughts without being a prick. That's I'll leave it at that. Who wants to learn Protect? I guess I'll get rid of Encore. Encore would be fun if I had an easy way of presuming what move is going to get used next, just to force them to do more of that. But yeah, I know that the Sonic videos have not been for everybody, and that's fine. But they're also bringing in, 2-ish hundred video views per video within like the first handful of days. That multiplied by 20, we're talking like 4,000 views within the first few days of any given video's release. And over the course of a month, there's going to be more of that anyway. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Shadow Generations in February of 2025 has gotten more views than the Dreamcast video essay. I guess it's kind of I think it's just like a fully spanning Sega essay, really, but it's got Shadow Generations has gotten more views in the last month than that's gotten in its entire lifetime since the middle of 2018. This might be a problem depending what it uses. Laser focus. Okay. I have to assume that means that it's not going to miss on its next move. Interesting. Weren't we just talking about that in like the last session? I'm trying to remember. I don't know. Okay, okay, Hugo's good on health. Good. Hugo's been struggling a little bit. Hang on a second. Let's take a look. What do your stats look like? Physical attack is definitely better. Yeesh. Okay. Oh, I guess Flame Charge is kind of just a weak attack. Do I have spare TMs that are fire? I want to sort these by type, goddammit. I had 2 flamethrowers. It is special, but 90 special will be better than 50 physical even with the difference there. Do I have any physical I guess there's not a lot of physical fire moves in the first place. Fire Punch is not going to be a thing I can use. I think I am going to have to get rid of Flame Charge. It's way too low. It's just way too low. I also know that I can buy more Flamethrower. But yeah, 50 versus 90. Even with the difference between our stats, 90 special is going to be better than 50 physical here. There we go. All right. It's funny, every time we come in with a new Pokemon in the lead, I have to keep remembering, right, I have to go after different stuff than I was last time. All right. Flamethrower, let's try it out. There we go. Nice. Not bad. Feeling better about it already. There we go. Yeah, Winnie. Learn something new? Recycle. That's like a weird held item one, isn't it? Yeah, this could be useful, but there's enough meta to it that I don't know that I wanna mess with this. I think if we were going for a more long-term situation, I would be more interested in trying to figure out a good synergy with Recycle. But I think just because... I mean, our list of stuff is literally Gym Leaders, Elite Four Rematch 2 and 3, and there's like 3 more Pokemon to actually go and interact with. So I think we're just gonna mostly stick with the basics. I do appreciate, I mean, as long as this is taking, and it is taking a long ass time, don't get me wrong, I do appreciate that the end result of this is we're going to have like a good 12.5 Pokemon that are either at or near competitive level for what we need to get done. And it's so much better to just do this all now in one big chunk than to do it in like, all right, I'm going to spend an hour doing that. I think you've already seen by now 1 hour wouldn't be enough to even get one Pokemon raised up to the level that it really needs to be. You really do need more time than that, and at that point it may as well be some long thing. The hope is that this will be enough. That this will be all that we need to do. That a handful of these Pokemon will never actually come back out of the box again because we just don't need them. Their efforts are, of course, appreciated. We'll see what we can do. Yeah, I think we're now in the ballpark of yeah, we're at a little over 9.5 hours now. No. We're at, doing the math wrong in my head. We're a little over 8.5 hours. We're at probably around like 8:40-ish, 8:45-ish. So we're doing good. We're pushing through. See, even the Pokemon are getting stuck. It's fine. It is funny because we've done so much of this, and just thinking about it is like, okay, we're at like 8:45. It's like, I'm still only like 3/4 of the way through. But that's okay. There was a point last night, not even 24 hours ago, where I wasn't even halfway through it, so that's fine. We're going to keep on going. Oh, it's starting to get to like sunset times outside. The sky has that kind of that blello. I don't get a lot of chances to use blello, but it definitely is yellow and blue, but not green. Kind of color tone outside. It's a very relaxing kind of. It's a color blend that kind of washes over you a little bit. It's hard not to get a little bit like you look at that mix. Relaxing little mix of colors. Mareep. Would Mareep make the best pillow? Yes or no? Not like would it be the best one to make a pillow from. I mean, just lying down on a napping Mareep. Would that make for the nicest, comfiest little pillow? Oh my god. Oh my god. Sarah sent me a picture of Tonk, and she's currently sitting on one of those little how do you even describe it? We just call it a bowl, but it's like it's a circle with fabric that is hung like a basket underneath it, and she is all curled up in that in a little circle with like her belly in the center, not like she's curled up and kind of facing down. She's like facing in, like her chin and her belly are all in. She's a little spiral cat, a little bowl of circle cat. It's very adorable. Yep, there we go. Brum, 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 brum. Alright. But yeah, let's see. So we're getting into the ballpark. We're in like the 845, 850 zone right now. So we got a little over 3 hours to go. A little over a quarter of our grinding to go. Hugo is up to 70. Oh, Psybeam, classic, yes. Psybeam 65, 100 may leave them confused. I think Psybeam is ultimately... I forget... I can't remember if Confusion has a higher rate of Confusion than Psybeam, but I think between the two of these, there's not really a reason not to just swap out and do Psybeam instead of Confusion. I don't remember what actually evolves Mime Jr. I hope it's levels. I feel like I should check this. I think I will when the next battle gets kicking here. Alright. A lot of Golbats all of a sudden. Alright, we'll fight you. Oh, it evolves when knowing Mimic. Okay. We don't have Mimic yet. We have not encountered Mimic yet. I don't know at what level it learns Mimic. So I'll have to keep an eye out for that. Probably fairly soon, since apparently Mr. Mime, when it Galarian Mr. Mime evolves at level, what was that, 42, I think? Brave Bird, yeah. Damage the user a lot, but also, fuck, that attack stat is so high. I kind of, oh man, it's really a choice between agility and double team. I'm surprised there's not a move that raises your speed and evasion at the same time. I don't think that there's any that does both. I'm going to get rid of double team, I think. Because there is X evasion, I think. Right? Am I crazy? Winnie! Alright. For some reason, every time I see Absol, I think Ice type. I know it's Dark type, but I always think of it as being like Ice and Dark. I don't know if it's because I don't know. I don't know that I really associate it with like Sneasel or Weavile or anything, but hello, Cherim. Hello. Sorry, Cherubi. Cherim is the one that's actually like Sakura leaves. Right. Roasted cherries. One of the things I debated for a while with the Pokemon fan game idea I had was whether or not to adjust the Pokemon types. Because I think that they could stand to be tweaked a little bit. Tweaking of them would require a lot of rebalancing. But there's been a while that I've kind of been like, I feel like there's some awkwardness in the overlaps and distinctions made between grass and ground and rock in certain ways. It's not like a huge deal. It's definitely not like a whoa, why are these separate or anything like that. I think Ghost and Dark has a little more trouble in that department, but I don't know. There's a part of me that feels like they're like stuff that is grass and grass veering on the realm of like ground almost make more sense as like an earth type. What's the more like natural things there? Whereas just in general, a decent amount of ground and rock all feel like kind of the same broad typing too. which, to be fair, is represented in the fact that both of them are weak to water, both of them are weak to grass, both of them are super effective on fire. But, like, I don't know. I feel like there's something there. I'm also one of those people who generally is of the opinion that normal probably shouldn't be like a type, and instead it should just be a typeless situation for moves at the very least. Pokemon types, it gets a little bit trickier. There's more that needs to go into that, thought process. Fighting also feels weird at the very least, as a type for moves, if not also a type for Pokemon. And this was at least something that could be considered a little bit until they started. I mean, not that Gen 1 didn't have this, because Gen 1 had the Machoke and Machamp, which were definitively like wrestling coded, right? But when we got to the point where we had Sock and Throw who actually wear like Taekwondo uniforms, I did Taekwondo for years and I can never remember what the name of a Taekwondo uniform actually is. Because a gi is karate, I believe. I thought it was something that was similar to like. I thought it was something that was similar to Dojo. Dojo is obviously a place. It's the location you train, but I thought it was something like that. I think Dojang is the term for the place you train. Whoop. Mike was slipping. I think a Dojang is the name of the place you train in Taekwondo. For some reason, like Doget or Dogu or something is like standing out in my head, but I am probably way off. It's been a long. I have not done Taekwondo in probably 22 years, something like that. Still no Mimic, huh? Do I have to teach you Mimic? I don't know if that is a TM, so if I would have to teach it Mimic, then I think we're just screwed here. Yeah, no. Okay. But yeah, fighting type feels a little weird to me. Because, like, all of these moves are fighting moves. You know what I mean? Like, I get that the idea is that fighting type is more evocative of martial arts. But I feel like there's other ways that you could nowadays kind of represent that than a fighting type element, you know? I generally think flying type shouldn't be a type. I think it should be a state, not a status, which is confusing, I know. It needs different terminology, but like poison is a status, sleep is a status. Arguably, flying could also be a status, and the idea is that it's just one that can be overwritten by paralysis or sleep or something. But flying is a tricky one to me. I feel like airborne as a state makes more sense than flying as a type. And you make a delineation between the former flying type and a replacement wind type or air type. Probably wind type, I think, just to separate it from airborne. But I think that there are a few different states that make sense. There'd be a default kind of grounded state, an airborne state. Let's check to see if there's anybody worth fighting while we're actively in here. Doesn't look like it. Airborne state. I think maybe a swimming state and an underwater state would both make sense too. Underground would also be a meaningful state. Or position, or, you know, something. So I think those could all have interesting effects in battle that don't necessarily need to be directly typed, you know? And then you can have a wind type, and you can kind of delineate a little bit between those. Doink. There were others that I had in mind, but... And, like, it also risks being a little too complicated, too, with all the additions in there, right? Like, I could make a pitch for an argument that, like, temperature should be something to be considered, where, like, similar to, like, sun and rain or something, where, like, okay, high temperatures help fire Pokemon. They probably have an effect on water. They certainly would have an effect on ice. They could arguably have an effect on steel, which should just be metal, not steel. Could arguably have a very minor effect on the electric type. Mimic, there it is. So we have to do this in order to... Yeah, Mimic is basically a one-move transform, right? Copying the target's ability. I feel like that's not going to come into play very much. I feel like Mimic at least has the chance of mattering if I'm careful with it. Roleplay, I feel like I'd need too much meta knowledge to really get genuine benefit out of that. All right, this should basically do it right here, right? Yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, is like, how do we do the triggers here? I think essentially after the battle closes, the game checks like, all right, you have a Mime Junior, and it leveled up in this battle, and it knows Mimic, therefore it can evolve. It is a pantomime expert that can create invisible but solid walls using miming gestures. Nice. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot like and cold temperatures, opposite way, you know? If the air is thin, then fire might have some trouble. Ice would do better. Water might do better, might do worse, depending on what they're fighting. It'd be very interesting in extreme heat or extreme cold if water attacks essentially are also treated as fire or ice moves, right? If it's extremely hot, you get water sprayed on you that isn't cold. Like if the water itself is hot and you're getting sprayed with that while it's very hot, that can be pretty, you know, that could be a pretty big problem. Could arguably burn you if it's hot enough water. Same thing in the cold. If you're outside in, you know, negative degree weather and someone sprays water at you, that's going to be pretty fucking cold. So you can make an argument for that. Electricity could have a minor effect with that as well, considering electronics oftentimes struggle in extreme cold or extreme heat. Could do something with steel, considering steel, you know, metals react differently or expand and contract depending on high and low temperatures. I don't know, there's some interesting stuff that you could do with some of that. But again, you're at the risk of too many mechanics. Too many mechanics really bogs down the experience. And unfortunately, you know, I will give Pokemon credit. I think, I'm going to caveat with I think that they've been better at knocking out some of those complexities recently. They were hitting a point between Sun and Moon and Sword and Shield where there were just too many things going on. All the terrain moves, all of these like setup moves that did all sorts of different stuff. There's a lot of abilities that were like really colliding with each other and stuff. And only some of those have changed, to be fair. But I think whittling down the list of moves does help with that at least a bit. Pokemon Insurgents. I think when they first developed it, Pokemon were designed to use Gen 6 learn sets. And then by the time it was done, I think they switched to Gen 7. I would be tempted to not directly do that and instead try to reinvent the learn sets a little bit. I think I would want to try to adjust them in a way that makes more sense using the full scope of available stuff. Oh, a Zangoose. And then from there, kind of figure out whether there are moves that need to like disappear or ones that need to stick around, or if there are new ones that need to be made in general, you know? I was actually working on a Pokemon D20 concept for a while and was trying to figure out like, okay, let's assume that a Pokemon can essentially be level 1 to level 20. It's not impossible for it to go above level 20, but let's just assume that it's a cap. So a Bulbasaur, for example, would be probably learning new skills. I mean, realistically, you would want your Pokemon to be able to learn new skills the entire way. Because if there's not a huge reason to go from, say, level 16 to level 17, then you're not as incentivized to, like, do that. But you would also need the moves that are at those levels to be pretty fucking good. And then I started thinking about, like, the practicality of some of the moves. Because, you know, a big thing for a tabletop game, a D&D, you know, and all of its various other alternatives to D&D, all the D20 systems, and even non-D20 systems. A big part of that, I mean, it's a tabletop role-playing game, and the whole idea is that you are role-playing based off of the things that your character can do. So a big part of that was like, okay, let's think through, like, practicality of some of these moves. Like a Razor Leaf move, for any Pokemon that could use it, probably should have the capacity to cut things. If that's the implication of what the move is doing, then it should have the ability to slice things, right? Same thing for Vine Whip. Part of this comes from just like, you know, I used to watch the anime a lot when I was a kid. Like, okay, Bulbasaur used to grab shit with his vines all the time. So that should be a thing that Vine Whip should be capable of doing. It should the vines should have a certain length, maybe determined as a proportion to how large the Pokemon is. Or it could be a set length. Or it could be a set length per, you know, species or line or something. I don't know. But it should be able to reach out and grab stuff. And depending on the weight of the Pokemon, they should be able to lift themselves off the ground, or use it as a grappling hook style scenario if they're light enough. Like a Bulbasaur should presumably be able to grab onto like a ledge or something and pull itself up. Bulbasaurs are light enough that that's like a feasible thing that they could get away with, and like logic would dictate that that's at least a possibility. I think the mechanic that I had figured out for it was going to be some formula based off of the Pokemon's weight compared with their strength, their attack, their strength, you know, whatever that stat winds up being. But either based on their strength and or their I think their defense or their constitution, whichever, some form between there. Because they need to be powerful enough to lift themselves up, which it means being able to lift their full body weight. Easier for a Bulbasaur than for a Venusaur. But in addition to them being able to, muscularly do that, they also need to... I think Light Screen will be better than Protect. They also need to be able to... the rest of their body needs to be able to withstand the forces that are on there. Well, we get them both at the same time. That's very funny. Because that's special. This is physical. Physical defense is actually worse. So, I guess I'll do that. Because I think I want to keep Baton Pass. Well, okay. Baton Pass is only going to be good if I have stuff that actually improves my stats. So let's do this, and we can always heart scale that back or something, but yeah. Jeez, oh my god. Safeguard. Prevents status conditions for 5 turns. Interesting. No, I think we're okay without that. It's kind of like the it's not stock. I forget what the word is. But there's Spit Swallow and it's something like stock, but it's not stock. Stock up, maybe? I don't know. But yeah, a Pokemon needs to both have the strength to lift themselves up and the physical defense to be able to withstand those forces. And it's basically it's the similar idea to one of the classic game theory things, which is the mechanics of Link using a hookshot. You both need a device that is powerful enough to fire that metal and chain hard enough to embed itself into a surface. And it needs to be strong enough to pull a human. But also, Link's shoulder would need to be physically capable of withstanding the force of being pulled, and it's both the... there's a term for this. Sort of like the instant of the actual pull, which I think any version of math you use to try to figure out a way for Link to survive that is not going to happen. The hook shot is too powerful in its current form. It would rip his arm completely out of his socket. But also, if you assume that he was just already moving, if it's slowly accelerated up to full speed, his arm would need to be able to withstand being pulled with that kind of constant force. And I thought that was kind of a cute way of approaching something like Vine Whip. Right? It's also a weapon. It would be like a slashing type attack. Treat it like an actual whip. But it also has a pretty standard sort of usage outside of battle. And honestly, the mechanics for that would probably be somewhat copy pasted for just any kind of any sort of physical check for whether a Pokemon can lift themselves up to do something. It would probably have similar checks. Similar. I don't know. I'm talking. This is the earliest stages of thinking through these mechanics. And I'm sure there's a certain amount of borrowing from actual D&D that would happen in terms of just getting mechanics off the ground, but it'd be nice to kind of come at some of these from scratch too. I have no idea if D&D cares to that level of granularity. It's probably just a strength check. To see if a character can lift themselves, whether with their arms or with some other phalange. Hugo. Oh, man. All right, it's a little after 5. Oh, that's right. I was like, was I forgetting something? Yeah. I should go and heal Hugo after this. I love that the Fire Blast still unapologetically the entire time has used the kanji for fire. 29 years going, and they're still like, yeah, no, it's just going to have the character for fire. It's just going to be there. I think that's fun. I've always appreciated that Japan is able to pull that off in a way that doesn't look ridiculous compared with... Could you imagine if we used Fire Blast and it just turned into the giant word for fire in English? Would that not be the most goofy-ass looking thing? But somehow it works in Japanese. I don't know. Something about it just is like, yeah, that's fine. That works. Very cool. Very hot. There we go. We should heal, get our PP back, get back down there. There we go. But yeah, we're it's a little after 5. We should be... Where are we now? We're probably at about 9:15, give or take, on the clock. Gonna go for another... Is that right? 9:50? Yeah, I guess so. Whoop, did that wrong. Gonna go for another round down here. At the very least, we're gonna go for another like 15 or so minutes before we take a quick break. But we'll see how fast we drain through. We really don't have a ton of PP to work with, so I figure the best case scenario is we wear down Hugo for another round and then take a break then. I just want to take a breather. I do technically have an episode that needs to of Shadow Generations that needs to go up today that I have not actually edited yet. It doesn't need to. That's maybe the wrong word. I would like it to go up because otherwise I don't think I've got any videos that are going up today. And it'd be nice to have that up. But we'll see. We'll see. Fortunately, the next recording, which starts with, what, episode 18? Assuming I don't numerically count the DLC one. Episode 18 and on is me doing completion stuff. And at least for the first session, we didn't have any blips with the video. We did have a very brief one in the second recording session. But that's been it so far since we got back into it.
Glue.
Boing boing. I would love for Pokemon. I get it. There's a lot of Pokemon. There's a lot of animations. I get it. I do. But as I've been saying for years now, I don't mind if Pokemon takes an extra year to develop their games, man. But I would love for them to feel less fucking robotic. Because they really, really, really feel so stiff. And they don't need to anymore. They haven't needed to basically ever, but they feel really stiff now. Also, the boing boing thing is like, can we not do that anymore? It looks silly. It's arguably just cheating by virtue of being like, hey, by the way, hey dummy, your fire Pokemon has some moves that it can use against a grass Pokemon. Like, can we stop clenching my hand this tight? It just also just tonally like looks and feels so wrong. Boring, boring. Like, stop, man. Come on. I would hate it less if the animation felt like it was thought out, as opposed to just like, I don't know, rotate them slightly and make them literally the entire model just bounces in place. Like a little marionette. It just looks so wrong. Like, look at that. It looks terrible. It looks so silly. And, like, part of it, too, is the way that battles have looked dynamically have changed so little in the last, basically since the 3DS games. Obviously, for Pokemon X and Y, they had to reinvent a lot of how they did, battles. And that's fine. That was expected. The jump from 2D to 3D, totally understandable. And it looked great. I honestly think it looked solid. Dark Pulse, 80-100 may flinch. Special, which is not my good stat. So I think I'm actually going to pass on this. Weavile's, it's comical how far apart the physical and special attacks are. So I'm going to go ahead and say no. But yeah, X and Y literally had to reinvent everything about the battle system. And it looked great. And then they stopped bothering to improve on that. The biggest things that they've changed about the battle system since, what was that, 2011? No, not 2011. It was a little later than that. Might have been just 2012. But, like, since X and Y have come out, what have they done? Pokemon Legends Arceus gave you a more dynamic entry into the battles, I guess. The camera moves around a little bit more. Literally, it feels like I can't think of much that they've actually done to really modify how battles look in these games in the last almost 15 years. And it's like, why can we not have a team whose whole focus is, all right, we're going to be the battle animations team, and we're gonna we're gonna get as much coverage as we can of Pokemon doing stuff, both for entering battles and little mechanics that we know from the start are going to be in the game. Like, okay, you're doing another Pokemon game, you're deciding on Pokemon, but you know that here's the 114 Pokemon from the last generation that are 100% going to be in this game, which I know that's kind of reductive. I know that's not how that works. Pokemon get considered to be included in a game and then not included all the time. I get that. And I don't want people to just do work that doesn't go anywhere either, obviously. And that's rude and unnecessary. But there's also, like, if you know that certain Pokemon are extremely likely, we'll say, to be in the game, then you have your battle animations team working on taking those Pokemon, doing their like, so okay, we have an entry animation, but hey, how about if each Pokemon has its own different way of doing the boing boing? Hopefully not as a boing boing, but something like, if it just kind of, if a Rapidash went up on its hind legs and whinnied as kind of a like, yeah, and got into an aggressive stance, that'd be rad as fuck. That'd look great. And then they go back to their regular just standing there stance or something. Or hell, how cool would it be if rather than making it a boing boing style animation, instead they make it so that, all right, your Pokemon enters the battle, maybe it has an animation, maybe it doesn't, but the stance that it has is like noticeably different based on the matchup between you and the other. Like if I'm fighting the C-Dot, maybe it's got its legs a little bit like bent out a bit to indicate that it's kind of aggressive and it's a little bit more angry, as opposed to just kind of standing there. Like, it literally has the pose. My sister had horse dolls as a kid that looked more interesting than the way that Rapidash is standing right now. It's like, man, you could do so much more. And like, granted, yeah, so much more is so much more work, but like, you could do so much more that is interesting. And, like, I don't know. Kind of seems that energy-style attacks, like eruptive energy-style attacks, like Flamethrower, Hydro Pump, Shadow Ball. Is there a reason that there can't be, like, an energy origin spot that you define for every Pokemon? There's so many Pokemon who have attacks that erupt from their stomach for no reason. And hell, if you make it dynamic enough, a flamethrower doesn't even just have to be a cone of fire. It could be something where, like, it goes and, like, it comes from their mane and kind of goes in an arc or something down at them. So many different ways that you could improve this with very, very small amounts of extra stuff. Because if the flamethrower is just a dynamic flame effect, right? Like, it's not something that has a predetermined start and end to it. You could do a lot with that. You have a curved path, but because it's a regenerating animation of flame, you can have it start and end wherever the fuck you want, and it will still look like that the whole way through. It just drives me nuts. Pokemon is the biggest, and, like, I would never in a million years say this about, like, an indie company, right? Like, I would never say this about, like, Maddie Makes Games or anything like that. But Pokemon is the biggest media franchise. Period. It is the largest. It is the best-selling. It is the biggest. It is fucking enormous. And somehow, they get away with just, like, cutting so many corners. It's absurd. Absurd. And it sucks because, like, there are people who like have an axe to grind with Nintendo, which I'm not, like, that's whatever. I don't really care one way or the other what people's own personal thoughts are for that. Everybody's own their own opinion. Like, people should not be dicks about it, but there are people who point at Pokemon as being indicative of failings on Nintendo's part, which feels a little unfair in two different ways. One, Nintendo does not develop these games. Game Freak does. Nintendo is a majority owner of Game Freak, so, like, it's not like they're completely absolved of responsibility here, but at the end of the day, it's Game Freak that develops these, and the Pokemon Company, which produces them. And I want to say the Pokemon Company is the one that is usually responsible for the aggressive timetables. But, like, it just feels like it's like there doesn't feel like a reasonable, like, because people will then point at Pokemon games and be like, yo, this is a game in the biggest media franchise on the planet, and it looks like ass. And it's like, yeah, it kind of does. I definitely cannot deny that Pokemon has released games that look like complete shit. And it's like, come on, man. Effort, please. This might not be a bad thing to have for, like, opposing psychic types or ghosts. But I feel like if Winnie is going out against psychic types or ghosts, I've made a mistake along the line, you know? I do need to replace, I think, Light Screen with another real attack. And honestly, maybe Sucker Punch is just good to have as another attack right now. I think I'll do that. Just to give it something else to do. And we also have Mimic. Also, Winnie is not likely to get used ultimately anyway. Winnie is almost certainly not going to get to level 79 today. If things go really south, then it might later, but not today. But yeah, it's such a bummer when people point at, I think, the tree from Sword and Shield, maybe with Scarlet Violet, was pointed out as being really fucking bad looking. And people will use that and be like, oh yeah, Nintendo makes shit games, and it's like, ugh. Especially, the more interesting comparison, in my opinion, is when someone then compares that to a tree out of Breath of the Wild, a game that is doing a redonkulous amount of stuff in the background to keep that experience as seamless as possible, and still manages to make its trees look decent. The bigger problem in Breath of the Wild is usually the density of trees. But also, you would have to come up with like kind of a whole chunk of your engine just to deal with allowing Link to pass between trees that otherwise would be too close together, without like a special kind of slide in between them stuff. But it is kind of a bummer that other than like the Lost Woods area, there's never really like a hugely dense population of trees that actually feels like a proper forest in such a large space. But again, Breath of the Wild, and more so Tears of the Kingdom, which, to be fair, Tears of the Kingdom was the only time that I think we ever ran into proper load pauses. But that was usually because we were going out of our way to like fly really hard diagonally or something across half the damn kingdom. And it's like, okay, that's fair. We're moving extremely fast, and we're moving both vertically and horizontally in ways where you weren't... I feel like they probably do some soft background loading of stuff in a horizontal and a vertical direction from where you are, but not in between, because 99% of the time, that's the direction you're going to go. But yeah, I don't know, man. Pokemon really needs to figure their shit out with that, because the battles are looking cheaper and cheaper by the day. There's a reason I don't like the idea of Pal World in a few different ways. I don't like spite games. It's the reason that I responded so viscerally to the fucking some indie dev was making a joke about like, Zelda looks like shit. Our game looks so much better than theirs, and it's like, yo, man, don't need that. But it's also like there's a reason Pal World exists, and there's a reason that it's done as well as it has in terms of those initial, downloads. So Pokemon's got to get their shit together. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be right back for, I think, the last chunk of this. We'll see you in a second here. Okay. Let's get this last little chunk on the road here. Still got Hugo out front. And we're heading to the west. Alrighty. It is a little later in the day than I was really planning to do this, but it was taking a little longer for me to kind of be like, all right, we gotta get the last one going, chat with Sarah a little bit, getting some other editing done, just because it was nice to kind of take a break and get back into that for a little. But we're here. It is Wednesday night now. It is almost 10:15. So our grinding session is actually going to run into Pokemon Day, so that's going to be interesting, at least on the East Coast. It's already Pokemon Day, and has been for a little bit now in Japan. Not even for a little bit, actually. It's like more than halfway through, or it's almost. It's about to be. It's about to be noon in Japan, I believe. Alrighty, but yeah, we have a little under 2.5 hours to go here before we hit our limit. I've even got a timer set, though to be fair, it's going to go off basically when we're completely out of time. So I'm kind of more going off of the recording timer. As that approaches 2.5 hours, it'll be time to wrap things up. I'm generally pretty satisfied with how far we've gone with this. Granted, we still have another 2.5 hours to go. There's still stuff for us to do here. But even if we stopped now, I think I'd be like, okay, this is fine. I think this is okay. I am genuinely a little bit intrigued to see what people's response is going to be to a 12-hour grinding video going online. Hopefully tomorrow. I'm staying up to make sure that this thing actually exports and starts uploading. And then I'm going to set all the details and put the thumbnail together, all that jazz, so that it's, good to go for whenever it's done. I get the feeling it's not going to go up at noon as I was originally intending, so I'll put something else up at noon if that is the case. And then this will just go live sometime during the day. I mean, I hope it'll be during the day. I certainly will be bummed out if it's like, oh, this is going to take like 26 hours, which is possible, depending on how things go here, but hopefully not. Hopefully it won't. I don't even know how long this is going to take for it to export, so that's going to be the real trick here. Entirely possible that I reduce the bitrate by a teeny bit to make it a little smaller and a little bit faster. But we'll see. We'll see what the estimate is looking like it's going to be as I go to do the export, and then we'll go from there, I suppose. But yeah, holy cow! This video probably is going to have like somewhere between 200 and 300 gigabytes of video footage going into it. So that's gonna be interesting. This is a pretty fortuitous room for a fire Pokemon. Oh! Literally no idea what we're fighting. A Doduo. Sure, why not? Why the hell not? Let's do it. I was gonna say, I don't think I've fought a Doduo before in this game. Bonk. Here we go. Down goes Doduo. Hell yeah. Not a lot of money. Not a lot of experience off of that, though. But yeah, pretty good draw for that first room for this final session. So Hugo's definitely going to get to 79. It would take some like real shit to go down for that not to ultimately happen here. So I'm intrigued. I hopefully what I would love to have happen is Montgomery and oh no, I've forgotten the other one's name. Well, we'll see it in a second here as we knock out Ariados in one go. Ba-boom. All right, boing boing. Okay. Yep, all the extra fluff. The battle is over. Wexley, that's right. Montgomery and Wexley, I think will just barely get there. It's going to be pretty tight, I think. And to be fair, even if they don't get to 79, I think they'll be close enough that if I did need to use them, I think I could get away with using them for a bit. I may not use them unless they're like absolutely definitely the right call for a given scenario, but oh, hello there. Alrighty, now the real thing is I have to start figuring out what my team is going to be per gym. The good news is by having, I'm going to have at least 8, if not 10 Pokemon at level 79. So I'll have up to 10 Pokemon to pick from a decent variety of types. I can only go off of what I've caught in the game, and unfortunately there's some holes there. But I think from a group of 10, I should be able to have a pretty reasonable set of Pokemon per gym rematch. Thought that was my brain filled that in as a Vibrava at first, and I was like, oh, okay, well, but nope. Scyther. That was more of a scissor voice, huh? The Steezor. I actually forget what Scyther sounded like in the old thing. Well, I'm also curious. I suspect the answer is no because, well, a bunch of reasons, not the least of which is probably that they don't want to pay the voice actors for it. But I'd be very curious if the Pokemon video games will ever have proper voice-acted Pokemon other than Pikachu and Eevee. I mean, like, I think Let's Go Eevee, I think Partner Eevee is the first non-Pikachu Pokemon to get proper voice acting, I think. Did it really live with just that much left? God damn you. Boo, 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 boo. All right. Sure, let's just do a random other thing so that we can spare our PP and just finish the battle. I don't know that I've ever really cared for Ponyta or Rapidash. At the very least, not the Cantonian version. I actually do dig the is it Galarian? The fairy type ones? Actually, I think that's a pretty fun design. The Cantonian ones are very basic. Which is like, you know, not necessarily the most fair judgment to make of Gen 1 Pokemon, but still. Oh my god, my glasses. The screws are like so loose. I could feel it when I was moving my glasses. I'm gonna kind of do it bit by bit as I deal with the unskippable chunks of what's going on in these battles. All right. No. Yes. There we go. Not a lot of luck having stuff that is weak to steel in here. Also, whether they intended it or not, very clever to have Ponyta and Rapidash learn some steel-type moves. If anything, I'd be curious to know if Mudsdale and the other one, I can never remember it. I always call it Clyde's Hoof because I can't remember the actual name. Its evolution, whatever it is. Because, like, domesticated horses, when they're doing stuff, I mean, I guess most of the time, really. I think the idea is that you know, they basically horseshoes is what I'm getting at. Like, stomp from a Ponyta or a Rapid, I guess more for a Rapidash, but like a Rapidash or like the big ground one or whatever. Would it not make more sense for those to be steel type attacks because you're literally being struck with horseshoes? You know, I mean, I guess Rapidash doesn't have visible horseshoes, even though there's a handful of oh boy, okay. Even though there's a handful of I think high horsepower leaves like a horseshoe-shaped impression. Granted, that is a move more associated with the Mudsdale evolution line than Ponyta Rapidash, but still. Maybe that's a thing. Maybe that's something that normal type move. Just kind of thinking back to like Pokemon fan game style stuff. Maybe that's an adjustment that would work for normal type Pokemon, or not normal type Pokemon. I'm of the opinion, at least for the idea of this like fan game, you know, angle, that normal type Pokemon probably should just have the normal type replaced with no type or a typeless type if it's their only type. Normal type moves are a little bit trickier though, because like how do you type Scratch, you know? Aside from, you know, the potential contextual element of that, where it's like, oh, well, this is an enemy with metal claws or something. Arguably, you could do it. You could have it be that like a normal type. I mean, it would still be contextual, but like normal type moves, you could definitely have them be like typed based on certain things about the Pokemon that uses it. Like maybe a stomp from a Rapidash is either fire type or steel type, depending on what you want to go with for whether they're wearing horseshoes or not. Maybe from a Mudsdale, it's ground type. I'm not necessarily saying there's like a problem with Pokemon, to be clear. I'm not saying like normal types are dumb. I just kind of like, all right, what would I do if I was planning an overhaul of a lot of this stuff, you know? And on the one hand, Yeah, it would probably make. Oh, I should have used Fire Blast. On the one hand, yeah, it would probably make putting these games together a lot slower and more involved. But also, it would make the games a little bit more polished. I think not that idea with the normal type, but like just stuff where it seems like the answer is, but that'll take time. I'm like, okay, then take time. Put the effort in and make it feel like this was planned, you know? Smart Strike. Yeah. Man, I don't know. Some of the animations are fine, but some of them I definitely am just like, if only there were just a little bit more effort on display in terms of like, just trying to make stuff look correct. Or, like, planned, right? Enjoying a delicious root beer. We wound up getting some emotional support snacks of sorts while we were out getting pallets of water in case our water system was all fucked up. I don't know if I actually mentioned that was what happened earlier today in the previous the previous 2.5 hour section. We have a water softener that was permanently stuck in regeneration mode, which is essentially we got 2 of them. Which is essentially it just cycling through its system, doing chemicals to like shift around the filtration things that it does and all that. But it had been doing that. It started doing that around 3 in the morning, apparently. And when we woke up at like 9:30 this morning, it was still going. Historically, this was a thing that usually was like half an hour to an hour. And at this point, it had been running for 6.5 hours. So something was obviously not okay there. And there was a point where we were sitting down here and let's go up and heal. We were sitting down here at like 11:30, 12 o'clock or something. And we had no real answers. And we were like, I guess we literally unplugged the water softener. And we were like, I guess let's go to the store and get water bottles so that we have clean water for drinking and brushing of teeth. Which, big time bummer. I think I need to see a dentist. My back molar definitely feels / looks like something is up. So I gotta get that checked out. Hopefully it's a thing that a filling will deal with, but I also, my molars, wisdom teeth, not molars. Wisdom teeth are the one that are the furthest in the back on all 4 kind of chunks, right? I'm not crazy. Oh, let's not waste my move on a Caterpie. I remember when I was a kid, my wisdom teeth, it was a 50-50 chance when they were coming in, because we did like x-rays, dental x-rays, and they were coming in at like a 45-degree angle, pointed inward at the rest of my teeth, and they were like, oh boy. Like, we can just take these out. We can just jump ahead of it, take these bad boys right out. Or we can see what happens. I was terrified of the idea of dental surgery, so I was like, I'd really rather not. And they're like, all right, if you start to feel any pain at all, you got to give us a call, because that probably means that they're going to be impacted, or they're going to fuck up the rest of your teeth or something. And then, like, right at the last second, they straightened out and came in perfectly normal. And I was like, whoo, dodged a bullet there. Unfortunately, though, something in the right wisdom tooth seems to not be very happy. And I do brush my teeth. I can stand to brush them more, and I think if something is wrong with it, I'm certainly gonna be a lot more obsessive about it. But yeah, it looks like it feels like something's up there. Now I looked at it, I couldn't tell if like something was caught on my tooth or if that was part of my tooth. But it looked like there was an unhappy spot in the literal furthest back quadrant of it. Like, so if you imagine your tooth and like you draw an X over the top of it, right? Because that's just kind of where the like ridges and things tend to be. The furthest back quadrant that you kind of create using drawing that X looked unhappy. So the other three are doing just fine. But I don't know. Maybe I wasn't getting back there enough. Brush your teeth, kids. More than you think you should. It's funny too, because like I am someone who I get very like, I have like a visceral reaction if I run my tongue along my teeth and it's not like squeaky clean. So I've never really, but honestly, I probably, and I'm sure that it would have been a bad habit from when I was a kid too. I feel like I probably focused, my tongue isn't running along my furthest back wisdom teeth all the time. You know what I mean? Like, I think most people, you run your tongue along the back and front of your upper, like the front teeth on the upper jaw fairly often. I think that's just kind of how, that works. But you don't really have your tongue buried in the far back corner of your mouth. Go just idly, just like, oh, la, la, la. Nothing hurts back there either, so it's not like I've exposed a thing under there that's like an aching pain or anything. So I don't know. I only noticed it literally today. Which is why I was surprised that like it's not tender, it doesn't feel loose. There's nothing like that. So I'm just like, oh, okay, well, let's get that checked out. Maybe it's just a thing that needs like filling or something. I don't know. Either way, I'm certain Sarah's not going to let me forget it because we've had conversations before about teeth and all that. And I'm like, hey, I haven't lost any teeth yet, so... Well, as an adult, right? As a kid, obviously, but... Dazzling Gleam, and this is special, which is definitely the better stat here, and it's stab. Psychic is good against fighting. Is that the only type that Psychic is super effective against? Poison. So I was like, wait a minute, if that's the case, then I'm just going to do Fairy. Fairy's super effective against fighting in dark, and is weak to poison. Maybe Sucker Punch? Maybe Sucker Punch. That's also physical and off type. Yeah, let's get rid of Sucker Punch. I think it's a smart call there. Alright. But yeah, no, I need to make an appointment to get that sorted out. So I do freelance right now, so I also don't have like a company-based dental thing. So I need to figure out how that's gonna work at the moment. It's funny too. I've wanted to talk with a dentist or an orthodontist, I suppose. I had braces when I was a teenager, but I wanted to talk with them about whether it would be a good idea to do like an Invisalign thing, just because my teeth are generally pretty fine these days. When I was a kid, I definitely had like buck teeth overbite kind of stuff going on. Not like to a crazy degree, but it was definitely there and noticeable. I have a little bit of both now, but it's not nearly as severe as it used to be. The biggest thing is that I've noticed when I run my tongue along the teeth on the left side, it feels as though the upper jaw, the teeth that are kind of in the front left, are like almost pushed in just a little bit. Like it feels a little flatter from tooth to tooth than it should be, as opposed to the more arc that's there. And on the bottom, a few teeth left of center, in the same spot basically, it feels like it's pushed out a little bit more. And I don't know why that is. I do not even have a guess. I was just kind of like, huh, that's interesting. And I noticed this. It's been like that for years, and I noticed it a while back, and I could not remember whether that was a thing that was also the case when I was a teenager or not. I don't remember if it was like that before or after braces, or if that's just a thing that developed on its own over time. I don't know. But be curious to see. I wouldn't be opposed to doing like a Invisalign kind of deal. If nothing else, it wouldn't be bad to just get some reassurance as to whether my teeth are in good order in terms of just like, you know, are they looking good? Is there anything that needs work? Just be nice to do. It'd be a lot easier to do if the tech industry wasn't constantly like hemorrhaging people left and right. I've worked for some places that seemed like they were doing just fine, and then all of a sudden they're like, hey, we have no money, we're letting a whole bunch of you go goodbye. It's like, oh, good, I get to upend all of my medical shit again. Every other year is a new fucking place. It's just like, oh, man. I try not to get too into like deeper, not like I don't want to talk about like deeper life stuff or whatever, but like, man, it definitely feels like in so many different ways, millennials got real fucked over on the societal level with stuff. I think Gen X and boomers and all that, they had, at least in the working world, had a pretty good thing going. And the expectations were kind of put on us that, like, no, you have to go to college, and then you're going to get a job, and you're going to be at that job for 40 years, and then you're going to retire. And that shit does not happen anymore. At least not as much, for sure. I've certainly got friends who I see on, like, from college, who I see on LinkedIn, who are like, oh, celebrating my 13th year with Blargy Co., defense contractor. Terrible name for a defense contractor. But otherwise, it seems like everybody that I know gets a job, works somewhere for between like 1 to 6 years, and then it's time for the next one. And the 6 years are the outliers. And it's like, man, it's hard to put things in savings. It's hard to put stuff into retirement funds. Real hard to keep a your medical insurance and shit in good standing if you're constantly uprooting your shit every year or two. And even when there would have been no real job security normally, we now seem to be in an era on the tech side of things in particular where like it's almost incentivized that you shred through your worker base every so often, either as a cost-cutting method or something. I really don't know what the mindset is, but genuinely wild. It's embarrassing to watch it. It's happening. It's still happening in the gaming industry, and has been for years now, where a project comes out, and regardless of whether it was a success or failure, Marvel Rivals is the big one right now. Huge success. Enormous success. And it's like, oh, we're going to let everybody go. Like, well, fucking why? Do you not need support? Do you not want to make new content? WB Games just just shut down 3 whole studios. One of the studios was the team that made Multiversus, which is fucking crazy because boy, did WB screw the pooch on that shit so hard. Oh my god. Everyone and their fucking mother was talking about how good that beta was and how shit the day one release was. And they never fucking recovered. How the hell did Ledians survive that? Okay, weird. So I've brought this up now and then online, whether it was on Twitter or it's on Blue Sky now. So once upon a time, about a decade ago, actually, I think it was 2014, 2015. I think it was 2014. 11 years ago, I actually worked for a WB Games subsidiary. And let me tell you, it's real interesting watching that shit happen from the inside. And like before anybody throws anything into the comments like, oh, it's not smart to talk about this stuff. It's like it was 11 years ago for one. A small lifetime ago. And on top of that, I kept up my end of the NDAs. I didn't talk about any of this stuff for years. My third day of work was layoffs within the company. I did not get laid off. And we were told, hey, you know, good news. That means there can't be layoffs for another year. Because of, I think, Massachusetts state law at the time. I think it's still the case. So we were like, okay, well, at least there won't be more layoffs. Kind of rest easy. 8 months later, there were layoffs again. And I did get caught in those, as did my boss and my boss's boss. Oh, sorry, my lead engineer and my boss. The lead engineer of our team and my boss also got hit. Because that one came down from the top. That one came down from WB. The lead engineer had been there for like 16 years. He was one of its earliest employees, I think. And the severance package was like, I think it was like 4 weeks plus 2 weeks for every year you'd been there. And he was talking about like, all right, well, I guess I'm gonna go and find something else. And is like, take a vacation, dude. You're literally about to get paid for the next 8 months. Whether it's lump sum or done in cut paychecks, you've got 8 months of severance coming for a lead engineer role. Just go take a fucking vacation or something, man. But yeah, from within, it was like, it was really shit. The studio, as far as I'm aware, still exists. They haven't released anything in 8 years. So God knows whether they actually still exist or not. They changed their name. WB forcibly changed their name. So now, rather than having their own name that they had since the mid-90s, they are now a WB Games thing. That looked like a pink Raticate up there, which is weird because I don't think that's what that is as a shiny. So I'm very curious what the hell that was. Probably a Lickitung from a weird angle. But yeah, like part of me is like, oh, should I not say the company? Should I not? But again, it was over a decade ago that I worked there. Worked there for 8 months. And I don't know, man. If there was somehow, Miltank, that makes much more sense. If there was somehow an opportunity to work with a game company and they were upset about me talking about something like this a decade later, probably not a place I'd want to work. So, like I said, I kept up my end of the NDA, didn't talk shit, didn't say a word until well after that stuff cleared, like years and years after. But yeah, it was, it used to, nowadays it's WB Games Boston. Which is funny because it's not based out of Boston. It's based out of Massachusetts. It's based out of, like, is it Newton? Not Newton. It's near Newton. It's another N one, though. Needham. Used to be Turbine. Used to be Turbine Inc. I still have one of my favorite hoodies that I still have and still wear from time to time is my old Turbine hoodie. I actually have, and I have a, well, had. I still have it, I think. I'm trying to remember if I still have the pieces of it just because I couldn't bear to. I might have tossed it because I finally gave up on it. But after like beta 6 or so, I still wear occasionally the t-shirt. We got, when there was some major I should also clarify, I'm not a game designer, I'm not a game developer at all. I'm a web developer. As part of the web team. There were like a dozen of us, sometimes split into like 2 or 3 squads. My team was responsible, I was on a 3-person team when I got there, the Ghost team, where our job was to figure out whether AngularJS was going to be a worthwhile thing to look into. Oh, the simpler days of the early 2010s when people were like, are JavaScript frameworks something that we might want to consider? Fast forward to today, or any time in the last like 8 years, and the answer is yes. Why haven't you already? Angular, React, Vue. There was Svelte for a little while. I don't know if that's still a thing. There's another one that's kind of making waves right now, and I don't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but I gotta look into that. But yeah, no, I was on the web team, and so I wasn't directly working on the game. Though one of the things that I kind of enjoyed was because of the nature of, so specifically my team was involved with web assets related to Infinite Crisis, the DC Comics branded MOBA, because Warner Brothers is literally incapable of original thought and will do anything in its power to let somebody else invent stuff first and then just follow in their footsteps. Usually not successfully. So we were tied to Infinite Crisis, and one of the cute things was, because of just the nature of how it was all put together, the credits for the game were all online. I think there's still archive.org pages for this. I don't know off the top of my head, but I think. One of the cute things we got to do was, because we were the web team, we could put little Easter eggy things in there if we so desired. We did. We made it so that if you input the Konami code onto the site, so up, down, left, right, BA, start, which would be, I think, enter, and the directional keys were your arrow keys. B and A were literally the B and A keyboard keys. When you hit the enter button on the web page, you would get Superman to appear on the page in his little MOBA isometric view, like the top-down 3/4 angle ISO view. And he could go around, and you could use the exact same controls that you could in the game to do a very rudimentary version of his attacks. And this was on the credits page specifically. So if you did that, you could go and you could destroy the credits bit by bit. And it was just a cute, cheeky thing. And then after we did that, we're like, hey, let's do one more thing for it. And we made it so that the web team could not be destroyed by the Easter egg. So if you destroyed everything, it would literally delete the div. So it would actually it would actually shrink the size of the page. And ultimately, the only credits that would be on the page would be the web team. Thought that was cute. Not my idea. I'm not going to take credit for that. But it was a lot of fun to play around with that. But we got a bunch of like swag and stuff when we put out one of our big milestone releases. I think it was beta 4. I still have the T-shirt, and I think it actually does enumerate the beta on it. I'll have to double check. But we put that out. We got T-shirts, and we got what was one of my like treasured little keepsakes. We got a really nice whiskey shooter. Or sorry, whiskey tumbler. Whiskey tumbler. Really, really nice glass. Etched, engraved. It had actual like depth to it and stuff. And it had the Infinite Crisis logo. And it had like beta, 2016 beta 4 web team or something like that. And I was like, damn, these were really awesome. I was really bummed out when I got let go. A bunch of us got let go. It was a really rough day. It was a lot of people at the company. So we did that. Got another job. I worked for DraftKings for about 2 years. I think it was like 2016, 2018, something like that. Maybe 2015, 2017. Somewhere around there. Did web dev stuff there. I was the only front-end dev on my team for a year and a half. And then our team was being dissolved one by one. There was a mass like restructuring at the company. And our team was literally being picked apart and individuals being moved to other teams. No, we're not doing Final Gambit. Though it is interesting that Final Gambit does your hit points in, like, the damage you do to yourself is equivalently done to the opponent. So defense doesn't even matter for that. That's kind of interesting. But yeah, so I literally spent like 3 weeks sitting at my normal desk as everybody was moving bit by bit away from that area. Because I was told I was going to go work the marketing team. Because one of the big things that I did while I was there was I built marketing pages for DraftKings. A whole lot of the little like micro pages that you would get either in emails or linked to in emails that told you about, oh, it's the Hungry Man Dinner Tournament. Here's all the prizes. Here's all the, like that was usually me doing the actual like putting the actual thing together. Someone on the marketing team or someone in design would do the mock-up. Essentially, like they would do the purely graphical version, and then I would go and I would code it together so it'd be an actual website or a web page rather. And the idea was that I was going to be just moving to become the marketing team's web guy. Like that would just be my only thing that I did was like that was the one thing I was going to do instead of like the other things that I was also doing. And then literally I kept being told like, all right, hey, yeah, we're almost ready for you. You know, we'll let you know as soon as we're good. Here's some of the stuff that you're going to want to know in there. There was like a 3D tool. So you could do, essentially you could control like 3D models with JavaScript, which I was like, all right, that's pretty rad. I practiced with that a bunch. I learned how to build stuff in 3D using that. It was a little janky. It's really meant for very simple shapes. So my silly ass going in there going like, I wonder if I could build a Super Nintendo cartridge out of this thing. The answer, yes. Quickly, no. But I could. It was fun to do. And after like 2.5 weeks, I was like, I'm just sitting here, kind of not doing anything. Just waiting to hear what the deal is going to be. And so finally, on like a Wednesday morning, I got the classic, the corporate classic. I got invited to a meeting that had my boss and a person whose name I did not recognize, who was not the person who I was reporting to in marketing. Sorry, my old boss. And, well, I guess my current boss. I hadn't actually transitioned yet. My current boss and someone whose name I did not recognize. And it was a meeting set for like 11 a.m. So I was like, don't have good feelings about that. Oh, sorry, this came through a Tuesday. This came through Tuesday, right as I was about to leave work. I stayed a little late just to keep messing around with stuff and try to get a better grasp on things. And before I left from work, I had a meeting at like 11 o'clock on Wednesday, the next day. And so I looked up that person because I was like, I got a pretty good guess what's about to happen tomorrow. But I may as well verify for myself. And lo and behold, yes, they were on LinkedIn as someone who worked in human resources. I was like, fuck. All right. Went in, hung out, had my meeting. They were letting me go because apparently the marketing team did not get approved for the budget of an engineer on their team, which was wild and also awful timing considering there were a whole bunch of changes about to happen company-wide that would have absolutely made that work, but I digress. And they gave me the option like, hey, so if you want to go back and like grab your stuff from your desk, you can do that. It's gonna be lunchtime soon. If you want, we can kind of just like, you can have this meeting room for a little bit, and then whenever you want to go do that, you can do that. Or if you want to just head out and not worry about that, we can have someone, put your stuff together and they can ship it to you. Actually, did they ship it to me or did I pick it up later? I might have picked it up later. I forget which. I think they shipped it to me though. And I regret so much because I was like, sure, yeah, if you guys want to pack that up, then I'll just get out of here, I guess. Went home. Sarah was, I think she was working from home at that time already. So she was like, well, you're home early. I was like, yeah. We had just moved in to that apartment together. The previous apartment, me and her and John and Ben. We had moved in about a month and a half earlier. And I was just like, ugh. But so the reason I go through all that is I get my box and I look through it. I'm getting all my stuff out of there. And I was kind of upset with what I found in the box. For one, my copy of Betrayal at the House on the Hill was like supremely fucked up. Like internally everything was fine, but the box was all fucking messed up. Was not happy about that. That game was very hard to get a hold of at that point, and very expensive to boot. And then, mixed in among the stuff, I realized I saw something shiny, and there was my Infinite Crisis glass in shards in my box. My guess is, I don't know, it's all speculation. My guess is, like, I don't assume it was, like, malicious or anything like that. I don't think that was the case. I don't think anybody was that fucking petty. But my guess is that whoever filled the box, whether it was... But the understanding that I had was that it was going to be janitorial staff doing it, which feels kind of rude to ask them to do in the first place. But for all I know, it could have been someone else on the team. It could have been my boss. It could have been my team lead. I don't know. Could have been anybody. But my guess is that they put that in early because they were like, oh, this should be on a flat bottom or something. Like this should be, damn it. This should be down there so it's not like, pushing on top of stuff. But then either because there was other stuff in the box that was pushing on from the sides or pushing on from the top. Judging by how it broke, I think something kind of pushed at it diagonally on the top. So my like one really special relic, like I still have the t-shirt and I still have the hoodie from Turbine and Infinite Crisis, but my glass, my whiskey tumbler was just fucking destroyed. It was so fucking sad to me. Sarah wound up spending some time looking to see if there was a place she could essentially get it remade, Like, literally like, hey, here is the old glass. Can you essentially recreate this? Or she was going to just kind of like, if they couldn't do that, see about taking it and making a close approximation, right? Like she would, draw stuff together, put text on there, and just kind of do it, which, I would have been happy, not because like, finally my treasure is back, but because it was a very sweet and heartfelt thing for Sarah to, try to do. The real problem wound up being just like any place that offered that, it was ludicrously expensive. I'm sure that the original set was either done out of pocket by the lead who had been working there forever and a day and had, stuff to spare, or it was something that was like properly invoiced to the company as like a team expense, and they managed to get it greenlit. Yeah, let's do this. But yeah, I was very, very sad about that. Very, very sad. It was a very nice glass, and I think we did ultimately wind up tossing it out. I think. I would have to go and check. Because there's like, how long do I hold on to shards of a glass in the vain hope that, what, magic happens? Do I try gluing it back together? Like, what is, it's a glass, so if it's not a perfect seal on everything, then it's not going to matter. And you certainly don't want liquid flowing between the cracks of broken glass, because then you're just going to get, glass particulate matter or glue that's wearing down, So I think we did eventually just... fuck you. I mean, I guess that's fair. It's Fire Blast, so... But, yeah. Made me very sad. How in the fuck? Are you kidding me? It survived a Fire Blast? From 16 levels below? Rapidash must have just garbage special attack, then. Just not speaking well to its chances against stuff that's weak to it, that is a higher level than that. It's a nice diversion, though, for like a good, half hour or so. Chatting up those days. Honestly, the worst thing, not the worst thing, a bad thing to me about how all that stuff went down, though, was at the time, at DraftKings, my former lead engineer from Turbine wound up shortly before getting a job also there. He wasn't in charge of me, but he was just kind of around. But my old boss had become my new boss at DraftKings. So the guy who I reported to at Turbine was ultimately the guy I reported to at DraftKings. And I was just like, man, he should, like, which is part of the reason that I assumed that it was a simple mistake, someone from the janitorial staff or whatever, because I would like to think that the one of only two people at that company who would recognize what that glass signified would have, taken great care for that not to have happened had he known. But it's still just like that extra little twist in the back over there, and it's like, ah. It's funny, there was a brief period where I almost wound up working with the video team over there. Didn't wind up happening. They have a very skilled video team, and they were not in need of an extra person. But I wound up helping create some of their their graphical overlays for a little while in I think that would have been 2017. At the very least, it was not the overlays, but essentially helping build a JavaScript engine for overlays. Because they were basically they were basically using OBS to do their own broadcast style stuff. So it was easy enough to build things that would work like that. But yep, many years ago. Since then, I've worked for much less old or massive companies. I think I prefer the more startup styled stuff generally. Both because I don't know. I feel like you get to know your coworkers a lot better, and I feel like your coworkers care about each other a lot more when it's got that kind of like, hey, we're in this together kind of setup. It's much more genuine when you're in a startup. I feel like in corporate life, when they kind of do that, we're all in this together. It's like, so is this the precursor to you letting a bunch of people go? You get that kind of side eye with that, and you're like, I don't really trust where this conversation is going. And yeah, nowadays it's freelance. To be honest, not by choice. I'm extremely appreciative of the guy who reached out that I'm doing freelance stuff with right now. He was actually my old. I think he was actually he was either my boss's boss or he was kind of like lateral to my boss's boss. At the old place. Ironically, the last proper company I worked at, the day that I got laid off from there, my my boss and my boss's boss also got let go. So not him, not this one. I think he was the old like director of engineering or something. I think was his title before, but yeah, super appreciative that he reached out, and he definitely needed a hand with stuff that he was not very familiar with for a super duper duper startup. I am the fourth person involved in this whole operation. There's two founders. There's the guy who reached out to me, who's doing back-end work, and there's me doing front-end work. There's also a very small design team that they have reached out to help with like kind of putting some mock-up style stuff together. So very, very small operation. A lot of agency, which is really cool. I actually really like being able to feel like I've got ownership over something. Even though I literally don't because I'm not part of the company. But like being able to help make those decisions, It's nice to feel like the wheel instead of a cog. But it's gonna be interesting. I do at some point, and I spent like a year to a year and a half actively trying to find an actual proper like company job, and like, man, the industry is really, really locked down right now. It's a mess out there. The entire tech sector is just like having a bad one, big time. And while the freelance stuff does give me more time to do stuff like what I'm doing literally right now. I mean, not literally right now. It's 10:30 at night, but like what I was doing earlier today. I got like a mortgage and stuff. I gotta get more than what I'm making with this coming in, so I can actually be affording shit. And sadly, YouTube don't pay the bills. It's never been the point of all of this, to be clear. If my goal with the D-pad was ever strictly to make money, I wouldn't be here. I would have given up on that long ago. I do this stuff because I like it. I like being able to make videos. I like getting to hang out. I like having an excuse to explore this stuff as much as I do, and in the detail that I do. And like, yeah, we have Patreon, we have a merch store, we have stuff like that. I need to reorganize the stock in the merch store. I think there's going to be some stuff coming in the next between right now and the anniversary stream, there's going to be some new stuff. I am planning a few things to update the store, and like I gotta decide if I'm moving away from Teespring. Something about it is just like it's a pain in the ass to work with. And, like, the level of customizability on the store is, like, I don't know, kind of weak, in my opinion. But, well, yeah. I do not do this for the money, which is good because there's not a lot of it. I do appreciate those of you who do, you know, patronize us. I always feel weird saying the word patronize to mean be a patron of, because I always think of it in terms of, like, condescension. Like, oh, a patronizing tone. And they're such opposite emotions, you know? But no, I do very much appreciate the folks who do, you know, who are patrons of us and stuff. And it really does mean a lot. Whether you're actual literal patrons on Patreon, or you are Twitch subscribers, or what have you, you know. It really does mean the world to me. In terms of appreciation, oh my god, I'm real, like, not like, you know what I mean, It's late and we're like 10 and a half hours into this video. My brain's a little loopy. Today alone, I have played this game for about, to be fair, only about 3.5 hours. I've had longer sessions of other stuff before. I've had longer streams than this before. It is 6 hours of this in the last, like, I don't know, 28 hours. And I'll be at about 7.5 hours in a day and a half by the time we're done here. The goal is to not need to do grinding sessions like this again for this game. The goal is to be able to ride out what we have here to the end. Or at least very close, right? And I think we're going to do okay with that. It's really going to depend how these things go. I think that Brilliant Diamond is going to become a weekend series at this point. Partly because we've got other stuff that I want to focus on during the week. Including, at some point very soon, Soul Silver will get started. We've been talking with John. We're going to figure it out. We're going to find some time in March to get that actually cracking. It's been kind of a complicated winter for him. He was originally supposed to come down. There were 2 separate times that were supposed to happen. The more recent one, he had a change of plans really suddenly. The first of those was I got very sick, kind of out of nowhere, on a weekend where he was going to come up, and it just, the whole thing kind of collapsed. Such a bummer. It would have been great to have that, but also because I suspect, and like we'll play this out, we'll see how this goes, but I suspect that, well, for one, the plan is basically, at least for the gym rematches, I'm probably, unless they go exceedingly fast, I'm probably only going to have one gym fight per episode. It's going to be one episode for each of those. And if they are even slightly as difficult as the Rourke one was, which they are almost certainly going to be, then they could be like a good half-hour long apiece. And I don't think I can justify, 2 to 3 hours of gym fight editing per week for the better part of 2 weeks while we're doing this, So we're gonna see. We're gonna see what happens. I don't think there's going to be any this weekend, partly because this has taken up so much time of this very week. But more than likely next weekend we will start getting into this. We'll probably record some of this weekend. It's kind of the goal, is that we'll be able to get things moving. We're gonna have we just don't have enough fire stuff to be able to get that level without a quick heal here. But yeah. I gotta figure out if we're going to try to do a remote recording with Jeff for for Kingdom Hearts, for Unchained Key, not Unchained Key, for Key Back Cover, because we had a plan for that, and a few plans changed. And if we want it to happen on the soonish side of things, we'll have to do that. I don't know how feasible that'll be. I got to talk with him to figure out if that's really an option. Well, yeah. I think for at least a little bit, it's going to be mostly me and Sarah and Peter doing most of the recording stuff. We may have Resident Evil starting pretty soon. Actually, Resident Evil 5. Not even May. I think it's just a matter of figuring out when Siege and I have the time to start. We did a test run of some stuff just to do some tech checks, and everything was looking pretty solid. So I think we're going to be okay on that front. It's just a matter of like finding some time to do it. Maybe that'll be a this weekend thing. I don't know. That's the real thing I got to figure out. Is that might just become the pattern for a little while. Is like, oh, if there's recording weekends and it's a dry weekend, no one's out, Saturday night, maybe I do some recording with CJ. Get some Resident Evil going again. This shit is tricky. I usually don't talk too much about team dynamics and stuff like that, but man, it is hard coordinating and organizing and keeping stuff moving and keeping stuff interesting and keeping folks interested, It was certainly, for obvious reasons, a lot easier when a bunch of us lived together. It was way easier when, 3 or 4 of us all lived together. Oh my god, there we go. Because it'd be like, hey, you do anything tonight? No? All right, you want to play some Sonic? All right, sick, I'll get it set up. Easy. Easy shit. Much more difficult when basically everybody is like the better part of an hour away by car. Or more. It does definitely make it trickier in some ways. And here we are over 10.5 hours into this video. And I think I've done a pretty good job of keeping things moving. Even when I do streams and stuff too, I'm generally I don't know. I feel like I impress myself a little bit with how much I'm able to keep shit going conversation-wise without someone to bounce off of verbally. Because it does get tiring. Usually when I wrap up streams, the timing is a little more related to me being exhausted by having spoken for 3 to 5 hours at a time, more than I am actually like, whew, I gotta go the fuck to bed. Sometimes I am just wiped out and want to sleep, but But it's so interesting too, because I don't see it as much in pre-recorded videos, and to be fair, part of that is also because a lot of folks edit down their videos, they trim stuff down to keep it to the interesting parts, which I get. I barely have enough time to edit stuff the way I do, let alone editing down the videos, and that used to be a very contentious point with some folks years and years ago. It's kind of settled, but only because I've kind of put my foot down and been like, I'm not editing down our videos. Somewhere down the line, I may start trying to put together abridged versions of some of our Let's Plays. But that's not something that I'm likely to do anytime soon. Certainly not while D-Pad Unpaused is actively uploading old stuff, Maybe when D-Pad Unpaused is caught up to the present day, that's a thing that I could look into. But I already have a fuck with old Let's Play series thing to do, But yeah, one of the things that always fascinated me when it comes to streamers, solo streamers in particular, because some people do group streams or 2-person streams. Great example. Katie Bairstow and Ian Hanlon. They do streams together all the damn time, which is great because they can bounce stuff off each other. It's great for like improv, great for just getting silly with it in general. Keeps things moving. It's also great because, you know, especially for someone like me, I've talked about this a couple times before. I'm a huge introvert. It takes a lot from me energy-wise to be like outward facing and like, you know, doing stuff with a lot of folks and things. The same goes for like recording and streaming and stuff. It does take a lot out of me to speak as much and as long as I do at times. But there are folks who do streams solo where they're just like, they're silent for most of the time. Like, it's a stream where like whole minutes will pass by without any real... And it's funny because earlier in this video I talked earlier today, I think, or maybe it was last night, about having like waking nightmare scenarios where my brain is like, hey, you're streaming and you haven't said anything in like 10 minutes, man. That's my nightmare scenario, and that's like normal for some streamers. And this is not a call out, to be clear. This is not like, oh, these fucking lose, like, no. But it feels so unnatural to me. And it's wild that there are folks who, yeah, they'll stream and they will just sit there in complete silence, and then a thing will happen. They'll be like, oh yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. This guy. And then it's silent again for like 2 more minutes, and it's like, oh my god. Like, it helps when I can have... Like, this is a game where, for the most part, at least right now, it's very brain off. Pretty automatic. I think people have noticed that when I was playing, like, Hollow Knight, for example, my brain is in the game enough that it's hard for me to keep, you know, stories going or conversation going or something. I don't think I'd go, like, full silent, but yeah, no, it's very interesting to me that folks can do streams where they basically don't talk. Because for me, that's like, all right, so what are we doing here? You know? And granted, some of those people are like experts at the games they're playing. Whether they're speedrunners or they're just really, really good in general. And I get that that's the appeal there. It's like, oh, this guy, he speedruns Mario Brothers 2. He doesn't talk a lot because he's trying to perfect like frame perfect inputs, and he's been working on it for, you know, the last 7 months, and he's really trying to key it in. I get that. That makes perfect sense to me. But there are folks who are just casually playing stuff and they don't talk at all, and I'm like, whoa, how? It feels so unnatural to me. But that's the thing, is like I feel like I still... And we've been at this for 14 years now. I still feel like I struggle a lot with solo commentary. You'll notice a lot of my commentary for this video has been not about what's going on in the game at all. And it's kind of a spectrum, right? Like, it's guidelines where you also don't want the commentary to just be like, all right, I'm using Flamethrower, sweet, super effective, down goes the Venonat, 0 hit points, boing boing. Venonat fainted, getting really small. Whew, and there's the battle. All right, we got 685 experience points for Hugo. Got to run away from this Vibrava and that Vibrava and hit up this Scyther. Like, that would be fucking miserable for 12 hours. But yeah, I think if I, like, it's so tricky. I always feel like I'm not quite getting the balance right. I don't know why I'm so insecure about it. I really don't. Because, like, it's so funny kind of, like, trying to see it from the outside. Someone's like, all right, here I am as I'm saying this. We're almost 11 hours into this video, and I've kept the conversation moving. Granted, this was in 5 separate recording sessions, but I've kept the conversation going pretty well for 11 straight hours with nobody else. Just been made for 11 hours, and I would like to think I've kept it going pretty well. Hopefully this has been a great day-long podcast for somebody. Shout out if anybody is watching this thing in one whole sitting. absolutely say so in the comments, please. I would love to know if there's anybody who actually sat through this entire thing in one go. And it's not like a clout thing. It's not like, hey, that person, they're the real, like, you know, please don't pretend if there's anybody out there who's like, I'll just say it. Because it's more just a curiosity thing. It's nice to know that there's anybody out there who enjoys this well enough that they were willing to put this on 11 hours ago. And after all of that, they're still like, I can do one more hour of this. Hell yeah. That's rad. I don't know if I've ever successfully done that before. I think the closest I've ever come was when Quentin Reviews and his dad, Quentin Reviews' dad, did the Beverly Hillbillies retrospective video. I hesitate to call it a review. I think it's, you know, I'll call it a review because I've done reviews that have less insight. It is more of a retrospective video, to be fair, of like the IP as a whole, because they got into like comics and toys and all that stuff too. There were definitely a few days where I let it run for many, many hours at a time while I was doing other stuff. I'm trying to remember how long that video actually wound up being. I thought it was like 28 hours. I still haven't finished it. I fucking dropped the ball. Somebody reached out to me at one point. Not somebody from our own server. It was someone. I don't know if I still am, but I was at least at the time on Quentin Reviews' Discord server, and had mentioned like, yeah, I was in the middle of watching the thing. I was down to the last 3-ish hours, and the video got taken down. And they reached out with a link to the video where it could be downloaded elsewhere. So I still have it. I haven't finished watching it. I was also a little bit fascinated in terms of like, how the hell did Quentin actually do this in terms of a YouTube upload? Because it was well over 12 hours. I think it was like 28 hours. And I was like, huh. Since then, I've figured out fairly reliable ways to do it myself. I wish it was more reliable, but I'll take unreliable over impossible. And it's funny. It's actually very funny talking about that in a video that I'm actively keeping under the 12-hour mark on purpose. Oh, whoops! Wait! I didn't want to come back down here. I wanted to go back up and switch Pokemon. But yeah, it was like I don't know how many hours of that I put on during a day, because I would need to pause it when I wanted to like work on stuff I need to be careful about audio wise and like get stuff right. Okay, we're down to the last about hour and 13 minutes. So whoever comes in is not going to be done. For sure, they're not going to be done. I think Roscoe makes the most sense in terms of someone that I at least want to get close to the ballpark. These two, I should be able to at least get close. Chillhelm will also be pretty close. I think that's where the line is going to be, though. Somewhere among a question mark out of 3 of those top 3. I don't think Charlie, Winnie, or Roscoe are going to be done. Sorry, they're not even going to be close. They're definitely not going to be done. I'll be happy if any of them end up in the 70s. Charlie will probably be in the 70s. Winnie will probably be in the 60s. Roscoe will probably be in the 50s. Oh, yeah, wait. Oh, shit. Damn it. One more time. I need to go get my leftovers back. Making silly mistakes now, right at the 0 hour. All right, let's go back here. But yeah, hopefully, you know, folks who are watching this are enjoying the show. Hopefully this has not been a complete misery for... You know, I hope that anybody who looks at this and goes like, oh, this is a this is a stupid thing to do for 12 hours. Hopefully those folks, you know, hopefully there's none of you who have forced yourself to watch this just for the purpose of, like, completionism or something. I will feel really bad if there's anybody who's like, ugh, I hate this, but I'm making myself do it. Please don't do that to yourself. It's not even in the sense of, like, oh, I want everybody to watch the video, or I want everybody to be nice about the video, or anything like that. It's just like, I just want you to not be unhappy, you know? Alright, I got grass and ice now. Yeah, I think we could do this. 72, I think this is okay. I haven't actually checked Montgomery's moves. That might have been a smart call first. Alright. Oh boy, this is going to slow stuff down. Ice Punch, Blizzard. What are my, what's Montgomery's stats looking like? Oh, they're actually almost equal. That's fantastic. That's good to know. I think I'm going to stick with Ice Punch, though. 110.70 is really not a great thing to be sitting here with. So we're not very fast. Duly noted. We can hit like a truck. Very, very good. Okay. Neato. Alrighty. I'm trying to think if we should go to a different place. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, ice is good against ground, so honestly the little deserty areas would be fine. Because ground and grass. Hell, ground I'm good with for both ice and grass are going to be good there. Yeah, I guess I could do both of these. I could do grass on the Rhyhorn. Just trying to remember all my shit. Alright. Okie dokie dokie. Yeah, the snow warning is going to be kind of a bummer since that's going to make battles inherently take longer. I'm almost debating whether or not to put Wexley out front instead, just to not waste those precious seconds, but I guess a few seconds isn't going to make a huge difference. Shouldn't, anyway. Hope not. Okie dokie. Hail, hail, hail. Aw, hail. Let's go with, oh, that also damages the user, yeah. Alright, we'll Ice Punch it then. I was gonna do grass, but if it's gonna reflect damage back, I shouldn't. The hail should kill him, but... Oh, hell yeah. Well, that's... Oh, boy, I was gonna say, that's bad. Okay, no more Rhyhorns. Jeez. That would have been fully tragic. Just out of nowhere, just, oh yeah, here's your Pokemon just getting completely obliterated. At level 72. Jesus, that would have been bad. So yeah, no more Rhyhorns, no more Rhydons. You are Bug Poison, so I don't want that. Grass Poison should be good for Ice Punch. I think Ice is going to be our more useful type here. I think this is going to get the job done. Alrighty. God, those things are like as big as Oddish. That should just instantly, poof, just embedded in its face. Game over. The garage is distinctly brighter. Nice. Oh, is it really? I replaced the we have 2 light bulbs in the garage and they've been steadily dying for the past like month, And so while Sarah was out over the weekend, I went in and replaced the light bulbs with new ones, new yellow bulbs, and they are noticeably brighter, which is great. It was getting a little cavey in there. Yeah, Sarah has not turned on the garage lights all week. It's currently Wednesday night, and just we haven't had a reason to need them on until tonight, so yeah. But yes, no, it is much brighter in there. It's nicer to be there. Let's see about Metal Sound. So Metal Sound is... Oh, that's right, that's right. I think I was mixing this up with... Oh, God, I forget the name of it. There's a special steel move. Cannot remember the name of it, but I mix that up with Metal Sound all the time. Lower special defense. These are kind of... I think Nasty Plot is going to ultimately be better here. The difference is very similar. Like the difference is very minimal between these, and this doesn't even hit all the time. So we're going to stick with Nasty Plot. Like, granted, you can use Metal Sound and then switch to a different Pokemon, but I think I'd rather not rely on many multi-Pokemon synergies if I can avoid it. I think that's a dangerous game to play. Not to. Bum, 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 bum. Ah. Alrighty. A great strategy, huh? Well, I got one. Oh, God. I do, as much as I was ragging earlier on the lack of animations for a bunch of these things, the actual, like, impact animations are pretty decent. And all of the punches having just a giant fist coming in are genuinely quite funny. I cannot deny that those make me laugh. Okay, we got a lot of options here. I'll fight you. I'm not fighting that Rhydon. I could fight the Golbat if I can get past the Rhydon. Gotta be a little worried. I gotta be a little careful about poison across a bunch of these, but ice should do the trick pretty nicely. It's weird that I feel like I don't pay enough attention to Abomasnow having a like lizard tail like that. I don't know if it's meant to be kind of like a bramble tail or something, but like it's very reptilian, you know? I feel like anytime I try to think of like what my favorite Pokemon are, I have to always qualify it with something. Because like my favorite Pokemon in general versus my favorite Pokemon for like biological design or my favorite Pokemon for its battle capabilities would be three thoroughly different lists, right? Like, I find that Crobat has a lot of utility in battle. And, like, its design is okay. Its design is pretty good. I don't have a lot of negative... I don't have much in the way of negative notes for Crobat. It's a little on the basic side, but you don't need to be super involved. I don't know if Crobat would be one of my favorite Pokemon. I get... Yeah, that's kind of an unfair one, though, because now that I think about it, like, Crobat is kind of pretty far up there for me. When I was a kid, Kadabra was my favorite Pokemon. Loved Kadabra. I appreciate Alakazam a lot more now. Didn't like Alakazam as a kid. Don't know why. Didn't like it. Like Kadabra a lot more. Similarly, even just in terms of thinking in like battle strategies, I would certainly say that, you know, for obvious reasons, Alakazam is a better Pokemon than Kadabra. You'd be hard-pressed to find very many evolved Pokemon that are lower than the unevolved Pokemon. There are a few. There are a few. I would honestly say that Dusclops can be a better Pokemon in battle than Dusknoir if you're willing to hit them with the is it the Everstone? I can never remember because there's the held item that prevents evolution, And there's the held item that gives you, what, better defense if it's not fully evolved? I think that's how that works. A lot of steel and psychic going on right now. But yeah, no, I think I want to say, yeah, that Dusclops. Got a lot of good luck down here. It's just too much risk of fire and stuff. Like, give it one more go, and then I might just go back up to the other ground ones, or maybe into the grass ones again. Here we go. Oh, here we go. We're in business now. But yeah, I think Dusclops with whichever item it was, whether it's the Everstone or the other one, is, I think, statistically better for battle than a Dusk Noir. So you kind of like want to keep it unevolved. All right. Alright, well, we're down to about the last hour now. Ooh, what was it? Teeter Dance. What is that? Confuse the Pokemon around it. It is 100% accuracy. Oh, I don't have Psybeam or... I don't have either of the Confusion ones. Because that would be a great one to replace a Confusion one with, is something that just guarantees Confusion. I don't think I want to get rid of either of these. This is actually kind of useful, because my physical defense is not great, and Mimic is just kind of a nice signature move to have on there. So we're going to go with no. Yeah, the final hour. Here we are. Hard to believe that we actually made it. Genuinely wasn't sure if I was going to, especially as of like yesterday morning. Wasn't really sure that this was going to be, that this video was going to be complete. I still got to export it. I still got to upload it. So like, I'm not going like, man, I can't believe this thing went up on time, because like, we're going to be playing that by ear a little bit. But it is going to be done. Even if I stopped right now, even if I, was like, nope, we're done, 11 hours, that's all there is, it would still be enough that I would be satisfied with, like, yeah, hell yeah, we got what we came for. And I have my 8 Pokemon at level 79 and another 3 in the 70s. Pretty good. Pretty good. Hopefully it'll be enough versatility to work with. Because honestly, Montgomery probably would be very good against Gardenia. Assuming I'm remembering Gardenia correctly. Because I was thinking about it, so like, if I was to try to figure out the best coverage moves for Grass Gym, standard one-dimensional strategy is think about its weaknesses. Like, think about your gym's type's weaknesses, and then think about counters for those weaknesses, right? So grass, what are its weaknesses? It's fire, it's flying, it's ice, and it's bug. And I think all of those are weak to rock. Fire is weak to rock. Flying is weak to rock. Bug is weak to rock. And I think ice is also weak to rock, so everybody is weak to rock moves. Out of the stuff that is super effective on grass Pokemon. So ideally, you want Pokemon who resist rock-type moves, which is tricky because rock itself is weak to grass. So it gets a little bit tricky in some of that regard. Some of the other ones are not so difficult. The second one, though, was the one that I was like the most, how do I figure this out in a way where I'm not going to get surprise fucked trying to do this, And we'll see. Maybe I do. Maybe I do get, like, super duper duper fucked. What I really should do is buy a bunch of X items before I go. That way, if stuff starts really turning on me, I can pick a Pokemon with a lot of defense and just beef them up to mitigate damage as best I can. Ooh, that's going to be bad. All right, was worried about flying types. Well, you know, let's go up and heal anyway. Because we were starting to run low on PP regardless, so we may as well quick guard. That prevents, that blocks priority moves, right? Yeah. No. No, I don't think I'm going to bother with that. Very situational. It's literally useless if you're not fighting Pokemon that you know have priority moves. And I don't have a single fucking clue what is going on most of these teams we're going to be going up against. So, I'm not going to bother with that. Let's heal. Alrighty. So the goal is to get as close to 79 as we can in the next 55 minutes. At the very least, though, Montgomery and Wexley are close enough already that, like, if it really came down to it, yeah, I could live with that. I could be okay with that if that's you know, if we stopped right now, their levels are fine. I would be less psyched to use them, but I would still be willing to use them, you know. Not a great. All right, Doduo is worth fucking with. A lot of the others less so. All right, and while we still have almost an hour left, we'll point out. Unless one has crossed the screen and I did not notice it, a full 12 hours of doing, 11 so far, of doing nothing but spawning and fighting wild Pokemon, not a single shiny. Not a one. And we're talking hundreds, potentially over 1,000 Pokemon spawns. Now, granted, unassisted, the shiny rate is what? 1 in 4,096? So it certainly wasn't a guarantee. But the odds were like, okay. The odds were okay enough. I think... Oh, it's got X-Scissor. That's too dangerous. What the fuck type is Shuckle? I can never remember. Actually, you know what? Hey, I got a Pokedex. Let's just look it up. Because I'm trying to remember. Was it not Gen 2? Is it Gen 3? Because I can't remember. Water? Rock? I think it's water, but we should check. Actually, no, I think it is. I think it's rock. I don't know. Let's find out. If I can't find it in the next, like, 2 seconds, we're going to sort by name. Okay. Sort by that. Shuckle. Ugh. Not helpful. Screw it. Not going to bother with it. Oh, why did I do this? I've got Woodhammer. That's a bad idea. Like, granted, it's not going to have anything that's going to be useful against me, but... And again, I don't necessarily want to do any TMs with any of these guys just yet. Jeez, dude. All right. I don't want to do TMs with these guys just yet because they will be spent, and I would rather make sure that my team is what I need it to be before I go and I use those in case I... fuck up and realize, like, oh no, I actually wanted to do this other thing instead. Alright, well, let's do what we can here. Dude, enough with double edge. Like, this won't do much, but... Whoa, that did more than I thought it would. Holy shit. Oh, god damn it. Hey, use double edge again. Do it, you won't. Do it, you won't. Bet you won't. Bet you won't do it. He didn't do it. I mean, I'm going to resist this, but... Oh my god, that's so funny how little that actually did. Eat a dirt. Down goes the Poliwag. Oh my god, I can feel my energy kind of swelling a little bit as we kind of regretting the exact phrasing I used there. Knowing that we're down to less than an hour and seeing the time dropping as fast as it is definitely pretty cool. Feels nice. Feels very nice. And I did it again. This dude's going to be weak to grass, and I don't really have a good grass thing to do here. Mistakes. Huh? The fuck type is Shuckle? Is it just a normal type? Am I stupid? Maybe it's just a normal type. Okay. Well, that's less great if it uses Power Trick. That's not so good. Because doesn't Sticky Web keep you in place? Like it keeps you from running? Stone Edge. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. I don't want to burn through this many ice punches, but it is what it is, I suppose. Okay, then. Oh, it is rock. It's also bug. That's why. Okay, I was like, this the type effectiveness and resistances are not making sense here. That makes sense. That makes more sense. What do we got here? Oh, is that a Paris? I didn't get a good look at that. Okay, you are gonna do stuff with. Grass Pokemon, I'm good with. Actually, don't recall whether Ice would still be super effective against a Paris, wouldn't it? I mean, there's one easy way to find out. And Paris aren't the psychopaths they were in Hisui, so... Alright. Cool. Get 73s. Yeah, it's nice looking down at my time. I have a timer that tells me how much time I have left before the 12-hour mark. We're down to about 48 minutes. Strictly, it's more like 48. Well, I mean, it's getting closer to 48 now, but I've also accounted for the outro as well. So, unless we, like, really rapidly... Okay, yeah, Bug doesn't care about ice. That's what I thought. Unless we very rapidly get to 79 ahead of schedule, then I'm just going to stop, you know, whenever we're getting close, and this video will presumably be between 11 hours 59 minutes and 12 hours, since I should be able to hit that mark by just going like, oh, all right, well, we're down to the last 2 minutes. Let's wrap this up. And we're at a point now where it's easy for me to keep an eye on that. But it does feel nice to be coming down to the end. And be like, ah, cool, hey. Here we go. It's been a long, long, long episode. And I'm going to have to just randomly pick days where I don't have other stuff that I want to do to, like, properly edit this for a future release on Unpaused. It's funny, too. This post-game is going on for a very long time. This is part 44 and a half, but it is the 45th video of the post-game. Because, like, before it was like, oh, I mean, yeah, this, you know, it's under 12 hours long, but I'm also making more than 12-hour videos at this point for Unpaused. There's no reason I couldn't attach other videos to this, and I probably will anyway. Like, the gym rematches will all probably be one big video for that. But it's just funny because it's like, it's not like I could put all of these in there. I mean, I guess I maybe could. I would need to bring the bitrate down, but we had 44 videos before this. Some of them very long, so we're probably talking... This video is probably less than half the length of the post-game thus far. My best guess is that the post-game, when it goes up onto Unpaused, it'll probably be 3 videos. It might be 2. Depends how well the rematches and remaining content go. But I'm betting that the rematch portion is going to be part 2. And the stuff that came before the rematches will be part 1, and the stuff that comes after will be part 3. That's the trickiest part with some of that, is figuring out kind of artistically where I want to divvy things up. It's funny when doing some other JRPGs because I can go like, oh, the length, if I know that I'm not going to get it done in one, then I can make choices about where it's going to get divided up. So, like, I am in the process of re-exporting and preparing Dragon Quest XI, which is funny because I'm almost done streaming Dragon Quest III HD2 Remake now. But I think the way that that's going to work, because before it was 3 or 4 videos per act of the game, and now I think it's just going to be an Act 1 video, an Act 2 video, and an Act 3 video. And they're all going to be, like, I don't know, 25 to 35 hours long or something like that. This one is going to be interesting because I think it's going to be just barely... It's going to be too long to justifiably do as one video, I think. Not because of length, but because of bitrate. I've done a little experimenting with some stuff to just see what stuff... Like, at what point the bitrate looks bad. Because there's a certain amount of reducing of bitrate that's hard to notice. Bone Rush is actually kind of decent. 80 never misses. Counter could be good. This could be good if I know that I'm not going to die. I just don't like relying on that. I think I'm going to get rid of that one. I suppose counter with a focus sash is actually a pretty good strategy, though. I'll have to rethink that a little bit. Excuse me. But yeah, there's a point where the bitrate just gets not very good looking. And I like being able to minimize the number of individual videos for a given thing. Pokemon is kind of a special case because I think I'm going to keep doing it chapter by chapter, since that is just the way those kind of divvy up. At least for rivals. For non-rival stuff, I could very easily see an argument for doing it similar to how Pokemon Insurgence is structured, where there's pretty visibly an Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, where it's like Gym 1, 2, 3, Gym 4, 5, 6, Gym 7, 8, and Elite 4 as kind of the rough 1, 2, 3 structure of a given Pokemon game. Like, I am kind of looking at I'm at the point where I need to start figuring out how I'm going to do, how I'm going to handle Persona 3 for Unpause, and I think I want to do similar. I was debating before, like, do I go month by month? Which was the plan, and before I figured out that there were ways to go over 12 hours, I was having the issue of realizing that one of the months would be, like, 30 minutes too long. And I was like, oh, that's going to be a big pain in the ass. So one solution is that I just do month to month at this point. I say, screw it, I don't have to worry about that anymore. Another one is, depending on the length of stuff, I could see if like how things look if I tried to get a full act into one video. It's not a huge deal. It's like, it's pretty minimal, all things considered, but it's kind of an interesting thing to experiment with. And it does give me a chance to learn more about, I mean, aside from just, you know, video encoding in general, but like how YouTube handles it, if there's patterns in the things that YouTube rejects more often than it accepts when you try doing more than 12 hours. I want to try doing some more experimenting. I've noticed that there's one method of constructing the videos that seems to have a greater reliability of success than another. And I'm curious if that holds with a few more experimented, you know, attempts versus, was it just chance, just bad luck? It's kind of an interesting thing to sort of delve into. I hope they don't fix it. I try not to talk about it too much because I don't want them to fix it. I don't want them to notice and then I'm sure I take it back. I'm sure they notice. There's no chance that YouTube's own analytics don't have a way of detecting overlong videos. I'm sure they've got something that is tracking that, so that if it ever suddenly starts to spike, that they can do something about it. But I really don't want them to close that off completely. It bums me out that they've got a limit on there in the first place. And like, it made sense 10 years ago, just in terms of like, you know, here's how much they're able to process at a given time. But also at the time, they had a much smaller volume of videos getting uploaded. Nowadays, and you know, it could have to do with, you know, whatever file system they're using on their servers. Whoops, that was a mistake. It could have to do with so Twitch had a file system where it chunked out the video you're watching, and it is coded in a way where it essentially pieces together the video as you view it, which was good for a couple things. It meant that anytime you were watching a VOD, you don't have to worry about long load times because the videos are so short, the segments are so small, that it's able to serve it up very quickly. It also means that it could hypothetically store videos on multiple different servers at once, like the segments on different servers at once, and just pull them from wherever they need to find them. The downside is, if you were ever trying to, like, so you have an option to download your own videos from Twitch. But when you do that, and folks who have done it will know this for themselves, it's not like you click download. So YouTube also has a download option. If you're in your YouTube studio and you click download, a download will immediately begin. For some extremely annoying reason, YouTube's download gives you a 720p version of whatever you've requested, regardless of the resolution of the original video or the highest resolution available. It'll give you a 720p version. I don't know why they do this. They do not give you an option. It's very fucking annoying. Because any of those programs that help you download stuff, like download YouTube videos, even if they're your own, if your video is marked as like 18 plus, or is partially blocked, or has ad restrictions because you said shit in the first 60 seconds or whatever, then none of those like video downloading programs work, which is very annoying. But you click download and it starts downloading right away. On Twitch, there's also a download option. And all right, you did a stream, you want to download it, cool. You click download and you sit there. And you sit there and you sit there. And the reason you sit there... Oh, I did it again. This dude's also a water... What am I doing? The reason you sit there is because it's actually constructing a video file from those pieces. Whoa, ancient power. All right. Interesting. Wouldn't have seen that one coming. But so it constructs the video from those pieces and then downloads the finished video file when it's done putting it together. Which is why when you click download, depending on how long and what the resolution and bitrate of the stream were, it's going to take a couple minutes. So, like, for example, when I do VODs of CJ and Felice's Let's Rip and Tear series of streams, I'll click download and then I'll go do something else for literally a few minutes. It's usually like a good 3 to 5 minutes before it actually starts downloading anything. I'm trying to remember why I brought that up in the first place, actually. No, I've completely forgotten. Oh, no. Why was I thinking about that? Oh, shit. Oh, file size on YouTube. Yeah, so because YouTube keeps that video as one big thing, I'm curious if they worry about server space if they have videos that are over 256 gigs. It could be a limitation of... I don't think it's a limitation of FAT32. FAT32 is a file type system, 32-bit file types. But I want to say FAT32 can handle either less or more, I don't remember which, than that. So it's possible that they have a server with a file system where 256 is basically their limit anyway. Because I've noticed I've had moderate success uploading videos that are greater than 12 hours in length using certain techniques. It might be placebo effect. I don't know if it actually matters the way that I do it, but it does work. I've yet to get any video over 256 gigabytes to actually hold. Every single one instantly says that it's over the file size limit, and that's just it. I genuinely don't know if it even tries. I don't know if it's able to just detect better the file size and just, like, instantly rejects it. Because when it comes to the video length, it's totally possible that it relies on broken packets that it fills in blanks for later. But maybe that repair step happens after it does its check for video length or something, because I've had stuff get through, but never for file size. But the point is, every day, YouTube gets years worth of video uploaded to it. Every day. Every single day. So it can't be that they're hurting for server space in the grand sense of things, like company-wide. Because they've got just a stupid amount of content getting uploaded every day. I'm actually looking it up real quick because I'm curious. Oh my god. Apparently, as of sometime last year, I'm double checking just to make sure that I'm not going off of a completely incorrect number here. Yeah, yep. Every day, over 500,000 hours of content is uploaded to YouTube. 500,000 hours. Every day. 500,000 hours is a little under 60 years. Could you even imagine? It would take you watching this video basically the rest of your life to watch every single video uploaded only on February 27th, 2025. If you were to watch just the videos uploaded on February 27th, 2025, it would take you the rest of your life to watch 1 day's worth of videos. One. Shout out to anybody. Shout out to the rent heads. I still use Seasons of Love as my quick mental math on how long a year is. 525,600 minutes. And that's minutes. A little over 500,000 minutes is 1 year. So 500,000 hours is 60 times that. So 60 years. 60 years every day. Every minute, YouTube, as of 2022, every minute, there are 500 hours of video uploaded to YouTube. Every minute. So, like, I have a hard time believing that file size actually matters all that much to YouTube. Because there's always a shitload more getting uploaded, you know? There's always just an asinine amount more. If anything, it makes me kind of nervous in the sense of, like, they just need an astronomical amount of server space. Just a shocking amount of server space per day. Like, I would love to know how much file size wise. Like, I guess if we go off of the metric, so they set their limits at 12 hours or 256 gigabytes is their cap. And I have noticed HD 1080p video at a high enough bit rate. My best move. My best move is currently a special one, so I think I'm going to leave this alone. But yeah, a 12-hour video, 1080p with a high-ish bit rate. It doesn't need to be that high, but if you make it kind of on the higher end bit rate wise, those are going to be roughly equivalent. 12 hours, 256 gigabytes. So about 42 times that every minute. Which is around, it's a little over 10,000 gigabytes. 10 terabytes a minute. That's wild to think about. As someone with a stack, literally right now on my desk, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9 hard drives stacked flat on top of each other. terrible way to do this. Don't ever do this. What's worse is that they're on a table that is sitting directly above a brick fireplace. If any of these ever fell, the drive would be dead. But I need them to be close, and my setup is still not quite ideal for this yet. We're getting there. But I have 9 hard drives, the smallest of which is 6 terabytes. The largest of which is 18 terabytes, and they span, you know, they run the gamut in between those throughout the stack. But, like, YouTube, there's an 8, there's a 12, there's a 10, there's another 8, there's a 16. YouTube fills up one of these fucking things every minute, every day. That's crazy to me. That's legit scary to think about. That's so much. That's so much. I work in tech. Like, I work in technical fields with technical people. Part of my job involves it involves page load. Being concerned about how much data is on a page to load it quickly. I used to have benchmarks for that stuff memorized. I don't really anymore. Also, I think hard and firm benchmarks are a little overrated. I think it's got to go more on feel than anything. Ultimately. But there's pretty good benchmarks out there for like what is acceptable and what is not. And it depends on your audience too. My audience right now is like small business owners and utility companies. Not B2C, not business to customer, B2B, business to business. Sorry, business to client, I believe is what B2C actually stands for. But I usually work with more B2B stuff right now. Usually, you don't, 1, the pages are not very involved. You're not doing a lot of flashy shit. And 2, you really don't need to worry about if someone's got to wait an extra second for the page to load, no one's getting upset about that. Meanwhile, if you're running the next hot bespoke video streaming service, if I was doing web dev for Nebula, and which is serving up a lot of content very quickly, reaching the servers, grabbing metadata for videos, grabbing image thumbnails, doing page or screen-wide stuff on the fly. An extra second could actually be a bit of an issue there. And that's the stuff, and especially when it comes to serving up video and stuff that already famously, you know, you have to deal with like lag and shit like that pretty often. That stuff does add up a little bit. 10 terabytes a minute. That is genuinely shocking to think about. Jesus. And so, yeah, I don't know. I would love to... The other downside... And hey, I'll put it this way. If we ever get access to gigabit internet, it's the new hot thing, but it's only available in some markets. So right now we have, I believe, gigabit download, which is pretty common as an option. I think at this point most internet providers tend to have gigabit download as options. Our upload speeds are limited to 20 megabit, I think 20 megabit? 20 megabit up, I believe. Which is usually completely fine. Like, I think for streaming, when I stream on Twitch, that's usually in the ballpark of 6 megabit speeds, I believe. It's funny, I used to have my settings to stream a lot higher than that, And then it turns out that Twitch literally caps your speed, like just outright. If you try to upload above 6, it'll just cap it altogether. And also, if you try to upload at too high of a speed, your computer will also cap you. Incidentally, it won't do it on purpose, but essentially it's going to use up a lot more CPU and GPU to try to make, say, a 10 or 12 megabit upload speed, which then leaves less room for it to actually use the Ethernet to transfer that data, thus hurting your actual final upload speed, bitrate. That was a fun thing to learn, like 7 years ago, 8 years ago? It was a decent part of why our streams looked so bad or my streams anyway, looked so bad for the better part of a year. And it didn't occur to me that the problem, that the video bitrate was low because I had set it too high. You can see how that might feel a little bit backwards, but it was basically... The G is covered up. The snow warning G, I meant to mention that before. So they're writing the bigger bar, and then the text at the top of the bigger bar, and then they're adding the darker blue bar on top of that. I think, by the way, they're also... the actual moves and their super effective, like their effectiveness banner that's there, I think those are technically separate assets. So this is a problem that I think video editors probably are familiar with. If you have a complicated thing and you're trying to fade it in or out, generally what you want to do is you want to take all those things, nest them together, and then fade out the nested item. And the reason for that is, if you don't do that, you wind up with a situation like this. Now, I'm going to use Ice Punch. Watch very carefully. That bottom bar, the 3 not very effective, super effective, super effective, they're going to look a little lighter and still be present for longer. Like, they're all going to disappear at the same time, but those 3 thicker, darker bars are going to look much more vivid than the rest of the bars as they go away. Ready? Here we go. Did you see how the 3 bars look like they were like more visible than the stuff around them? There's a reason for that. Is because if you fade something out, if you fade, say, 5 layers, if you have 5 layers on top of each other, if you're doing it correctly, you nest them together and then you fade that out as one unit. And that means that the entire thing together, all is treated as one object, and the opacity fades from 100 to 0. If you do them separately, if you had 5 things on top of each other, and they're all fading out, if you go halfway, if you stop in the middle of the fade out and look at it, if you're doing it correctly, the entire block together is 50% opaque. It's half there, half not there. The problem comes in when you have layers, because if you have 5 of those, then you have your top layer that is half opaque on top of another layer that you're looking through that into the second layer, which is half opaque. And when you look through that, the third layer is half opaque. Because if they're individually there, then then it essentially cares. It looks to the next layer underneath that as you're fading them out. As opposed to if you nest them together, make it one block, then you say, okay, 50% opaque, the entire block together is faded as one unit. As opposed to each of those being half opaque the whole time. Because if you have 5 layers and they're all half opaque, think about what the bottom layer looks like. If it's one block, you see 50% of the furthest back layer, whatever's not being faded out. You see 50% of it because on top of it is a 50% opaque single unit layer. But if you have 5 things that are individually half opaque, then you have half of half of half of half of half. You have 3% opacity of whatever's in the base layer. because you have 50% of one layer, and then you have 25% of a layer that is peeking through from there. You have 12% of the layer that's peeking through from there, 6% of a layer that's poking through there, and 3% of a layer that's poking through there. It's one of the biggest things that bothers me about my own editing from earlier on, because I didn't notice it at first, and I caught on to it later, and I try to be very careful if I'm doing multi-layer fading to actually group things together first before doing that, because if I don't, then you get that weird effect. And it's, to be fair, it's not a huge deal. It's not something that's going to be like a problem so long as stuff is well contained. If you have stuff that overlaps but is not completely contained within one another, that's where you start to have problems, because you start having weird opacity things occur because some bits are going through 2 layers, some bits are going through 1. Funny enough, a weird example of this, and this is one that I still kind of am struggling to get a good grip on. If you go back and watch Supersonic Let's Play videos from, let's say, like 2018 and compare them to intros from like last year, you might notice that the D-pad logo, the glow of the logo, looks a little bit different between those two. Right now, I actually have a layer of black, like a black image underneath the entire frame these days, compared with the old days where I didn't have that. It was just the non-layer underneath that. But for whatever reason, if there was not a layer of black underneath it, the glow like cuts off a lot faster. Like the glow like dampens very quickly. The end result is that whatever part of the logo is overlapping with the little TV screen style aesthetic, you know how like a chunk of the previous episode or a few seconds before the start of the current episode is showing on like a little like TV, it's meant to look like a CRT TV with the scan lines and the kind of like bowed out look to it. The part of the D-pad logo that's over that, the glow is, fades out pretty nicely, looks pretty good. For the older videos, you will probably notice that the logo looks like it barely has a glow at all outside of the screen. Worse still, there's a couple buggy things where the I forget what kind of effect I'm actually using to get that kind of bowed out look. I have an adjustment layer that does a lot of it these days. I didn't know what that was until a few years ago. But do I have anybody I can fight here? I really don't want to fight you. Let's just reload the room. But it used to have a bug where if you used it the wrong way, it would actually have essentially the space that the video would normally take up is a black rectangle behind, because it looks like it's bowed out. It's actually pinched in. The corners are kind of pulled in a little bit, and then the rest of the video is kind of pulled in as well. But it would leave a black rectangle where the video file normally exists, minus the pulling in. So there's a few videos where you see the full glow of the D-pad logo over on top of the CRT effect, and then a sort of glowy part outside of the CRT zone, and then a very harsh line where suddenly the glow just seems to cut off. And that is what causes that. I love doing my intros and outros, but there's a part of me that's like, man, I wish the most annoying thing, now I'm going to say this, and anybody that's watched this far in, first of all, thank you for watching 11 hours and 50 minutes of this. One thing that's always annoyed me about, I think it's called like a curvature effect in Premiere. Oh, heal pulse, that's fun. No, this is no. But yeah, the I forget if it's the curvature effect or if it's the... Yeah, I guess it's probably the curvature effect that I'm thinking of here. For whatever reason, the curvature video effect only has integer values. It does not do decimal values. I don't know why. But you've probably there's a chance that I could have smoothed it out using After Effects, but fuck me would that slow down the editing process. And we're at what, like 1,300 videos in the Supersonic Let's Play at this point. We might even be past 1,500 at this point. I'm actually gonna look this up real quick. I got 10 minutes left here. I may as well look. But the curvature effect does not have... Oh, we're coming up on 1,500. We're a little under 1462 as of right now. Might be 1463. I don't know if it's been updated with the first completion episode. Now that it's gone up, part 18 of Shadow Generations. Let's not fight that guy. But so the curvature effect only has integer values. And I think that at the very start of the intro, that setting is set to 60. And it slowly works its way down to, I think, 30. As we slowly zoom in, and then right at the end, it kind of goes whoop and like flattens itself out by going back to 0 really quickly. But so that intro is like a good 15 seconds long, and it only does integer values. It doesn't even like quietly do decimal calculations in the background. So even if you set keyframes to move smoothly from one value to the next, it's going like 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 59, 59, 59, 59, 58, 58, 58, 57, 57. So if you look very closely, and I'm about to ruin this intro for anybody who's still paying attention here, and I apologize. But if you watch the intro carefully, if you look at the screen behind the logos that are there to be flashy and distract you, you will actually very clearly see it just kind of jerk forward and unround itself bit by bit. Because it's going integer-wise, going 60, 59, 58, 57. And it's so annoying because it's like the only fucking video effect on the entire thing that is locked down to integer values only. It drives me nuts, because even if it had a tenths value, it would be so much smoother. There's a part of me that hopes that before the Supersonic Let's Play is done, which, you know, shout out 2033 D-pad as we're still, you know, trying to finish it up or something. But my hope is that before the Supersonic Let's Play is properly over, they do actually add decimal value curvature calculations. Because boy, would that be nice to make that look a little bit less jank. It's such a it drives me nuts because, like, the thing that I wanted to do is very simple. It's essentially there to be a... it's there to basically simulate, like, seeing a screen and slowly getting closer to it. Though the curvature is kind of doing a funny thing because it's actually doing the effect backwards in some ways. If you were looking at a CRT TV from far away, it would look very rectangular. But if you got your face very close to it, aside from the fact that looking at a flat rectangle very close up, the corners would kind of bend away from you, would be the illusion going on there. aside from that, you would notice the curvature of the screen itself much more, because CRT TVs are not flat screens. So the whole reason flat screen TVs were their own category for a while. Nowadays they aren't, because they don't really sell non. If anything, flat screens are now the default, and curved monitors that do the exact opposite, that bend inwards, are the new thing. And it's only like a big, huge change because LED displays originally kind of just needed to be flat to function properly. We've got ways we've got bendable screens now, so it's not really an issue. But yeah, it's such a simple concept. I just want the curvature to slowly flatten itself out a bit over the course of 15 seconds. And I would have thought that would have been a very simple and easy to achieve thing. And it turns out that nope. Very annoying. Very, very annoying. It's funny. After Effects. So nowadays I use After Effects mostly to do pixel perfect scaling for DS and 3DS footage. We've been using that since the post-game of Star Force 3 started. I tried using it for the last episode or two of Star Force 3, but I didn't get the integer scaling wrong. I just picked I integer scaled it and then scaled the video back down to 1080p. When what I should have done... There you go. Please don't do horrendous damage here. It'd be a hell of a way to end this thing, huh? Oh, we're fine. What I should have done and what I do now is I integer scale it. I figure out what the size of one screen on its own is going to be when blown up in full, and I just make that the resolution of the video rather than squashing it back down to 1080p. I kind of make it YouTube's problem. That way I still retain the pixel perfect nature of the video as long as I possibly can. And then, and in some cases that means, so for 3DS games like Super Mystery Dungeon, that means I'm actually producing 4K video with crystal clear pixels from 3DS footage. Because a single screen on the 3DS is what, 320 by 240? No, the bottom screen is 320 by 240. The top screen is wider than that. I forget off the top of my head. It might be 400 by 240 on the top screen. But I just multiply it by 9. With the DS screens, it's a little different. I multiply it by, I think, 6, and that gets me 1152 for rows, which is close enough to 1080p that I just let it... the videos themselves are 1152p. I just leave it like that. But for the 3DS ones, it's 240 on the bottom, so rather than doing 4.5, which will result in very chunky pixels... I multiply it by 9, and I let the video be 4K. YouTube doesn't even have to resize shit at that point. All right, this is going to be our last victim, and then we're out of here. But I used to use it. I actually used it a ways back for, I think Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire was the one where the intros to the videos featured a, crystalline... wall, essentially, with the Pokemon Rivals logo on it, and then it explodes into shards as they fly around, and there's, a background, and there's my art or John's art that Meg Zaremba drew for us. And we have, that bumpin', bassy track in there, and then we fade into the episode. That was an After Effects thing. The shattered glass thing is an After Effects effect. I actually wanted to do similar for Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I had, way back when we were first planning on doing it, I had an idea for a very disco aesthetic for it. Just because silver and gold, they're very loud, flashy colors. I thought it'd be kind of fun. Didn't wind up going that way. It's fine. It was kind of an early concept thing, but all right, there we go. That is all of our grinding. That is all of our grinding. We did it 12 hours. Hell yeah. Thank you guys. Anybody that stuck around for all this, thank you a ton for being here. This was a lot of work, but we got there. I'm so happy. It's Pokemon Day. We're 11 minutes into it in real life. I'm going to get this thrown together and uploaded, and hopefully it will go online during the day tomorrow, or today now. And yeah, next weekend, not this weekend, but next weekend we'll be getting into more of these. We'll be getting into the next gym battle. We'll pick our team and we'll go from there. Whoo! Holy cow. We have 8 that are there. We have a few that are close. Yeah, 3 in the 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s. There we go. Well, cool. Again, thank you guys very much. I'm like signing off like it's a stream. It kind of feels like a stream. But I'll see you later. We'll see you for the next actual episode. Again, shout out anybody that was here for the whole thing in one crazy big sitting. We'll see you next time. Have a good one. Bye-bye.